Chapter 101, The Land of Raising Corpses. That's a good idea. Next time we come, we'll bring a registration terminal to facilitate information exchange with the real world. You can set up a company then. Given the current state of the new development zone, we will temporarily waive taxes and provide corresponding task rewards and points. Sun Shiking readily agreed to Tao Yu's offer to help. The new settlement area is in dire need of everything. It all depends on the pioneers transporting materials back and forth, but the intervals between trips and the volumes transported are too slow. It definitely makes more sense to take advantage of the local resources in Las Vegas. You're right, Master Sunday. I'll register a transportation company with Brother Tao when the time comes. With his towering height of 2.3 meters, Panda should have seemed like a little titan in front of Sun Shiking, but at that moment, he was doing his best to squat down, showing considerable humility. Tao Yu couldn't help but give Panda a sideways glance, recalling how arrogant the guy had seemed when he first came to block the road. The contrast was indeed quite stark. And judging by Sun Shiking's demeanor, she seemed used to this kind of behavior. All right, you can go now. I need to discuss something with him. Sun Shiking dismissed Panda with a casual wave, then turned to Tao Yu, raising her attractive willow-shaped eyebrows with a smile. Have you started meditation? Not yet. I'm a bit slow on the uptake and could use some guidance, Tao Yu replied without hesitation. It's my dynamic vision that stands out with my bright eyes. Ha, you've got some nerve. Come on then, after discussing it with my sister, we've decided to take care of the problem today. You'll come with us? Okay. Tao Yu didn't make any demands and appeared quite obliging. Don't worry, you'll be rewarded based on the situation when the time comes. I'm never worried about that. Tao Yu puffed out his chest with confidence. Though his bravado was partly for show, considering the generosity of the Sun siblings, he truly wasn't worried. Whether it was Yuan Force or skills, he wouldn't turn any down. So, Tao Yu followed Sun Shiking to their residence. Meanwhile, Sun Xiu had already changed into her tight-fitting combat suit and was tinkering with a hover bike, seemingly making some adjustments. When she saw them return, she glanced over at Tao Yu and asked the same question. Have you started? No, it's likely his innate talent that makes his eyes look so bright, Tao Yu didn't answer, but Sun Shiking offered an explanation. Really, I've put so much effort into it, striving hard. Sun Xiu seemed a bit dissatisfied but didn't say much more before hopping onto her hover bike. Tao Yu eyed Sun Xiu's curves as she rode the bike, contemplating how nice it would feel to have her take him on the ride. Of course, he wouldn't dare to voice any inappropriate remarks at that moment. Following a shoulder pat from Sun Shiking, he joined her at her bike, watching as Sun Xiu took off into the sky on her hover bike. Feeling a bit regretful? Hey! Sun Shiking teased Tao Yu with a beautiful smile, a playful glint in her eyes. Cough, Miss Sun is just joking, Tao Yu quipped. Seriously though, if you were max level, you could give it a try. But don't blame me if you end up breaking your legs, Sun Shiking shrugged nonchalantly, hopped onto her bike, and Tao Yu swiftly followed, wrapping his arms around her waist. Then, sneaking close to her ear, he quietly asked. What does your sister like? You'd have to excel in at least one area over her. I think long-distance sniping is a good skill to learn, so pick up more skills related to that, Sun Shiking suggested thoughtfully. Tao Yu considered her words seriously. Perhaps this was just the young master's way of baiting him, trying to win over someone of his pure and high talent, but it was indeed worth a try. Buckle up and sit tight, Sun Shiking instructed. As Tao Yu fastened his safety belt, the hoverbike immediately soared into the sky. The thrust force was such that Tao Yu had to tighten his grip to stay stable. Looking at Sun Shiking's back ahead of him, Tao Yu actually breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was just her back he was facing. Actually, this kid is really good looking, it's easy to be reminded of his sister when staring at his face. Then, Tao Yu remembered a topic from the internet before. If you had to sleep with Nan Tong, would you choose to face him or turn your back? Yikes! After shaking off some goosebump-inducing images, Tao Yu began to look down at the scenery below while flying through the air. The only sound was the strong wind blowing past his ears, but the hoverbike itself was incredibly quiet, more like some metaphysical anti-gravity. Although Tao Yu had taken planes before and seen many aerial videos and images, the visual experience of directly flying through the sky on a motorbike was completely different. This was much more thrilling. No wonder wingsuit flying is popular despite the danger, it really is exciting. Tao Yu enjoyed the feeling of the wind buffeting against him. Unfortunately, these hoverbikes looked very expensive at first glance. We're almost there. Where do you think the core location is? Sun Shiking slowed down and floated next to Sun Xiu, who had already stopped, and then addressed that question to Tao Yu. By this time, they had already reached the sky above Las Vegas. From this aerial perspective, the distribution of the landmarks was even clearer. Tao Yu, with one hand around Sun Shiking's waist to stabilize himself, peered around to gauge the location, then pointed to a spot and said, "Unless there's a surprise, it should be in that park." Under the influence of the landmarks, it has gathered all the city's death energy, making it an excellent place for raising zombies. Good, let's head over. Hold on a second. Tao Yu held them both up and looked up at the sunlight, saying, "Let's wait and make our move at the peak of noon when the sunlight is at its strongest. Even if there is something difficult to handle, it'll be somewhat restrained." Tao Yu's own zombies, with the enhancement of deification, had already lost this weakness, but the zombies made through the conventional approach, at least with corpse refining art, couldn't avoid it. Although the Sun's siblings were indeed very strong, caution was paramount in the abyss. All right. It was clear that the Sun's siblings were not arrogant, they were cautious in their actions regarding the fragments, and since Tao Yu, the skill owner, had suggested it, they were willing to listen. By the way, if there's a chance to resolve the trouble, I don't know if I could make use of this area, consider it as my reward. Tao Yu took the opportunity to state his request. You're welcome to use it, we won't knock down those landmarks for the time being, just let us know when you're done. Sun Xiu seemed very nonchalant, the siblings didn't care much about side matters. If you really take care of a major threat, when we go back, we'll give a heads up to Myriad Stream's dojo, and you can go ahead and learn the breathing technique as well. Upon hearing this, Tao Yu felt the power of a rich woman once again. But you need to pay attention, your resources are limited, and the characteristics of your talent are very clear. It's best to focus your talent as the core of your capabilities and avoid wasting too much on other areas, so as not to suffer more loss than gain. Sun Xiu even gave Tao Yu a reminder afterward. The reason she had offered meditation technique as an option was that she felt this skill was more compatible with dynamic vision. Myriad Stream's 5 forms, and even the matching set of breathing technique, are all related to the physical body. Non-physical talents consume a lot when practiced. Cough, I actually think so too, but having a healthy body that doesn't hold you back, I feel, is also very important. Tao Yu said, bullshitting with his eyes wide open. If you get a chance, trade for a better gun. Your actual limit is set by your weapon, you don't even think to ask for it. Seeing Tao Yu like this, Sun Xiu seemed a bit helplessly shook her head. But her suggestion did not seem problematic to Tao Yu at all. Even now, his most convenient daily ability was actually using guns, close combat was for burst use, to settle things in one fell swoop. The effect of Warlord's sidearm was actually quite good, but with the siblings' channels, he could probably trade for something with more power. However, due to the deification of his skills, Tao Yu's main resources were still invested in himself, and for items, he depended on extra rewards and casual looting. Chapter 102, Neat and Tidy. Las Vegas enjoyed abundant sunlight, and although it experienced low yearly rainfall, the city was home to some of the finest water sources nearby. The plants in the park, which had been untended for most of the year, thrived under the copious sunshine, quickly growing lush and verdant. Yet, despite it being the peak of noon, when the scorching sun was at its fiercest, there was an inexplicable sense of gloom and coldness lingering in the park. As 2 hoverbikes whizzed overhead, feeling the chill in the air, even the well-traveled Sun siblings were somewhat surprised. This is a very magical approach, somewhat similar to undead magic, said Sun Shiking, who was leading Tao Yu, after some contemplation. Tao Yu immediately seized the opportunity to ask for more information. Undead magic? Is it an ability from the old gathering area? It's an ability from a complete world that hasn't yet been pulled into the abyss but has only been captured. It's very strong, but hasn't made contact with our Starshine gathering area. It's from some intelligence reports from the state capital. Such information might be unknown to many in the outer city, and perhaps even to many in the inner city, but to Sun Shiking, it was trivial to mention. Do we still have contact with the state capital? Tao Yu asked with renewed curiosity. He had seen convoys crossing the grey fog a few times, generally looking ragged and run down. There probably weren't many routes left that maintained contact with Starshine City. Yes, in fact, before the abyss invasion became so severe, we could complete teleportations in this realm, but now we can't afford the cost. We can only exchange some intelligence information, and as for material supplies, we have to rely on crossing the grey fog. Tao Yu keenly caught the keywords and followed up with another question. This realm? So, within the abyss, teleportation is still possible. It's possible if one is willing to pay the right price, but you need corresponding equipment. Our starshine only has one set in the old gathering area. Sun Shiking paused briefly before continuing. If our development here goes smoothly and is deemed valuable enough, we might apply to the state capital for related equipment. Given that even the Suns, notorious for their wealth, spoke of costs in such terms, Tao Yu knew that, for at least the time being, there was no need to consider these matters. But Starshine City did have a solid foundation. After such casual conversation, Tao Yu accompanied the two to what he had identified as the prime corpse cultivation site. Actually, there was no need for Tao Yu to introduce it since, contrasted with the surrounding overgrown weeds and hasty shade, the area earmarked for corpse refinement was starkly bare for at least an acre, with nothing but black soil visible. It was nauseating for the living to even glance at it. Seems like the potential of your art of corpse refinement isn't bad. I wonder if it can yield a breakthrough. Sun Xiu, riding beside her, now showed a hint of interest on her face as she looked down at the patch of black earth. Then Sun Xiu exchanged a glance with Sun Shiking before turning back to Tao Yu and stating. You're too weak. Stay up here and watch. All right. While being called a weakling to his face, Tao Yu had no retort. If he could handle it himself, why would he have sought out their support? Getting them to take action was his initial goal. Next, he saw the siblings' 7 peculiar weapons swiftly fly from the hover bikes, with both of them almost synchronously stepping onto one of the weapons. The sight was as cool as sword riding. However, considering they usually traveled by hover bike, it must be quite energy intensive. In the next moment, the remaining 6 weapons from each transformed into streaks of light, planting themselves upside down into that barren black land in a strange pattern. Sizzle! The 12 inverted weapons each released bursts of dazzling lightning. Then, electric serpents began to roam, visibly connecting the weapons with arcs of electric light. Roar! The black soil shattered, and a figure burst forth from the earth. It was a zombie covered in black hair. Even under the scorching noon sun, it could still move freely. This is truly. The next moment, the 12 inverted weapons rose into the air one after another, shooting towards the zombie from various angles. Before Tao Yu could finish his thoughts, he saw the weapons simultaneously pierce the zombie's body, and then burst into light once more. Boom! The black-haired zombie that had just leapt out was instantly blown to pieces, dead beyond recognition. A thick, nauseating stench arose, making both siblings frown and retreat to a higher distance, returning to the motorcycle, and then quickly ascended. The poison is very potent, indeed, it's a troublesome thing. Are you sure you want to perform corpse refinement here? Sun Shiking recalled the weapons while allowing them to hover around the motorcycle and spoke to Tao Yu. I'm sure, I have some resistance to poison. Only then did Tao Yu snap back to reality after witnessing their swift and deft actions. Although he had always acknowledged that these two were strong, the telekinetic outburst from the day before at the dormitory had already proven that. Now, seeing a zombie nurtured by the deathly aura of the whole city taken out in one strike, he couldn't suppress the shock in the depths of his heart. Do you think these things are no big deal because you saw how quickly we handled it? Although Sun Shiking's back was to Tao Yu as she operated the motorcycle, she seemed to know what he was thinking. I can tell you, if your art of corpse refinement could reach such an effect at its extreme, then in the future, it's not impossible for you to enter the floating city and even pursue my sister. After saying that, she stopped the motorcycle and summoned a weapon to place near Tao Yu. As the weapon approached, the foul odor hit them, and then Tao Yu was amazed to find that the technology-infused and bizarre weapon surface seemed to have developed some blood vessel-like black lines, which were being decomposed and suppressed by arcs of electricity. The foul smell was the result of the electric light breaking down those black veins. It's strong. If it weren't for us, any pioneer that encountered it would die. On the other side, Sun Xiu approached on her motorcycle and then summoned a weapon that seemed to have the zombie's head attached to it, likely a product of condensed Yuan Force. Sun Xiu didn't seem to mind the dirt, she directly held the Yuan Force head in her hand, seemingly closing her eyes to sense it, perhaps possessing some kind of skill assessment ability. It has a complete skill, but the contamination is too severe, I have no idea how much it'll cost to clean it. Then, she glanced back at Tao Yu and said. Are you absorbing the same type of skill? I'm not sure, after all, that was a zombie I could kill, unlike this one. That's also true, you really are quite lucky. Sun Xiu nodded, in the abyss, luck was a very important factor. Do you have the experience? Is this the only one around here? But I'm not sure if the corpse refiner is nearby. Tao Yu was hoping they would search the area to eliminate the risk. We will look around here for the next few days, but most likely, they aren't around. If the whole world has been contaminated. Sun Xiu voiced her judgment, and her words carried a somber weight. If every city of this scale had something similar, then facing such a zombie army, even the two of them would probably have to flee. It must have been the work of the fortune thief. Sun Shiking also speculated. The best solution is to demonstrate this place's value early on, so the company makes more investments. Truth is always written by strength, as long as we are strong enough, we can handle any problem. Having awakened their talents only 2 months ago, they had already reached such strength. Although it might be difficult to maintain the same rate and efficiency of growth after the explosive phase of improvement passes, given their resources, their rate of advancement wouldn't be slow. It truly makes one wonder whom time is really on the side of. Chapter 103, Return. After you're done, figure out your own way back, but don't die. Sun Shiking directly tossed Tao Yu onto the corpse cultivation site. Don't forget to pass the message to Panda for me, young Master Sunday. Got it. If you're planning to stay long, better check back in first to avoid accumulating madness. Okay. I might take a trip back alone to bring the mission terminal over. If anything comes up, you can come to me. I'll also let the Myriad Streams dojo know. Much appreciated. Tao Yu stood on the ground and cheerfully waved to the two people in the sky. Don't forget the meditation technique. Sun Xiu also casually reminded him. I'll need Miss Sun's guidance if there's anything I don't understand when I get back. Thereafter, the brother and sister duo quickly soared away on their motorboat. Tao Yu then began collecting the scattered zombie body parts. They were excellent nutrients that could save him time. While gathering the body parts, Tao Yu also clicked his tongue in wonder. Besides the extremely toxic warning that he could sense, even the black fur was as hard as steel needles, probably impenetrable by bullets. This was enough to demonstrate the siblings' strength. Now that I have the meditation technique, and the corpse refining art has been made clear, I can actually bring a couple more zombies to the surface. After Tao Yu finished collecting the body parts, he looked at the black soil and felt that cultivating only Cao Shaolin seemed wasteful, especially since the second phase would take 49 days. Refine just one corpse over such a long period? In a place like this, even ordinary corpses could probably be turned into decent zombies. Indeed, I need to go back first. I can also take the opportunity to learn the breathing technique of Myriad Stream's 5 forms. However, I wonder if Little Black will be okay over such a long time. Tao Yu thought of the alien. He wasn't worried about Little Black, just an alien. If it got killed, it got killed. He was afraid of it causing harm to Tommy and Judy if it got out of control. Afterward, Tao Yu also thought about the location he had seen from the sky and glanced over at his walkie-talkie. They should be nearing the city by now. He needed to find a place with a signal to let them know and release Little Black to come to him. Since he was going back anyway, it wasn't urgent. In a shopping mall, Tao Yu stuffed some items he planned to take back into his backpack while pressing the walkie-talkie. Soon there was a response from the walkie-talkie. Boss. It was Judy's voice. It's me. I have to stay in the city for a while. Open a window and let Little Black out so it can find me. Oh, okay. And tell Panda, too. I might not be able to join you guys for a while. Young Master Sun just passed by and mentioned it. Panda doesn't have any objections. Tao Yu smiled at this response. In a normal partnership, if one party played the role of a hands-off manager, they could easily be duped, as profit and loss figures could be manipulated to look less favorable or skim off the benefits. But since Tao Yu had dragged in the reputation of Sun Shiking, he didn't have to worry about major losses in the short term. Maybe there would be a slight drop in profits without him overseeing things, but the key point was that his time was freed up, allowing him to refine corpses and properly absorb the Yuan Force in his body. In the perilous abyss, quickly improving one's own strength is the real solution. I was planning to go back before, but got held up by various things. Tao Yu repacked his backpack, slung a folded wheelchair over his shoulder, and mounted a heavy motorcycle. Glancing at the occasional zombies on the street, he even whistled to attract their attention. Then with deft snakeskin movements, he quickly gained distance, and the motorcycle's black exhaust smoke sprayed the faces of the zombies. And with that, Little Black's figure had already appeared on the roof nearby, quickly following in the direction Tao Yu had gone. Eventually, he parked the vehicle in front of the apartment building across from the park. By then, Little Black had also arrived by Tao Yu's side, and had diligently cleared away the two zombies at the entrance of the apartment building. Not bad, wait here for a few days, and come back after 5 days. Tao Yu reached out to pet Little Black, giving it a reward. Go up, find a clean and safe empty room. Tao Yu waved to Little Black, and then saw Little Black, having just received a reward, climb up the wall and quickly select a place for Tao Yu's return. After seeing Little Black poke its head out, Tao Yu crouched down to pick up his motorcycle, carrying it upstairs. Don't waste the quota for the return journey, taking the motorcycle back with me. Clang. Back in his own room, Tao Yu felt somewhat speechless as he saw the small wooden bed that had accompanied him for many years collapse under the weight of the motorcycle. The items brought back and forth between the two worlds had to be within one's own carrying capacity and were also subject to size restrictions. Summoned creatures, pets, and mounts have a normal quota, but they require complete control. Currently, because Little Black didn't meet this requirement, and Cao Shaolin had merged into the shadows not occupying a quota, Tao Yu had chosen a motorcycle in keeping with his mindset of not wasting available options. However, since he had set off from his bed at home, the flimsy bed couldn't withstand the weight upon his return and had simply fallen apart. They were originally just cobbled together with bricks and planks, and looking down at it now, it felt somewhat speechless and choked up. When you think about it, the barracks at the Apocalypse had far better conditions than my home. Tao Yu scratched his head, smelling the faint moldy scent at the tip of his nose. After a thorough bath with soap, returning to such surroundings felt like putting on dirty underwear after a shower. Who's there? Is that you, Yu, coming back? The voice of the third brother came from the next room, and Tao Yu even heard the sound of a bullet being chambered. Outside of the inner city wasn't exactly peaceful, and it was necessary to be vigilant after all. The third brother had been a member of the security force. Brother, it's me. Tao Yu answered, presuming his parents were still working in the abyss. If there were no changes to their shifts, they would normally come back once a month for a 5-day break, and that was the norm. If there were any issues that needed to be communicated on normal days, it would involve seeking out the colleagues who returned with his parents to pass a message. As for the type of communication tools that could directly connect the abyss and the ordinary world, probably only the Sun's sisters had access to such devices. In any case, Tao Yu hadn't found anything like that on any of the inner city pioneers that he himself had taken care of. You're back earlier than expected, did something happen? Tao Yu heard the sound of the third brother's wheelchair rolling, and then he actively opened the door, first throwing the motorcycle inside the room and then carrying out the supplies on his back. Upon seeing the third brother emerging from his room, rolling his wooden wheels, with a pistol slotted at the side of his wheelchair within easy reach, Tao Tong's somewhat wooden face broke out into a faint smile. Haha, you could say it was a happy occurrence. I found a potential site for our gathering place and earned a great merit. They rewarded me with lots of Yuan Force, so I came back to share the good news. The 6-person household's monthly expenditure of Yuan Force barely exceeded 100, even the parents needed some Yuan Force to maintain their own conditions while most of their food and such was brought back from the abyss and left over from working on the farm. They rarely spent Yuan Force to buy anything. Although Tao Yu was not exactly overflowing with wealth, he felt it was his due to take out some to improve their living situation. Therefore, he needed a reason to offer the Yuan Force. Just 1,000 or 2 would make a significant improvement to the family's current situation. If it weren't for the fact that his parents had squeezed out 1,000 units of Yuan Force through gritted teeth at the beginning, facing that dreadful starting environment, he probably would have had it tough despite his talents. As Tao Yu spoke, he set down the backpack and folding wheelchair he was carrying. Then he quickly assembled the folding wheelchair and said to his brother, "Bro, look what I brought for you. There's some good stuff in the shards of that world, and I brought some back." First pushing the wheelchair up to his brother's somewhat worn wooden one, Tao Yu also opened the backpack and took out clothes for his brother, along with some various daily necessities. Chapter 104, Handover. He's grown up. Tao Tong looked at what Tao Yu had brought back, a smile also appeared on his face, but after glancing at his own empty legs, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly brushed it off and said cheerfully, "Hurry up, let me try this new gadget." While speaking, he stretched out his hand to pat the folded wheelchair. Then, Tao Yu also took a water bladder cushion out of the bag and placed it on the wheelchair. "Sit on this, it's breathable." He then helped his third brother transition to the new wheelchair. "Hey, indeed, it's not bad, very nimble." Tao Tong rolled the wheelchair in a couple of circles with his hands and seemed very happy. Seeing his third brother like this, Tao Yu was also chuckling beside him. It's been a long time since he had seen his third brother this happy. Where is sister-in-law, still at the farm? Has she returned? Lao Ba is helping out at the farm. Don't always scold him, you used to be just as naughty. Not at all. Tao Yu denied his third brother's accusation and then started to change the subject. Let me push you over there. No need, I don't feel like getting some air, it's dirty outside. Having said this, Tao Tong took a gun and a bundle of old newspapers from his old wooden wheelchair. They were those low-quality ink newspapers, but they were what the third brother used to kill time. If you were to ask who in the family could read the most, it would definitely be the third brother. Lately, the outer city has been a bit uneasy, seems like the Skull Gang and the Wild Wolf Gang are fighting over territory, just be a little more careful. Tao Yu nodded at his third brother's reminder. They couldn't afford to subscribe to the daily newspaper, but whenever she went to hang out at the Chaoyang Society, he would often bring back some old newspapers. Although the news was somewhat delayed, at the very least it allowed them to have a rough grasp of the overall situation. Like being cautious of gang fights recently. No wonder she hasn't been running around, that's why. Tao Yu didn't forget to take another dig at his little brother. The Wild Wolf Gang and the Skull Gang were both gangs in South City, and it was said that they also had some complex backgrounds, like the selling of happiness and some even lower-grade goods they were mainly responsible for. They were involved in gambling dens and flesh trade, and their influence had already expanded into those fortresses. A few days ago, when transporting goods, I ran into some dumbasses who wanted a free meal who belonged to the Skull Gang. They were used to being arrogant and domineering in the outer city. But for now, Tao Yu didn't worry too much about these things. Not to mention his evident grade A dynamic vision, ever since the Li family was wiped out, Uncle who had already become the deputy captain of the security team, responsible for the South City area. Gang rivalries were inherently about interests, and they wouldn't get too confused. Opening a can of beef and handing it directly to his third brother, Tao Yu also took 2 more cans and opened the door. The familiar smell of cow dung hit him as he opened the door. Unfortunately, having managed the farm for so many years and never having tasted beef, it was time to let his sister-in-law and younger brother have a taste. Arriving at the cow shed, Tao Yu saw Tao Shi holding a rasp and meticulously trimming a cow's hoof, his skilled movements looking quite stress-relieving. Seemingly hearing the noise of Tao Yu entering, Tao Shi looked up and was slightly surprised to see him. "Brother, why are you back so soon? It hasn't been a month yet, hasn't it? Didn't things go well?" The new development zone was full of opportunities for building up from scratch, and Tao Yu had previously estimated about a month's time. "I finished a few days early, preparing to do some work, and I might not come back for 1 or 2 months. Be careful, if you're gone for too long be mindful of going mad, and if you're not feeling mentally well, hurry back," Tao Shi said with some concern. Their 6th sister was in trouble because of such issues. "No worries, I'm already quite strong, and I've done a great service and got noticed by some important people," Tao Yu knew how to reassure them best. Indeed, the moment their conversation ended, Tao Shi's spirit was lifted, and he began to ask about various experiences non-stop. Tao Yu chose some that he could share and talked about them. Even though these were selected experiences, Tao Yu's recent adventures indeed far exceeded what normal pioneers in the outer cities should undertake. This left Tao Shi both shocked and surprised. "Hey? You even met brother Lin Chao? Hehe, can I go brag to him next time?" "Sure, he's quite a decent person." Tao Yu thought of the leader from the Chaoyang Society, who for now, seemed to still possess a heart of gold. "Brother, you really struck it rich, hey? Our parents' decades of life in the abyss probably weren't as exciting as this brief period of yours." Tao Shi's eyes were filled with longing and anticipation. Their parents had always preached the importance of living a safe and stable life, but Tao Shi, who was in the throes of adolescence and full of youthful vigor, disliked that kind of life. What was the point of a life where you could see the end from the beginning? If you don't give it your all, Can you even call yourself young? What nonsense are you talking about? If our parents hadn't been cautious, we might not have even been born. Do you know what the mortality rate is for those going to the new development zone? Tao Yu gave his little brother a disdainful glance. If it weren't for the fact that he was his own brother, he would be too lazy to spend so much time talking with him. Although Tao Yu didn't inquire or tally the numbers, he was certain that the survival rate on awakening day for those choosing to go to the new development zones definitely wasn't more than 50%. And those who chose to take the risk there generally had some confidence and family resources. If these people were to change to an old development zone, there would be a survival rate of at least 70%. He. Tao Shi started to chuckle awkwardly before quickly changing the subject. Bro, what about getting a wife? There are many people asking about you lately, even that dairy cow sister you used to like is inquiring about you. Tao Shi then started to make suggestive gestures. At his age, even the sight of a thigh could make a boy restless, something Tao Yu had realized while learning the meditation technique with Sun Xiu. Despite that, hearing Tao Shi say this still made Tao Yu feel his toes digging into the ground. It was normal to have some vague adolescent fantasies before his memories were fully integrated. But it was not so normal once they were brought up. What dairy cow sister? Don't talk nonsense. You better work on fixing your hooves. I'm off to register for a few missions. Tao Yu threw 2 cans of beef to Tao Shi. Remember to save 1 can for your sister-in-law, don't eat them all. Meanwhile, Tao Shi was curiously inspecting the beautifully crafted can packaging and, not minding the dirt on his hands, wiped them on his body before starting to open a can. Seeing the beef inside and smelling the aroma, his eyes lit up. He then picked up a piece and began to eat with relish, ignoring his brother, which left Tao Yu somewhat speechless. Then he turned and left. With his grade A talent, it was expected that many people, apart from his parents, would be concerned about him. However, having already seen what the world has to offer, his standards naturally rose. Anything that could affect the speed of drawing his weapon was unwanted. Welcome back, partner sir, your missions have been successfully uploaded and completed. You have earned a total of 2,375 units of Yuan Force. At the mission hall of the Hound's Fort, Tao Yu once again enjoyed the exclusive treatment reserved for partners, served by the same pretty waitress as last time, whose eyes nearly set him on fire. In less than a month, he had earned an income of over 2,000 just from missions. He must have awakened not too long ago, right? Definitely a potential powerhouse in the making. Thank you. Tao Yu, receiving the mission completion certificate and the rewards voucher from the waitress, thanked her softly. A mosquito might be small, but it's still flesh. If there are missions that can be done along the way, there's no reason not to take the rewards. In fact, the mission rewards themselves revealed the abundant opportunities in the new development zone. But for now, it seems the Suns are pouring money into it without any immediate positive output. I wonder if that zombie head counts. Under the wistful gaze of the pretty waitress, Tao Yu took his mission completion and rewards vouchers to the rewards collection area. Since Yuan Force can be absorbed, most rewards were obtained there, and the staff behind the counter were usually under 18 and not yet able to absorb Yuan Force themselves. After verifying Tao Yu's certificates, the staff skillfully carried out the weighing process, handed over a small pouch that jingled with metallic sounds to Tao Yu, who absorbed it right then and there, and then returned a small pouch of wish power metal to the staff, completing the exchange. This is actually the normal way for outer city pioneers to obtain Yuan Force. Tao Yu's method of using a magnetic card for large transactions was actually unusual. Even so, Tao Yu's earnings of over 2,000 in the outer city were quite conspicuous. Chapter 105, A Noble Person. The cargo and material missions have already come out, and there are new exploration missions. After completing the handover of his previous task, Tao Yu also casually checked if there were any new tasks that could be done conveniently, while observing the current trend of missions in the new development zone. Even a mosquito is still flesh, it could add points for the partners. Once you have enough points and with adequate strength, you can participate in promotion assessments, granting access to some new privileges and conveniences. Just having a personal receptionist and not having to jostle with others for tasks already saved a lot of time and energy. Tao Yu even came across a mission for biological alien implantation from Pandora world. Pandora's atmosphere is toxic to humans. Is this about achieving a new alien implantation, aiming to let some inner city people with alien implantation lines go and pioneer there? However, while Tao Yu was observing, suddenly a burly figure with a nose ring pushed through the nearby crowd and walked toward him. Having undergone the crane deification, Tao Yu already had enhanced spirit perception, and with the bonuses of the warlord's sidearm and the latest meditation technique, he instantly knew that the newcomer's intention was directed at him. Although there wasn't much malice, there was certainly some. This made Tao Yu raise an eyebrow and glance back at the other person, noting the wolf head tattoo deliberately exposed on the chest. The Wild Wolf Gang? These gang members really have no manners. What do you want? The figure had only just arrived, and before he could speak, Tao Yu calmly initiated the conversation. Tao Yu, right? Come with me, a VIP wants to see you. The burly figure grinned, revealing a mouth with 2 missing yellow teeth, accompanied by the bad breath often found among outsiders. A VIP? Who? Tao Yu frowned and took a step back, repulsed by the bad breath. However, to the sturdy man, this seemed like a retreat. Smirking with a touch of triumph, he said. You're not in a position to ask. Just come with me, that's right. I know you're grade A in dynamic vision, with a lot of potential. I don't want to get rough. While saying that, he rubbed his knuckles, making some cracking sounds. This confrontation attracted the attention of many in the task hall. Seeing the muscular man, many faces showed wariness. He seemed to have some reputation around here. Iron Fist, what are you doing? If you want to cause trouble, take it outside. This isn't a place for your gang to sow wild oats. A figure in combat attire, responsible for maintaining order in the task hall, stepped forward. Regardless, this place was the hunter's stronghold and the task hall, where certain things would definitely be managed. Haha, what trouble? I'm just chatting with a friend, I just have a loud voice, you all know me. Iron Fist laughed off the accusation before smirking at Tao Yu. I'm right, aren't I, young brother Tao Yu? But Tao Yu turned to look at the approaching guard, with an innocent expression, and asked. He just threatened me, can I kill him? The offhand comment left Iron Fist and the guard both stiff-faced, and the pioneers in the task hall who were competing for tasks looked on with bizarre expressions. Some even couldn't help but laugh out loud, not at Tao Yu, but at Iron Fist, who had thought he controlled the situation. Those who came here for tasks weren't the kind to sit tight and play nice. What they thought was another routine of the Wild Wolf Gang bullying people turned out to be a tough nut to crack. We don't allow murder here, but if you are proactively threatened or provoked, an appropriate counterattack won't be prosecuted, the guard reluctantly replied, sticking to the rules after being blindsided by Tao Yu. The rules in the outer city were slack, free of rigid formalities. Therefore, Tao Yu nodded, looked back at the muscular Iron Fist, and spoke softly. You did just threaten me, didn't you? So what if I did? You damn kid, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Before the words of anger could finish, Tao Yu's elbow had already struck his abdomen, the force of the impact almost popping Iron Fist's eyes out. Then, with a palm strike, he hit the man's chin, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone cracking and his face flesh twitching with distortion. Iron Fist's feet lifted off the ground. But as he was just rising, Tao Yu turned and delivered a side kick with a leg raised high, like a battle axe pressing down on his shoulder, forcibly halting the ascent and nailing him back to the ground. The rush of wind from the move made clothing flutter noisily. The hardened clay on the ground showed slight cracks. Tao Yu pulled his foot back slowly after pinning the man to the ground. Then he patted the dust off his trousers and turned back to the guard politely saying. I just taught him a simple lesson, he's not dead. Having said that, he looked at the guard, whose eyes had rolled back as he fainted, with a smile. If you're going to ask for someone, please be polite about it. Afterward, he waved his hand and directly left the mission hall. The kind are bullied, showing too much kindness in such a dog-eat-dog place would only lead to endless trouble. Only with certain talent, strength, and a tougher approach could one stand firm and avoid problems. Wait for someone else to make a move before retaliating? Why can't I strike first? The outer city is a very pragmatic place. But actually, although Tao Yu's actions were swift and clean, thanks to the thinking advantage brought by the meditation technique, he had weighed his actions quickly. At least the so-called noble mouthed by the lackey couldn't possibly be someone from the floating city. If they truly were, they wouldn't be associating with gangs, it would be more normal for an upright and dignified security team leader to confront me directly. At most, they were just nobles from the inner city, who were not that noble at all. Once Tao Yu left, Iron Arms, who was rolling his eyes on the ground, slowly fell backward and then crashed heavily onto the ground. Whispers began to spread among the crowd nearby. He's very strong. When did our fortress acquire such a mighty person? Were those moves just now from Myriad Stream's 5 forms? The tiger form and the ape form. He looks so young, could he be from the new development zone? Can't be, right? Even the earliest batch is just 2 months old. Hey, isn't the Wild Wolf gang influential? They even wanted to dip their hands into the fortress's business, serves them right. Keep your voice down, their people have arrived. Soon after, 2 men with ashen faces hastily came over to where Iron Arms lay, checked his neck first, then quickly assessed his injuries. The more they checked, the darker their expressions became. Shortly afterward, someone brought a rudimentary stretcher and hurriedly dragged Iron Arms away. Tao Yu did not wait on the spot for the noble, instead, he headed for the Myriad Streams dojo. By this time, Sun Shiking probably hadn't returned yet, but the Myriad Streams dojo offered economically affordable chi tonic soup, which made recovery simple during training. Moreover, it was an opportunity to test out this so-called noble. If they couldn't even circumnavigate binant the dojo, then most likely, they weren't even a noble from the inner city. Everyone knows I'm a grade A talent and still they act so arrogantly. It couldn't just be that noble is the gang leader of the Wild Wolf gang, right? While Tao Yu pondered, he arrived at the familiar entrance of the dojo. Having trained here for the better part of a month, he was quite familiar with the place and could clearly hear the increased intensity of training noises inside. The registration area had also gathered a larger crowd. The benefits of the new development zone seemed to be continuously arranged. Although Tao Yu didn't know the specifics of how many people had entered the new development zone in these 2 months, or the proportions, there should be at least 1,000 or so, possibly 2,000 or 3,000 at most. Yiwei, it's your shift again, brother. Tao Yu saw Yiwei with a glum face at the registration area and greeted him with a smile. Yiwei was the one he had met when first signing up and they had some interactions during training, forming a nodding acquaintance. Tao, junior brother, you're back? That was quick, wasn't it? Hasn't been a month, right? Yiwei also seemed surprised to see Tao Yu. He had a deep impression of this newly admitted genius. At first, there was almost a little unpleasantness, and until now among all the students he had dealt with, junior brother Tao was the fastest learner. He had even reached level 3 in crane form and had learned the swallowing fluid technique. This junior brother could be said to be an inspirational figure in the dojo during this period. Chapter 106, The Curator's Thoughts. Yeah, I had some stuff to handle when I came back, so I'll need some time to digest it all properly, Tao Yu responded to Yiwei's inquiry with a smile. You didn't level up another skill to LV3 during this time, did you? Yiwei joked. Sort of, Tao Yu answered. Really? Yiwei was momentarily stunned. He had only been joking, but it turned out to be true. Previously, the other person had been training full-time, and with enough Yuan Force to continuously practice. Hence, it was normal for them to master all the entry levels and even achieve LV3 in one skill, as the Yuan Force was inherently miraculous. But weren't you off to the abyss to make money? How could you still find the time to achieve such a result? Is this what a grade A talent is? But does dynamic vision boost the body so much? Yiwei felt a bit lost in his thoughts for a moment. He could understand quick mastery of dynamic vision, being able to directly watch and mimic movements. But it should require more Yuan Force to train, right? I got lucky, did a favor for a big shot. Some things didn't need to be concealed, and spreading the word could even solve many problems, so Tao Yu casually mentioned it. That really is good luck. A small leak from the big shots in the inner city would be enough for us to struggle for a long time, Yiwei said, envy apparent on his face. New development zones are just full of opportunities. It's a shame, though, he had already awakened and settled in the old development zone, without a choice. Smith Sr. After entering the training ground, Tao Yu saw Smith training the newcomers on the coal cinder playground. From the look of the small group, they were likely another bunch looking for freebies. Tao Yu Jr.? Haha, perfect timing. Come on, show them what you've got. Smith greeted Tao Yu with a smile and then turned to address a group of people about Tao Yu's age. This is the Tao Yu Jr. I told you about, the most talented student among your several batches. He has not only mastered stance skill but has also entered the realm of the 5-gate boxing techniques, and even his crane form has reached LV3. Smith's words made many of the trainees look at Tao Yu with curiosity. Tao Yu had learned skills here and, whether or not Smith was looking after him because of his talent, he had been very good to him. So, naturally, Tao Yu was willing to lend a hand. Most of you must be from the new development zone. The skills from the Wanliu dojo are all quite outstanding. If you can achieve 5 forms as one and even hold your chi blood, these are the most helpful skills available to the outer city. Don't waste this opportunity, Tao Yu said as he casually demonstrated the crane form. However, he didn't show off purposely, he just performed a set using the acceleration effect of his practice method. Even though Tao Yu didn't activate any fist intention and performed standard movements, his performance still surprised Smith, who watched with amazement. Tao Jr., is this LV4? Smith's strongest form was the crane, at a level of LV4, which allowed him to exhibit a distinct charm. Thus, he had the ability to appreciate such skill, and although Tao Yu's crane form was only LV3, the charm that came with deification was indeed present. Yes, I was lucky, helped a big shot, and made a good sum. I really need to digest it all well this time. Tao Yu was eventually going to learn the breathing technique, and 5 forms as one would undoubtedly become known, so mentioning it now was also a bit of a preemptive measure. At the same time, Tao Yu's words earned him the envy of everyone present. Smith Sr. is busy, so I'm off to practice. Go for it, good luck. Smith's face was full of smiles. Tao Yu was naturally talented and had now also struck it lucky with a big win, indicating that his strength could still improve. Such a relationship had to be well maintained. Jealousy? Of course, there was some. Everyone's thoughts and notions are very complex, but Smith's rationality allowed him to easily suppress such feelings of envy. Tao Yu went to the familiar cafeteria next door where he was well acquainted with the chefs, who were already used to his increased appetite from using acceleration. Tao Yu practiced with abandon. The benefits of Qi tonic soup were much better than gnawing on canned food, although it cost some Yuan Force, it was completely worth it. Practicing full-time was always better than having to juggle other tasks. Especially now, with an abundance of Yuan Force, he used acceleration without any second thoughts. Tao Yu practiced straight until the evening. The sweat from his body had all but turned to sweat, and the liquid from the Qi tonic soup had evaporated. The training efficiency indeed surpassed what he was able to manage while multitasking in the abyss. Every moment, he could feel a tingling sensation over his body, experiencing the improvements in his lungs and innards from the second-level deification of the basic breathing method. That sensation, as if every pore of his entire body was breathing with each movement, immersed Tao Yu so deeply that he lost all sense of time. 5 forms as one, truly remarkable. A sigh of admiration came from the side, and Tao Yu slowly completed his final stance, exhaling. He then saw the middle-aged man beside him with a complicated expression on his face. It was the head of Wanliu dojo, Lu Yi. Head Lu, hello. I originally saw Smith, and he said you had reached level 4 of the crane form, but who would have thought you've already mastered the 5 forms as one? Impressive, truly impressive. Lu Yi looked at Tao Yu, his face showing a thoughtful expression, and after a moment, he said to Tao Yu. Young brother Tao, I came to find you, and you probably have some idea why. Tao Yu, upon hearing this, was genuinely perplexed. What idea? Is it that Sun Shiking just got back? And greeted you? Or did he send a message back to greet you? Or could it be the person I beat up in the mission hall earlier? Has their patron showed up? Cough cough, I'd ask that you please speak plainly, Head Lu. You're still a bit too impulsive, but for us young martial artists with vigorous Qi blood, it's normal to vent that breath of emotion in our hearts. It's just that you've stirred up quite the trouble this time, and they've already come to me. Lu Yi shook his head with resignation, and his words made Tao Yu understand what having an idea meant. He nodded and said. Before I took action, I did ask the guard, and he admitted it on the spot, so there shouldn't be any problem. The rules in the outer city aren't very detailed, they're flexible, and Tao Yu's actions, though severe, were in fact within the boundaries of the law. If it were just him, or even just the Wild Wolf gang, it wouldn't be a big deal. You have connections in the security team, too. That deputy head of the southern district even came to see me personally, asking me to look after you. Lu Yi's words surprised Tao Yu, who hadn't expected Uncle Hu to have specifically come over. He hadn't seen him since returning, and as the acting deputy head of the security team, Uncle Hu's main job now should be in the present world, just the opposite of his parents. Uncle Hu is a good person. What exactly is the situation this time? Tao Yu asked, as if seeking advice. A pioneer from a new district in the inner city and actually, someone from your own period. Although gravely injured, with their future achievements limited, they are still from the inner city, and their network of relationships remains. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before saying to Tao Yu in a serious tone. However, I really admire your talent, and if you are willing to join our Wanliu dojo, I can work together with Uncle Hu to resolve this matter. You might even have the chance to learn the secret techniques of my dojo. Lu Yi's eyes seemed to shine with a light, full of godliness, similar to when Tao Yu first made progress with the meditation technique and couldn't control it. Tao Yu could indeed sense both Lu Yi's dilemmas and his good intentions. He must have felt the situation was tricky, but upon seeing the 5 forms as one when he came to find Tao Yu, he probably thought Tao Yu's talent was very suitable for this style and that his potential was worth investing in. In normal circumstances, this would be a tremendous opportunity. After all, the income from working in a dojo isn't considered low. Colleagues like Smith and Yiwei provided services for the dojo. But now, Tao Yu had already laid his roots in the development zone, where both the opportunities and income were clearly beyond comparison with what the dojo could offer. For Tao Yu, who had a great demand for Yuan Force, it wasn't possible to confine himself here. Looking at Lu Yi's gaze, Tao Yu sighed. He knew when to be grateful, even if the other party's kindness stemmed from his talent, it was still well-intentioned. After weighing his words for a moment, he said. I'm very thankful for the head's generous offer. The dojo has been a significant help to me, and I do like the environment there, but in the new development zone, I need to assist 2 important figures from the floating city. Previously, when dealing with Yiwei and Smith, Tao Yu had not been explicit, but with Head Lu showing such goodwill, Tao Yu spoke more straightforwardly. This statement caused Lu Yi's pupils to constrict slightly, and for a moment, his face betrayed his composure. After a moment, he regained his poise. 2 figures from the floating city? Then I must concede my temple is too small to accommodate them. Congratulations, congratulations. Lu Yi didn't seem to take Tao Yu's refusal to heart, instead, he showed a joyful and congratulatory expression. No wonder you've mastered it so quickly. If it's those 2, then it all makes sense. When I come back, I do enjoy practicing at the dojo, so if there are any honorary positions available, I certainly wouldn't mind, Tao Yu explained, offering something in return, as he would definitely need to learn the breathing technique later on. Having the identity of a direct disciple from the dojo would also allow Head Lu to maintain his dignity. Lu Yi gave Tao Yu a meaningful look and then laughed. Of course, it's no problem at all, and I still think you should be considered a true disciple. When the opportunity arises, I might teach you the myriad streams breathing technique. This response made Tao Yu smile awkwardly. It seems, he was seen through. To stand tall in the outer city and be one of the most outstanding dojos, dominating the realm of the hunting hounds, the head had been through storms and waves. It was more than normal for him to guess what was going on. The myriad streams breathing technique is a deeply guarded secret in the outer city and not something you'd find on every street corner in the inner city. But for those 2 figures from the floating city, it was indeed a simple matter. And the head himself did not give a firm no, he just said when the opportunity arises, which indeed shows he's shrewd. As for the trouble he mentioned before? What trouble? As Tao Yu said, the trouble is actually on the other side. Head, do you have any knowledge about that patron from the inner city? After all, young Master's son might not come back to get his terminal for a couple of days, and I don't want to bother him with these matters. Tao Yu casually inquired further, as he already had some guesses in his mind. Meanwhile, Head Lu waved his hand nonchalantly and said. No need to bother him with everything. It's not really a big deal, just a spine-breaking dog trying to save itself out of desperation. Chapter 107, Accepting Money to Eliminate Disasters for Others. Tao Yu had some guesses at the bottom of his heart, and after hearing the words of the dojo master, he became completely certain of who the noble seeking him out was. Wino. The inner city survivor he had teamed up with for the first time entering the abyss, the one who had been captured and parasitized by an alien yet had somehow managed to survive by clinging to life. Now it seemed that he had been rescued. With such severe injuries, and now able to jump around, the medical standards of inner city were indeed high. Self-rescue? It looks like he's probably still in the alien nest. It's been over a month now, hasn't he? He hasn't gone back yet. Tao Yu sighed. No, after all, even newcomers among the inner city's alien-implanted pioneers, with the strength gained from early resources, are quite strong. Surviving a few more months is not a big problem, but it can't go on indefinitely. Lu Yi smiled, knowing that Tao Yu understood who it was. Ah, brother Wino, sigh, we even teamed up before, and got along quite well, it's a pity. Tao Yu looked somewhat regretful and sorry. Back then, that screw-up had been jealous of his own lack of talent and had given him a fierce cold shoulder. He had almost forgotten about it, and now here he came out of the blue looking for him, task. Got along quite well. The dojo master raised his eyebrow and didn't say much else, but after pondering for a moment, he said. Recently, he has gained some fame in our circles. The place where he's trapped must be very dangerous, and no one from inner city is willing to risk going to rescue him. So he's been gathering people from the new development zone in outer city, using both carrot and stick, and he's already put together a group. Having said this, he gave Tao Yu another glance. He's probably had his eye on you for a while, but you haven't come back. After all, with grade A talent, dynamic vision, forming combat capabilities quickly, and strong early warning abilities. Tao Yu understood Wino's situation from this. Whether inner city or outer city, both places are quite pragmatic. Wino could still be envious of him, his talent was truly not high, being saved must have cost a pretty penny, and it was uncertain whether his family was still willing to invest in him. Even if he had a few friends, those willing to risk pulling him out of trouble would be few, unless there were sufficient benefits on the other side. There's definitely an alien queen, and the python alien as well as the aliens he has nurtured, ugh. Thinking of these things gave Tao Yu goosebumps. Even with his current strength, facing an attack from a large swarm of ordinary aliens, he would have to run for his life first, and if that included python aliens and aliens parasitizing Wino, the risk was indeed very high. With enough ammunition, enough manpower, a well-trained group could barely try, but the casualty rates and cost-effectiveness were hard to predict. Almost out of favor, heaven knows how much money he could still offer, trying to get something for nothing. He's even sought help from gangs like the Wild Wolf Gang, tisk tisk, maybe the recent skirmish between the Wild Wolf Gang and the Skull Gang is his doing behind the scenes. Tao Yu pondered for a moment, then shook his head and looked up at the dojo master with a smile. Master, did he send someone to find you? The teacher of the Wild Wolf Gang, no matter what, I still have some face in outer city. I just didn't want to offend them rashly before. The dojo master was also very straightforward. If Tao Yu didn't have enough value, then of course, he wouldn't muddy the waters and cause unnecessary trouble for himself. Even if it's the spine-breaking dog from inner city, it's still an inner city person. Incompetent in performing tasks, but still capable of trouble. Now it's up to you. If you don't want to meet, just decline directly. Lu Yi seemed to not care at all whether Tao Yu was bluffing to deceive him. After all, from the beginning, he had seen Tao Yu's 5 forms as one talent and wanted to intervene. Even without the pretext, pulling him into his own dojo system would be profitable. Having enough value to intervene, his mentality was completely different from not wanting to cause trouble before. Let's meet. Anyway, we're from the same period. He surely doesn't just want to talk idly and ask for my help, does he? Tao Yu had more choices, and naturally had the confidence. If Wino wanted his help, then if the timing was right, helping a bit wasn't out of the question. It was just unknown what price he was willing to pay. The meeting place was Lu Yi's quaint little wooden cottage, and it was Tao Yu's first time entering. The interior was elegantly decorated, somewhat reminiscent of a tea room. And the Wild Wolf Gang's advisor completely overturned Tao Yu's preconceived image of an advisor. With a height of over 1.90 m, his body was rippled with muscles that looked very elastic, the kind with a very low body fat percentage. He was somewhat in the style of Tao Yu's partner Panda. But even Panda's towering stature of 2.30 meters was more exaggerated. Perhaps he's the one in the Wild Wolf Gang who can read the most? So that third brother can even play the part of an advisor. A bit slow, aren't we? The muscular advisor's eyes flickered somewhat. What, Mr. Jin wants to teach me how to do my job? Lu Yi's extremely domineering response made the muscular advisor shudder, then quickly lower his stance. How dare I? Master Lu is unmatched in the outer city. Even if the gang leader came, he wouldn't dare tell you how to do your job. We're just honoring a commitment. While speaking, he also noticed Tao Yu, who had followed them in, and then said. This must be young brother Tao Yu. I apologize for before, some folks in the gang don't understand proper conduct. So that's why he's an advisor, his talk is a bit more pleasant than the previous guys. I might have been a bit too aggressive, my apologies. Where interests weren't involved, Tao Yu also didn't take verbal advantage, pretending to express deep regret. Then he took the initiative to say. The dojo master mentioned it briefly before, actually, if you had said earlier that you were looking for someone, why no, big brother and I used to get along quite well. Tao Yu's words made advisor Jin's corner of the mouth twitch. It was only because the employer had said it might be necessary to be a bit tough that they had acted that way. There should be some displeasure about it. But of course, he would not say that out loud. Instead, he apologized once more for the previous rudeness, and only then did he speak. Does this mean young brother Tao has agreed? If the compensation is right, everything can be arranged. Advisor Jin, you're aware of the risks involved. I'm risking my life here. If something unfortunate happens, I want to be able to leave something behind for my family. Tao Yu's firm statement made advisor Jin's teeth hurt a bit. Does this mean that not only does the compensation need to be sufficient, but it also has to be paid in advance? Well, asking for payment before discussing the strategy doesn't seem quite right, does it? After all, you're an inner-city aristocrat. Hey, it's precisely because I'm dealing with inner-city big shots that I can't afford to welch on debts, right? Tao Yu's counter-argument left advisor Jin somewhat speechless. It sounded reasonable, but that isn't right, is it? How could they let him make demands as the stronger party? Everything is negotiable, as long as we share a common goal, there won't be a problem. Advisor Jin hesitated, not daring to make any sweeping promises. That's more like it. Let's sit down and have a good talk, everything can be resolved. Tao Yu is our dojo's prodigy and will soon become a true disciple. We can't mistreat him. Lu Yi then spoke up to bolster Tao Yu's position. It was obvious that these words from the Wanliu Dojo's dojo master added more pressure on advisor Jin. Does Wanliu Dojo want to dip its hand in these troubled waters? Tisk. Looks like they really need to shed some blood for this. Advisor Jin, let's be clear, you can tell Wino Big Brother directly, we mudleggers from the outer city can only climb up by risking our lives, and we don't mind laying them on the line. But I didn't come by my grade A talent easily, I'm the hope for my entire family. My life's on the line, and it's gotta be for a good price. Tao Yu spoke with righteousness, yet his words were both reasonable and appropriate. After all, he's dealing with inner-city aristocrats. For the sake of saving their skins, they should be able to offer up some decent benefits, don't you think? In any case, get the payment first and the benefits in hand, then see. As for going or not, I'm a man of my word, I take people's money to deal with their disasters. But if the employer dies before the job, there's nothing that can be done about not going, is there? Chapter 108, It's settled. Young brother Tao, I'll pass on your words, but how much benefit you want to get, still depends on your own value. Master Jin still had to take his leave, he was not the decision maker. Boss, it's getting late, I'm heading back as well. After Master Jin had gone, Tao Yu also bid farewell to Lu Yi. Be careful on your way. I will. When you have time these next few days, come by, and I'll announce your status as a true disciple. Lu Yi patted Tao Yu on the shoulder. Thank you, boss. I will. Tao Yu took some chi replenishing pills, then left the Wanliu dojo. As soon as he left the dojo, he noticed someone was observing him but didn't pay it much mind. The sky was already dim, and the grey mist at the horizon made it even more gloomy. The dark environment, combined with bullet time, ensured safety was high enough in the outer city, as long as one stayed alert. Yet, Tao Yu didn't think that Wino, who wanted his help for the rescue operation, would choose to act rashly and unwisely. Indeed, it seemed like those people were just watching him closely, then spoke into a walkie-talkie. When Tao Yu left the stronghold, he saw a large punk motorcycle, similar to Panda's, driving straight towards him from the street. Compared to Panda's bike, this one even had some additional weapons mounted on it. There were revolving machine guns on the front sides, spikes on the sides of the tires, and a steel plate at the front for ramming. It only had 2 wheels, yet it exuded the violent presence of a tank. Dressed in a jacket and only slightly smaller than Panda, a weary and somewhat haggard Wino was sitting at the helm with a cigar in his mouth, his rough facial skin still looking ferocious. Upon seeing Tao Yu, Wino nodded. Surprisingly, you've even learned Myriad Stream's 5 forms. Come on, let's talk about your payment. After speaking, he pulled the bike to a stop, which stayed upright on its tires without the need for feet or stands, prompting Tao Yu to give it a second look. Looking around, some members of the Wild Wolf gang had started to clear the area, driving away the onlookers. And no one dared to say a word. "Brother Wino, you've recovered from your injuries, hey? I was so worried when I saw your condition the last time." Tao Yu greeted Wino with a smile, causing Wino's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Although he had been brash and belligerent due to his talents and had taken a dislike to Tao Yu, family knows its own, and this guy clearly wouldn't have minded him dead. "You haven't paid back the money you owe to Jose, have you?" Wino spoke softly, as if trying to apply some pressure on Tao Yu. Tao Yu and the others running away as lackeys was something he couldn't really do much about, as they had not yet been relegated to cannon fodder. The entire arrangement was based on status and power. But Tao Yu borrowing money was a concrete fact. "I've paid it back." Tao Yu didn't engage with the others' words, as the debt was to Jose, and with Jose dead, there was no evidence. Even though those in higher positions often don't need evidence for many issues, Tao Yu was truly not afraid of such unfounded accusations. "The money you owe isn't mine, so I don't care if you've paid it back or not. That doesn't prevent me from mentioning it to Jose's parents. Then go ahead and tell them." Tao Yu was utterly fearless. Back when he had to face Wino, he indeed had to keep a low profile. But now, why should he? Wino found Tao Yu's tough guy act somewhat speechless. He had been so compliant before, what made him suddenly so slippery and defiant? But back then, they were in the abyss, and the environment was indeed different. Killing him wouldn't have caused much trouble, but now in the real world, he did have some trouble indeed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for the Wild Wolf gang to get involved. Initially, he wanted to play dirty, but somehow Tao Yu managed to convince the master of the Wanliu dojo, and with his uncle being the acting vice-captain, Wino was indeed in a tight spot for the time being. "I can keep quiet about it, even work your acting vice-captain uncle's case a bit, remove the acting title, but you have to help me." Wino wasn't actually going to talk about these issues, they held no benefit for him. He just wanted to leverage these points against Tao Yu. "So what you're saying is, you could also work against my uncle, keeping him stuck with the acting title, right?" Tao Yu could read between the lines of the other's words. Plainly speaking, Wino still wanted to benefit from this without offering anything in return. "It seems that there really isn't much money left." "I never said that." "Oh, then I must have misunderstood. I have faith in Uncle Hu's abilities, and he has his connections. Nothing bad happening, he is bound to become official sooner or later." Tao Yu would not release the eagle before he sees the hare. Since he had taken the time to come here and not just waved a big flag to settle things directly, he naturally expected tangible benefits. The transportation cooperation with Panda's side guaranteed a minimum income of 100,000 Yuan Force in the first month. Put simply, if the benefits were less, Tao Yu couldn't be bothered with pleasantries, and would just let things take their own course. In any case, it was a dead end, no difference. "What do you want?" In the end, Wino opened his eyes and spoke. With the help of the Wild Wolf gang, and using threats and some verbal promises, he had already put together a team from the outer city. But he knew how troublesome the aliens were, relying only on a mob was meaningless, a core was necessary. He had no way with people from the inner city and could only pay more to ask two guys for help, while it was difficult to find better stuff than this in the outer city. In terms of cost effectiveness, the Grade A dynamic vision was quite suitable for such environments. Those beasts were adept at ambushes, and such perception class high-level talents were truly indispensable. The importance was not much less than that of the two guys who were hired for a hefty fee. If he didn't perceive the aliens in advance, his two guys would be ambushed and would die too. "I need a good weapon, preferably one that can kill them in one hit, and there should be the aliens that parasitized you coming out, right? They must be extremely strong, including those Python aliens." Tao Yu directly stated his demands, using the advice Sun Xiu had given him on the spot. "That's possible." Wino nodded in agreement. The stronger Tao Yu was, the more likely he was to save him. A-grade dynamic vision did indeed deserve a good gun. "Also, I need some skills. You've seen that lately I've been learning Wanliu Dojo's myriad streams 5 forms and haven't spent much time practicing shooting, so I lack some advanced shooting skills, not to mention I don't have enough Yuan Force for accelerated learning." Now that the other party had opened up, Tao Yu naturally started tearing things up bit by bit. "Fine, I can find you some shooting skills and support you with some Yuan Force as a reward. Wino took a deep breath and agreed. Because this too was something that could increase the likelihood of rescuing him, even if it pained him, he had to agree first. Thinking of the remuneration he had paid to the two guys, he was already under a lot of strain, and now he had to make an additional expenditure. His family's tolerance towards him probably wasn't much. He would have to swallow his pride and borrow some high-interest loans from outside. The key was that in his current situation, it was very hard to get a high-interest loan. Also, I'm currently at the site chosen for the new gathering, and I probably need a month and a half of training time to forge myself to the utmost before setting off to rescue you. Can you hold on, big brother Wino? Tao Yu then further made his demands, a precautionary measure in case he had no chance to resolve the debt issue, so as not to delay his own business. Tao Yu didn't consider himself to be a clever person capable of devising foolproof, meticulous plans. For him, the so-called plans and schemes were best prepared in abundance, flexibly adjusted according to the different actual circumstances. A month and a half? And the time it takes to travel, how can this be? Wino was becoming somewhat irate. That can't be helped. I've also taken on a mission issued by Miss Son of the Suns. If it doesn't work out then I can only apologize. Tao Yu's words directly silenced Wino, who looked at him with eyes full of uncertainty and apprehension. Miss Sun personally issued you a mission. Yet. How about I ask them for mercy when I complete the mission, to come rescue you? Tao Yu said curiously. No need to trouble them, no trouble at all. The new gathering place is just starting up, how can it be worthy of the trouble of the two dignitaries? Wino repeatedly waved his hands. Of course, in his heart, he hoped it would really bring those two into action. But, now he really didn't deserve it. Lackluster talent and captured by aliens, he couldn't even escape on his own now. This waste asking two floating city distinguished figures for help? What right did he have to make such a request? Blundering into making such an inopportune request might even lead to his family giving up on him actively. Fine, I agree to your demands. I will also invite two friends to help. The team gathered from the outer city will convene at the gathering place, and then you can set off together. Chapter 109, The Effects of Meditation Technique. Although it's not a Yuan Force item, it's still pretty good, truly inner city quality. Tao Yu looked at the multifunctional rifle with a sci-fi feel in his hand and was full of admiration. The next morning, Master Jin showed up at his doorstep with sincerity. AT-200, that was the model of the gun, which aesthetically was somewhat boxy and felt a bit bulky, yet the edges had a streamlined feel to them. It was equipped with 2 magazines, AP, armor-piercing, rounds and high explosive, rounds. Each magazine contained 50 AP rounds and 10 mini grenades. The key point was the high range of the bullets used. The effective range of the AP rounds could reach 800 meters, and they were extremely precise. With a scope attached, it could be used as a sniper rifle and was also capable of rapid fire. The mini grenades could reach a range of 200 meters. The main feature was its comprehensive functionality. It could be said to be quite suitable as a primary weapon for a multifunctional rifle. The warlord's sidearm is enough for a pistol, this one is a good complement. Tao Yu mounted a scope, lifted the rifle, and aimed it swiftly a few times, finding it very smooth to use. The downside was that AP rounds cost 3 Yuan Force points each, and He rounds cost 10 Yuan Force points each. Definitely unnecessary for clearing out zombies. At this point, the advantage of the warlord's sidearm's ability to slowly recover air bullets became evident. Besides, Tao Yu also had a set of Yuan Force absorption skills in front of him, which could be added to 20 bullets. However, Tao Yu guessed that absorbing 10 would be enough for him. Each bullet carried about 10 points of Yuan Force, and after absorption, he gained an intuitive shooting. Intuitive shooting LV1 allows for high accuracy attacks based on feeling. The higher the basic shooting skill and mental strength, the better the effect. Without a doubt, this was a shooting skill with Yuan Force characteristics that had a very good assisting effect and was highly practical. The deification cost was also not expensive, just over 100. Tao Yu did not hesitate to complete the deification. Intuitive shooting modified LV1 can discern the best shooting spots on the enemy, and can attach mental strength to the bullet, stackable. Similar to the deification of basic shooting, but with an additional ability to discern the best shooting points, and that instinctive feeling when shooting was also enhanced. Although Tao Yu had not actively trained much in shooting abilities, But with his talent and the boost from this new skill, he reckoned he could now be comparable to a pioneer with high talent specialized in shooting abilities. No wonder they say dynamic vision develops quickly. A good gun combined with a few skills can easily do explosive damage and turn into a mobile artillery. What followed was a magnetic card worth 5,000 Yuan Force points. Better than nothing. Tao Yu raised his hand to absorb the Yuan Force from the magnetic card, and after confirming his gains, he also spoke to Master Jin, who had come to deliver the goods. "I've received the goods, Master Jin, you may go back now. Recently you're clashing with the Skull Gang, so you should be cautious. I'm going to practice my shooting skills and get familiar with the firearms." The tall Master Jin showed a relaxed smile and said, "From now on, Brother Tao Yu is one of us. Don't worry, we are the ones on the offensive against the Skull Gang. Young Master Wino has been overseeing us here lately." "Oh, I see. With Brother Wino here, there's indeed nothing to worry about." Tao Yu waved cheerily and watched Master Jin leave. "If every enemy I face somehow gets exterminated without a trace, wouldn't that be too obvious? Guesses don't need evidence after all." Tao Yu leaned against the door, pondering as he watched Master Jin's retreating figure. It seemed there weren't any major issues at the moment. The Li family got wiped out due to the secret of the blood orchid by their partners. What did that have to do with a pitiful, weak, and helpless individual from the outer city? The Wild Wolf Gang and Wino forced the Skull Gang into a corner, and that had nothing to do with him either. He was their collaborator, their partner. "Today, I'll practice meditation. The improvement is quite noticeable now." Yesterday, Tao Yu went to hand in a task and encountered some matters, so he went to the practice field. Now, in terms of actual efficiency, it was the meditation technique he had just acquired that yielded higher results. It increased the speed of mental recovery, and combined with the concentration necklace, he could extend the duration of his shadow evasion, saving money. Looking at the motorcycle in the room and the roughly reassembled simple bedding, Tao Yu felt that it was time to renovate his home. Nonetheless, he directly sat cross-legged on the bed and began his practice of the meditation technique. "Once I get proficient, I should be able to do meditation technique and breathing technique together. Although it consumes more Yuan Force, it saves time." With these thoughts in mind, Tao Yu also visualized the visualization diagram in his head. With the concentration of spiritual power, Tao Yu successfully subdued the scattered thoughts with the visualization diagram and achieved the unification of will. Then, using his thoughts as a hammer, he constantly polished his spiritual power. It was as if a grating screech echoed in his mind, with spiritual power continuously being squeezed, forged, and ground by his thoughts acting like gears, and spiritual power like lubricant mixed with sand. With each pass, it was purified once more. As he had just begun practicing the meditation technique and coupled with the consumption of over 100 Yuan Force every hour, Tao Yu fully experienced a period of explosive enhancement similar to when he first learned the breathing technique. It even made him irresistibly adjust the Yuan Force acceleration to 200. The feeling that each grinding removed the dust from the mirror, clearing his mind further, made Tao Yu reluctant to stop. Truly, this is a power that transcends the ordinary. Time imperceptibly passed, and by the time Tao Yu opened his eyes, the sky had already started to dim. Since he had arranged not to be disturbed by his family, Tao Yu's practice went smoothly. His mind had never been as clear as it was at that moment. However, as Tao Yu finished his practice, a sudden sense of weakness spread through his body, nearly making his vision black out. Fortunately, his mental immunity completely stabilized against this backlash. When Tao Yu looked down, he was horrified to discover that his once strong body was now emaciated, as if it was merely skin and bones. "What's this?" Tao Yu was dismayed. With one proof forever proof, he could nearly exert his full strength as long as he had the stamina, and this was the first time he had felt such weakness. It felt as though his stamina was almost depleted, and he would collapse right there on the spot. If it wasn't for his second deification of the breathing technique, which drew in free energy to sustain the last bit of energy, he would have been immobilized by now. Then Tao Yu remembered the words Sun Xiu had reminded him when she first taught him. Spiritual energy is nourished by qi blood. You've already grasped qi blood, which can have an auxiliary effect, but be careful not to overdo it. Though, at your current level, you don't need to worry about that. Afterward, Tao Yu endured the soreness in his body and first used 100 Yuan Force for a certain amount of replenishment, somewhat reviving his energy like a stream of living water. Then, relying on the stamina of one proof forever proof, he directly took out 2 tubes of nutrient paste and squeezed them into his mouth, digesting them swiftly. With the nutrient paste supplementing him, Tao Yu began to feel warmth in his body again and his qi blood started to recover. Once his body had improved slightly, he consumed all the qi replenishing pills he had bought the day before and initiated the swallowing essence skill to digest them quickly using his qi blood. I almost had to use Yuan Force for a direct recovery. Tao Yu felt the swallowing essence skill rapidly absorbing the potency of the qi replenishing pills, swiftly refilling and repairing his body, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. His training effect was too strong. The usual meditation technique was still manageable, but after his own deification process and with the acceleration of 200 every hour, coupled with the increased explosive period, a day's training nearly drained him completely. His lack of experience and the rapid enhancement of his spiritual side led to his deep involvement, causing him to neglect his body. But luckily, he could remedy it with Yuan Force and food, otherwise, it would have been really awkward. This must be due to the initial improvement window period, but the effect is indeed strong. A gleam seemed to shine in Tao Yu's eyes, and his body slowly but continuously swelled up with vitality. Then he raised his finger and plucked a strand of hair to place it in front of his eyes. As he let go, the strand of hair simply floated in the air, no longer falling. Unfortunately, this is just a passive effect brought about by the meditation technique modified, a demonstration of a certain level of refinement between thoughts and spiritual power, and for now, it has no practical value. However, it definitely adds to the overlay of fist intention, and there are bullets with added spiritual force. He thought of the terrifying burst of telekinesis from Sun Xiu, which must have been the result of a combination of talent and skill enhancements. The meditation technique wasn't an attack skill, this was just a reflection of how much his spiritual aspect had improved in a day. Besides passive effects like an increased mental capacity and faster thought processes, to make practical use of it, he would have to rely on the talent of fist intent and skills like the enhanced bullets. Once all the qi replenishing pills he had bought were digested, Tao Yu's body recovered once more, although his face still lacked some color, prompting him to consume 2 more tubes of even better but definitely more expensive nutrient paste. I didn't buy enough qi replenishing pills. Now with enough money, I feel like having 100 on me would be fine. It's much more cost-effective than recovering with Yuan Force. After ingesting 2 more tubes of nutrient paste, Tao Yu finally felt completely recovered. He slowly stood up then, moving his body which creaked resoundingly. Now I have 2 skills that can add a mental shock to the bullets, and with the purification of the meditation technique, the effect should be stronger. Tao Yu did a few stretching exercises, which made a sound like a taut bowstring. Looking outside at the darkening sky, his gaze grew deeper. It was time for a test. Chapter 110, Celebration. The Wild Wolf Gang, one of the gang forces in the outer southern area of South City, rose to power much like many other fluctuating outer city forces, through the remarkable talents and decent strength of its founder. With grade A agility, even just with ordinary combat skills, the status of grade A still earned him some initial investment. It gave this lone wolf, who came from the bottom of the outer city, the capital to rise. Having talent, daring to stake his life, plus some sponsorship and luck, ultimately led to the present Wild Wolf Gang, which had a resounding reputation across the whole southern area. The gang leader of the Wild Wolf Gang also self-proclaimed himself the Wolf King, and he had 4 top lieutenants under him. He controlled the gambling dens and flesh businesses in 2 of the town fortresses and also had a supply channel for happiness from inner city. Sustained by the gang's provisions, this Wolf King, who had the chance to enter inner city but still chose to stay rooted in the outer city, was indeed among the top tier there. Because of this, the Wild Wolf Gang had a separate small base in the outer city. The exterior was similar to a fortress, encircled with barbed wire and discarded oil drums, and inside densely resided some of the core members of the Wild Wolf Gang. Although smaller in scale compared to those fortresses, this was an area exclusively belonging to the Wild Wolf Gang. Beyond this core mini-fortress, the residences of some other members of the Wild Wolf Gang surrounded the area, which was already quite impressive in the outer city. And these past few days, the stronghold of the Wild Wolf Gang was lit up throughout the night, with the oil lamps burning all night long, and from time to time, there would be bursts of cheers and laughter. In the center of the stronghold, it wasn't where the gang leader, the Wolf King, resided, but rather a warehouse-like hall. It was in the center of this warehouse. Today there was a tall bonfire, and with the oil lamps lit up around it, despite lacking any circuitry, it was still quite bright inside. In front of the bonfire, some unknown types of meat were being roasted, a large group of people reveling without restraint, holding big bowls of liquor and taking big bites of meat. Some were even using happiness, or puffing smoke, filling the air with a smoky smell. Brothers, we've recently managed to suppress the Skull Gang, and although our turf hasn't expanded much, our income sources have at least increased by a quarter. In front of the fire in the C-spot area, a lean man under 1 m stood up, raising his wooden wine cup with a domineering shout that did not match his frame. The muddy liquor spilled out, and this Wolf King of the southern area successfully ignited the atmosphere at the scene, drawing cheers. An increase in income sources by a quarter meant that everyone's Yuan Force income could increase too. Being able to maintain such a vast gang, the Wolf King had the lion's share, but the distribution was still quite fair, at least their core members earned far more than the ordinary people of the outer city. Here, we've got to thank our young master, Wino. If not for him, that old skull wouldn't have given in so easily. But everyone still needs to be on guard. That old skull is certainly biding his time, plotting mischief. We can't let the meat that's at our mouths be spat out again. The Wolf King once again thanked Wino sitting next to him, and Wino, now having put aside much of his pride as an inner-city rich kid, also raised his cup and said, "Be it the outer city or inner city, we speak with strength. Every rule and regulation waits to be broken. As long as strength is on our side, you needn't worry about the Skull Gang's retaliation. Thank you, young Master Wino. Thank you for the gang leader's generosity. Long live the Wild Wolf Gang." Ha ha ha. There was no formal meeting like a company conference. These kinds of gang gatherings were so simple and unsophisticated, a group of people reveling heedlessly. As everyone entered a time of celebration and revelry, the Wolf King turned back to Wino with a smile and said, "Young Master Wino, everything is ready now, but do we really have to wait so long for that kid? You want me to pull some strings? Don't mess around." Wino quickly stopped him, but then went on with a somewhat gloomy face. "Whether he's flying a false flag or not, he has agreed, so we'll let him do his thing for now. The longer he takes, the better prepared we'll be." "Is he that important?" The Wolf King was somewhat astonished. In truth, he only said that to tease a bit. With Tao Yu getting support from Wanliu Dojo and the proxy deputy captain, he would not touch bad luck without having strong backing. But seeing Wino's attitude, it seemed he really placed great importance on that kid. Although he shared a grade A talent not inferior to his own, in the outer city area, a grade A talent was not necessarily guaranteed a smooth growth. It was precisely because the gap with the foundation of the inner city area was too vast, and his talent wasn't fit for mechanical enhancements or alien implantations, that the Wolf King chose rather to be a free overlord in the outer city area. It's very important. His role in this rescue operation is as critical as my two friends. Those aliens are extremely adept at ambushes. His great dynamic vision is not only quick to shape into combat strength but will also help in giving advance warnings." As Wino said this, a cruel smile spread across his face. "But a loser who cannot see his own situation, thinking he's got me cornered, will surely get a taste of his own medicine once I'm out of danger." Initially, Wino didn't think much of Tao Yu and had already lowered his posture and pride. However, Tao Yu took the opportunity to extort him mercilessly. This was a grievance he truly couldn't swallow. "Haha, find me when you need help with that, just say the word." The Wolf King said cheerfully but inwardly looked down on Wino a bit. So petty. The resources have already been invested, why not treat it as an investment to turn hostility into friendship? He himself rose from having a grade A talent in the outer city. PSSH, inner city folks really don't know how to play the game. Even though Wino's talent didn't seem impressive to the Wolf King, being from an inner city family with alien ancestry and having access to a cheaper happiness supply, as long as creak creak. Although the place had become somewhat noisy, the Wolf King, with his grade A agility and a host of related skills, still keenly detected an unusual sound. He then frowned and stood up, looking toward the direction of the gate. "What's wrong?" Wino asked the guy, as he seemed a bit off. "Don't know, there's some noise at the main gate, like the friction of metal chains." The Wolf King was also a bit uncertain. His banquet hall was simply a warehouse, with metal doors that were currently closed. There were also younger brothers standing guard outside, but this abrupt noise had sparked a sense of unease in him. "Nifei, go take a look at the gate, will you?" The Wolf King turned to a muscular man who was reaching his hand inside a dancer's clothes and ordered. The man with a scar over one eye grumbled a bit, then reluctantly stood up and walked towards the main gate. However, before he even reached the gate, bang! A bullet had already pierced through his head, bringing up a spray of blood. Rat-a-tat rat-a-tat. The sound of an assault rifle's burst fire followed. Pfft. Enemy attack. Ugh. Where? Who is it? Who? As the bullets poured down, what was once a joyous atmosphere instantly turned into a bloodbath, a scene of carnage. Even though these men were the core members of the Wild Wolf Gang, the real elites. Even though the weakest among them possessed the limits of human physical strength, with many mastering grade 5 skills, each individual could be considered a powerhouse in the outer city. Grade C combat talents were commonplace, and there were 4 or 5 at grade B. But against bullets aimed precisely at their heads, their mortal bodies were meaningless. Human limits? If the skull is blown open, one is still doomed. Grade 5 skills? There isn't even a chance to fire back once the bullet hits the brain. All the hard training, all the hidden cards, all the strength became irrelevant in the face of that lone figure unceasingly firing his dual-wielded assault rifles. Just one man managed to achieve complete fire suppression, just one man turned it into a one-sided massacre. Fully armed with a tactical suit, his face entirely concealed by a tactical helmet. Dual-wielded assault rifles, with 4 more slung on his back. No need to reload the magazines, just throw the spent one away, grabbing a new one and resuming the shooting. The enemy casually strolled through the hall like it was a garden, taking lives with each step, as if performing a deadly waltz. Whoever ran fast was targeted, whoever tried to take cover got shot, whoever tried to reach for a gun died. The occasional precise counter shots seemed to be anticipated by him, not by rapid movements, but he always managed to let the bullets whiz past. And the few who had a chance to strike back were promptly targeted and couldn't even start a second round. After just 2 rounds, only 3 or 4 people remained, hiding behind cover within the once cheerful hall. Skull Gang! How dare you! Having dodged to cover through the barrage due to his talent and ability, the Wolf King caught a glimpse of the assailant's gear. A standard set of tactical equipment. But his combat suit, bulletproof vest, tactical helmet, even the assault rifle in his hands, all bore the unique skull mark of the Skull Gang. Just one man. Merely one single man had almost completely wiped out his laboriously gathered elite underlings. The hatred he felt even outweighed the fear in the Wolf King's heart. Who on earth was it? There must have been a traitor who led them here. Otherwise, how could they bypass such tight security and sneak in unnoticed? What about the people outside? Were they all dead? Why was there no sound or warning? If there had been as much as a hint, it wouldn't have come to this. They could have riddled the enemy with bullets had they faced him just one-on-one. Chapter 111, Dead. Tao Yu released the assault rifles he was dual-wielding, allowing them to fall to the ground before drawing the last 2 from behind. The 100 or so bullets fired before had already taken care of most of the targets here. The combination of intuitive shooting modified plus basic shooting modified gave Tao Yu a terrifying hit rate. Deified basic shooting could modify bullet trajectories, but apart from the substantial concentration it consumed, small adjustments were mentally taxing. It was simple for single shots, but the effect was best for automatic fire at a single target. For multiple targets, he mainly relied on his own dynamic vision combined with passive gun handling to lock on. But now, with intuitive shooting coming into play, it was subconscious shooting. As long as he had a rough idea that it was ahead, combined with his increasingly proficient shooting skills and fine adjustments, it was just like hanging locks on targets. As long as a brain couldn't withstand a single shot and was suddenly caught off guard, death was certain. The scene was obviously celebrating, and although many people wore bulletproof vests, most had taken off their helmets. Only a few with iron masks and similar attire on their faces were easily taken care of by Tao Yu as he added shadow force to his shots. It seemed that shadow force could erode along the cracks formed by bullet impacts, killing those few with head protection with 1 or 2 shots. The initial combat result of the new skill was quite impressive. Skills were inexpensive, deification costing just over 100, but offered an extremely high cost-performance ratio. I have always been strong in bursts, and now my ability to clean up the riffraff has also significantly improved, he mused. Tao Yu thought to himself, while also lifting his gaze to lock onto the direction of several containers. Those rusty containers themselves seemed to be makeshift rest areas and bathrooms within the warehouse, simply made out of containers for convenience. Now, they served as cover for the last 4 survivors. The commanding Wild Wolf Gang leader, Gold Master, Wino, and another guy whose name was unknown before. Due to the high lethality of firearms and grenades, Tao Yu chose not to risk being counter-fired upon and instead prioritized targets based on who drew their guns first, rather than going for the strongest. Therefore, it was inevitable that these few quickest to react and move survived. Who are you really? How much did the Skull Gang pay you? We are stronger in both finances and force, we could have given you more. The Wolf King snarled from his hiding place, roaring in impotent rage. His painstakingly gathered elite had been decimated overnight, nearly wiped out. Dealing with the Skull Gang for so many years, he knew they didn't have such skilled individuals. This must have been external hired guns combined with internal traitors working together. Facing these accusations, Tao Yu simply smiled lightly. Then, using Qi blood to drive energy to his vocal cords, he spoke through the helmet in a husky voice. Oh? You can offer more than the Skull Gang did? If you pay me now, I might consider sparing the four of you, and even returning the favor is not out of the question. The tone of Tao Yu's voice made it impossible to discern his age or gender. Facing Tao Yu's proposition, the Wolf King just sneered coldly. Are you dreaming? I've overused that line myself. Besides a few greenhorns, who would actually pay up? After forging such a deep enmity, he presumed, even if money was accepted, it was certain to eradicate the root of the trouble. At that moment, Wino, also taking cover there, spoke with a gloomy expression. Killing your way here solo, wiping out the core members of the Wild Wolf Gang with ease, such strength can't belong to a nobody in inner city. Are you lone gunman or wilderness hunter? You guess. Tao Yu didn't know who those two were, probably notable titles like bounty hunters or partners. But obviously, he wasn't going to reveal anything voluntarily. Humph, no matter who you are, what you've done is overstepping. Even if I'm out of favor now, attacking me is making an enemy of our family. Let's end today's incident here, and I can pretend it never happened. Wino said, casting a glance at the Wolf King beside him. The Wolf King, with a grave expression, nodded and began to move stealthily towards the other side of the container, crouching in a silent stride. He also pulled a folded hood from his chest and slipped it on, it evidently offered some protection. Although he wouldn't be fully armed during the celebration, as an old wolf, he would always have some precautions for emergencies. He never parted with his bulletproof vest, and the bulletproof hood was also kept ready just in case. In this dog-eat-dog world, pure compromise was pointless. Initially caught off guard, it wasn't that they had no chance of winning now. As the Wolf King was making his way towards the other side of the container, Wino signaled to Master Jin and another survivor behind another container to make some noise on the other side. They were all people who had licked the blade's edge, and although they were somewhat fearful of the heavy losses in the blink of an eye, they all set off towards the other side as well. Since they didn't possess the Wolf King's skills, they were soon noticed by Tao Yu, who turned his head to glance in that direction. It was in the instant that Tao Yu turned his head. A nimble silhouette violently burst forth, rapidly lunging from the opposite direction of Tao Yu's turned head, while swiftly employing snakeskin maneuvers and simultaneously raising his pistol to fire at Tao Yu. The Wolf King, having just burst out and seeing the direction of Tao Yu's slight turn, curved the corners of his mouth into a smile. He had won. He had been through countless moments of turning the tables like this over the years. Having grown up in a garbage dump, he had scraped by until he turned 18, truly born in the lowest tier of the outer city. By virtue of his talent, he had finally climbed to his current position after experiencing numerous critical moments. He possessed grade A agility. A whole set of skills tailored to complement his talent, in addition to the wealth accumulated over the years by the Wild Wolf Gang. Even in the inner city, he could hold his ground firmly. It was only because he had no talent in mechanics or the mutant category, and lacked the connections in the inner city, that earning resources wasn't as good as just staying here after all. Do they truly take me, the Wolf King, for a sick dog? The elite forces he had accumulated over the years were now almost completely wiped out in a single day, and now, it was time to exact blood for blood. What inner city bounty hunters, what partners, what lone gunman, what wilderness hunter, no matter who you are, you're going to die. Die. The Wolf King seized the opportunity and immediately burst forth with all his strength. While harnessing his proud speed and reflexes, he closed in, shooting in the style of gunplay. With dual pistols in hand and fluid, graceful movements intrinsic to the Wolf King himself, the sequence was indeed spectacularly smooth. However, no sooner had he come out and exchanged a few shots with Tao Yu. Suddenly, his head jerked back, a bloody hole appearing in his eye socket, blood spurting out. The next moment his entire head was riddled with follow-up bullets, his skull cap was lifted, held back only by his hood, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. Tao Yu, who had merely glanced at the Wolf King's corpse, merely tilted his head casually, letting the bullet graze his helmet, leaving a scratch as it whizzed by. To Tao Yu, endowed with the three major spirit perception skills Crane Form Modified, Warlord's Sidearm, and Meditation Technique Modified, the burst of malice that had suddenly erupted seemed glaringly obvious. He naturally entered bullet time. While minutely adjusting the aim and firing back almost simultaneously, he also caught sight of the opponent's muzzle direction and bullet trajectory. Although far from as fast as a bullet, easily capturing the trajectory and finding the best way to respond was not a problem. Not wanting to test the quality of his helmet, nor to bet on the opponent's bullets, Tao Yu definitely preferred to dodge first as a sign of respect. Before Master Jin and the other survivor even showed themselves, the Wolf King had already bitten the dust and collapsed, casting a sudden silence over the scene. The Wolf King? Is this all there is to it? How did you even climb to the top? How did you die just like that? Died so easily. Blind were our dog eyes. Brother, I'm actually not from the Wild Wolf Gang, I'm out of this mess. After a moment of silence, Wino spoke out. He even quickly received agreement from Master Jin and the other survivor. Yeah, nor am I, I've already left the Wild Wolf Gang. From now on, the Wild Wolf Gang is no more, all their territory belongs to the Skull Gang. Chapter 112, The Pot. Hearing the sounds that followed one after the other, Tao Yu also felt somewhat stunned at the bottom of his heart. But this was reality, and reality had always been so direct and cruel. Since it has come to this, let it be then. As Tao Yu spoke, he also gradually retreated and hid in a corner. Even though Tao Yu had already made his statement, the three people behind him did not dare to show their faces. It was still Wino who swept a cold glance at the two men and said, "Go out and check. Otherwise, I'll kill you first." This cold voice made Jin Shifu's heart tighten, and together with another survivor, they stiffened their scalps and walked out. Stepping out cautiously, they found that the anticipated attack did not occur, which caught them happily off guard. "It's safe now, young Master Wino. Let's hurry and leave." Seeing that the two people were unharmed, Wino also breathed a sigh of relief. Getting pulled into the mess between the Skull Gang and Wild Wolf Gang was really bad luck. Ever since the day he awoke, it had been an ill-fated year. With lackluster talent, he also encountered nothing but misfortune. Wino, who hailed from the inner city, felt that he was involved by accident, and seeing the two key members unharmed, it seemed that the assassin indeed had achieved his goal. After all, the gang leader of the Wild Wolf Gang and the majority of the core members had died. There was no need to attack someone like him, a child of the inner city, and provoke the wrath of his family. It's all about taking money to rid others of disasters, no one paid to take my life. As Wino pondered this, maintaining his vigilance, he left the hiding spot, tested the waters a few times, and upon realizing all was safe, suddenly accelerated towards the gate. No matter what, it was best to leave quickly. But when he reached out to push the metal door, the clattering sound of chains outside made him pause in surprise. The metal doors had only budged slightly and become deformed, and through the gap, Wino could see outside there were chains wrapped around at least 10 times. Had that guy previously locked the door from the outside? To prevent escape? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than his scalp tingled and he suddenly threw himself backward. Da-da! The sound of gunfire sounded, and several sprays of blood emerged from Wino's body and legs. However, the soul-rending pain that followed caused Wino to let out 2 muffled grunts. Even with his physique, he did not manage to roll over and get up immediately after falling to the ground. This satisfied Tao Yu, who tested the power of his shots. The purified mental power from Meditation Technique Modified indeed had increased the power of the mental assault, especially now that the mental attack was doubly stacked. A few casual shots could incapacitate an inner-city child like him from getting up immediately. Mental attack. Wino swayed as he propped himself up from the ground, emitting a hoarse voice, his face a mask of misery. "Senior partner, lethal bullet." Hearing the other party's words, Tao Yu also had a face full of confusion. It must refer to someone capable of imbuing bullets with a mental attack. But as a senior partner, he certainly was among the top echelon in the inner city. Tao Yu realized he still fell short compared to such individuals. However, if their styles were similar, it seemed like he could have found a future scapegoat. Wino's words also caused the trembling Jin Shifu and the other survivor beside him to drastically change color. A senior partner? What have we done to deserve the intervention of such a top entity from the inner city? You know too much. Da-da-da. Having tested the power of the mental attack, Tao Yu quickly finished off Wino with a few shots, and bullets instantaneously penetrated Wino's eye sockets. However, his skull, altered by his alien form, was much harder than the Wolf King's. A few shots failed to significantly alter its shape. Even though normal bullets without armor-piercing capabilities should have been able to withstand a few hits against his skull, the thought of it intrigued Tao Yu. He just happened to want to make another zombie, and this guy had a good physique. Although it needed to remain hidden from the light, modifying its appearance and keeping it concealed in the shadows could be useful for Cao Shaolin's daily activities. We don't know anything. We didn't hear anything. Jin Shifu, over 1.9 meters tall, now looked like a small wife as he turned and shot his last companion, falling to his knees with a thud. My lord, I'm willing to be a workhorse. Then give me your Yuan Force, said Tao Yu, looking at Jin Shifu's adaptable demeanor, and blurted out. This caused Jin Shifu's expression to freeze, before turning bitter. If you don't want to give it, never mind then, but still say thank you. Tao Yu couldn't be bothered to wait any longer and raised the muzzle of his gun. And at that sight, Jin Shifu's eyes widened. Wait a minute, the voice at the end didn't seem to change anymore, it sounded familiar? Why thank me? Bang! As the bullet pierced his brain, Master Jin's last bit of consciousness seemed to grasp a sudden enlightenment, the big boy who laughed and thanked him when delivering goods during the day. So it was I who told him Wino was here. So his target was originally Wino. So the Wild Wolf Gang was just incidental. The gang leader is confused. Skull Gang's home base. The gang leader of the Skull Gang, Old Skull, watched his stripped subordinates' corpses, his face also filled with angry expression. That damned kid is going too far. Gang leader, endure it. The inner city people are helping him now. Humph, sooner or later, they will pay with their blood. To prevent his brothers from losing heart, Old Skull still showed great anger on the surface, then stormed back to his residence and shut the door. Tisk. A pauper. How can he be so poor? After setting the whole Wild Wolf Gang's home base ablaze with their own bonfire and gasoline, Tao Yu brought Wino's body and a bit of loot to the vicinity of the garbage mountain. Because he was worried that Wino might have some self-destructive abilities, Tao Yu let Cao Shaolin come out from the shadows to test. But in the end, he found that this inner city young master's worth wasn't even as high as that of the gang leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. The most valuable thing on his body was a frenzy potion that could absorb 1,000 units of Yuan Force. The potion was restricted for use by those with alien body grafts. It could greatly increase vitality, strength, agility, defense, and body size, but the side effect was a reduction in rationality. This reminded Tao Yu of the way Wino looked when he last faced the alien. I have mental immunity. If it wasn't for the fact that my body couldn't take it without alien grafts, I could actually keep it. Tao Yu felt slightly regretful, but safety first, he decided to absorb it as Yuan Force anyway. As for the gang leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, he had various small but useful Yuan Force items on him. There were 2 pairs of wrist and knee guards, identical to those owned by the rich lizard women. The set had broken before, and now it was a good replacement. There was also a badge that could conceal one's scent. Though it was nowhere near as good as his own shadow evasion, when using only his 2 passive concealment skills, it was still somewhat useful. For now, he used the badge on Wino's hidden body. Although Tao Yu wanted to use Wino's body for corpse refinement, it was clearly not something he would hide at home before taking it away, the risk was too great. He would come back at night to retrieve it. The rest of the odds and ends were directly absorbed as Yuan Force. All in all, it highlighted the poverty of the gang members, adding Wino's potion for a total of about 3,000 Yuan Force. Well, better than nothing, at least the employer is dead, no need to waste time saving him. Compared to these trifles, Wino had already provided some decent things previously. Overall, it was quite a good deal. After a comfortable rest for the latter half of the night, Tao Yu woke up early in the morning to the sound of chaos outside. He faintly heard something like Wild Wolf Gang is finished. In an era where communication outside the city was all done by shouting, it was already pretty good for the news to have spread so quickly. It must be because the case was too severe. After washing up and stepping out of his house, Tao Yu could see the black smoke in the direction of the Wild Wolf Gang's location hadn't yet dissipated. It had burned all night, indeed, a persistent blaze. Brother! Something happened to the Wild Wolf Gang. I heard they were annihilated by the Skull Gang. Tao Shi, who was already at the farm, hurried over to share the rumor he had heard when he saw Tao Yu come out. What are you fussing about? Which rumors have you been listening to now? Tao Yu playfully smacked his brother on the head. It's true. I just saw Uncle Hu rushing over there with a bunch of people. Tao Shi protested. With everything being so chaotic recently, you should go out less and help out more with the farm. Or practice some skills more. In less than 2 years, you'll have to awaken too. Tao Yu took the opportunity to lecture his brother a bit. Oh, but it's really a bit chaotic. The Wild Wolf Gang was wiped out just like that. Looks like Uncle Hu will be busy again soon. Tao Shi seemed to really plan on staying low-key for a while. Meanwhile, Tao Yu had been planning to find time to visit Uncle Hu, but it seemed that would have to wait for now. He decided to head to the dojo to train and to stock up on some chi replenishing pills. The dojo master had said he would announce his identity as the true disciple. He wondered if Sun Shiking, that young master, had returned yet. Chapter 113, Status. The security team is ultimately still the strongest armed force in the outer city. Tao Yu walked on the street, watching as the vehicles of the security team sped by. The jeeps equipped with machine guns raced through the muddy roads, each one carrying fully armed members. Moreover, the spirit and energy of every member of the security team were quite outstanding, with an average level not weaker than the core members of the Wild Wolf Gang. In terms of numbers, they were at an overwhelming level. This average quality, paired with excellent equipment and systematic cooperative training. In front of the security team, those outer city gangs indeed didn't stand a chance. No exchange of fire. When Tao Yu arrived at the Hound Fortress, he had already seen some members of the security team escorting members of the Skull Gang away. There was some chaos but absolutely no fighting or gunshots. The members of the Skull Gang looked to be dressed normally, there seemed to be no struggle at all between the two sides. But these were not Tao Yu's concerns anymore. This time the security team was clearly serious. The commotion was big. It might even be more than just the security team from the South City that was in action. The other residents from the outer city were mostly discussing the matter too, with vivid descriptions. From the schadenfreude visible in the eyes of many people, it seemed that whether it was the Wild Wolf Gang or the Skull Gang, they were quite despised by the common people in the outer city. It's just that they usually dared not speak their anger. Speaking of disrespect toward local gangs, Tao Yu had first-hand experience. He had previously been swindled by lackeys of the Skull Gang, gaining nothing. The Wild Wolf Gang was also desperately poor. Tao Yu even heard the name of the Chaoyang Society. Some people hoped that the Chaoyang Society could take over the territories of the two gangs. Whether it's the Wild Wolf Gang or the Skull Gang, their leaders are actually from the grassroots of the outer city, but after they gained power, they turned around and lorded over the people of the outer city. Tao Yu could now enter the Hound Fortress by facial recognition. The guards had come to recognize this young partner. Did anyone from our Hound Fortress get caught? Tao Yu casually asked a guard he recognized. Yes, some of the people from the Wild Wolf Gang in the casino were taken away, but probably there's no relation. They're just survivors. The guard said offhandedly. Another guard by his side added. Hey, with the Wild Wolf Gang gone, it's uncertain who can step up. The Skull Gang's in bad shape too. Exactly. This fighting and killing always leads to us at the bottom suffering. It's a pain in the ass. The two guards seemed numb to the turmoil, yet they were also somewhat complaining. With each changeover of gangs, there was always a period of chaos. It was the norm in the outer city. After thanking them, Tao Yu continued on to the dojo. At this moment, he suddenly heard a familiar whooshing sound from the sky. Looking up, he saw Sun Xia riding a hovering motorbike descending from above. Tao Yu was quite surprised. Wasn't it Sun Shiking, that kid, who was supposed to come back? Hey? What a coincidence! Sun Xiu also noticed Tao Yu's gaze and raised an eyebrow. Then she directly let go of the motorbike and leaped down, her graceful figure slowly landing in front of Tao Yu. How's it going? Have you gotten the hang of the meditation technique yet? Getting the feel for it, just a bit more. Tao Yu looked at Sun Xiu's pretty face, his gaze beginning to unconsciously drift downwards, but he quickly steadied himself. Not yet mastered it. Sun Xiu frowned slightly. If you have any problems, you can ask me. Let me start by explaining the breathing technique. As she spoke, She also glanced in the direction outside the fortress several times. Is the outer city always this chaotic? Hearing this, Tao Yu felt that the big shot from floating city was a bit out of touch with the worldly affairs. Not always, just when there's a gang fight. Tao Yu took the initiative to lead the way in front. Passing the registration desk, she nodded at Yi Wei. The brother in charge of the registration desk quickly stood up when he saw Tao Yu and Sun Xiu, his facial expression a bit restrained. He had just witnessed Sun Xiu descending from the sky on a jet ski. She had come down from floating city. Although Sun Xiu was very pretty, especially in her tight battle suit which made her figure even more eye-catching, he did not dare to look too intently and trembled with his head lowered. Not just him, but everyone nearby, whether they were registering or were students, had the same attitude. This was the normal posture for outsiders upon encountering big shots. This reminded Tao Yu of the assessment she once received from that kid, Sun Shiking. Well, perhaps her own mindset really was a bit different from theirs. I apologize for not coming out to meet you, said the approaching dojo master Lu Yi, his face also filled with surprise and uncertainty, likely sensing the breaking sound of the jet ski earlier. He had indeed grasped the implication in Tao Yu's previous words, thinking she might let him pass on the breathing technique. But he had never imagined that a greeting would result in the young miss coming in person. What an honor it was! Master Lu Yi held some influence in the South City and vaguely knew of her high status, someone not to be taken lightly even in floating city. I just came by to take a look. You can teach him the accompanying skills together with the breathing technique, Sun Xiu said, without giving Lu Yi a second glance, her indifferent to his enthusiastic attitude, stating her purpose straightforwardly. I would be more than happy. Tao Yu is highly talented, it is an honor for our dojo. Your dojo can take priority in settling accounts, replied Sun Xiu, not forcing Wanliu dojo into anything, indirectly bringing benefits to them with her visit. Previously, the free and discounted skills for the new development zone were split between the dojo and the company. But the rising numbers were, in fact, more beneficial to the dojo, as the cost of passing on skills wasn't high and it helped increase sales of Qi tonic soup, Qi replenishing pills, and ointments. The issue was that the company would settle accounts periodically and might encounter troublesome hitches, potentially having to grease the wheels only to be bled dry afterward. Now with Sun Xiu's personal visit and promise, it was a huge help to Wanliu dojo. Tao Yu stood by, once again feeling impressed by this young lass's capabilities. Perhaps it was a lack of understanding of worldly sufferings, but the training they had received since childhood was comprehensive. In the end, under Sun Xiu's witness, Tao Yu became a true disciple of Wanliu dojo, and Lu Yi took him as a direct disciple, making him Lu Yi's junior brother. He became part of the highest generational level in the dojo today. However, both Tao Yu and Lu Yi knew that it was just a title, with no real position or authority in the dojo. Qi replenishing pills and the like would still have to be bought with his own money. Even so, Tao Yu remained almost legendary among the dojo's students. Especially for Smith and the others who had started at the dojo with Tao Yu, it was as if they were living in a dream. In such a short time, such an earth-shaking change had occurred. Seeing Sun Xiu, who seemed utterly bored as the witness beside Tao Yu, everyone felt a deep reverence. It seemed as if all this was to be expected, as if it were perfectly reasonable. I am leaving now. I'll be here for 5 days. Here's a signal card for you. You can leave me a message if there's a problem, and I'll reply when I'm free, said Sun Xiu, waving at Tao Yu as she leaped onto the automatically returning jet ski, then soared up, leaving as cleanly and decisively as she had arrived. Tao Yu was holding a chip resembling a mobile phone card, which he could insert into his own watch for use within Starshine City. Although Tao Yu wasn't very familiar with signal technology, he knew that when he was about to embark on darker tasks, he'd probably have to remove that card. Haha, junior brother, you really have an unlimited future, remarked Lu Yi, who was standing nearby, his expression somewhat complicated. Not really. I still look forward to senior brother's guidance, Tao Yu responded. Master Lu Yi had been optimistic about Tao Yu before, and now, he felt they could communicate as equals, an impressive feat achieved in just 2 months. The gap made by the hand of a benefactor was indeed huge. Chapter 114, Myriad Streams Breathing Technique. It's no surprise he completed 5 forms as one so quickly, I didn't expect him to grasp the basics this fast. Sitting cross-legged in front of Tao Yu, Lu Yi, whose body was drenched in sweat and steaming, showed a look of emotion on his face. Not at all, it's because my senior brother was willing to put in great effort to guide me. Otherwise, with just the method alone, I wasn't sure if I could grasp it even in several months. Tao Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude. The myriad streams breathing method was a closely guarded secret of Wanliu Dojo, a power derived from a fragment of an old world in the development zone, which had already begun to touch upon transcendental levels of power. But for this very reason, beginning the myriad streams breathing method was extremely difficult, not just requiring 5 forms as one to hold chi blood as a base. Mastering it in a short time wasn't possible by relying on secret techniques or oral instruction alone. However, with Lu Yi personally guiding with his energy, it was somewhat similar to how Sun Xia's meditation technique used visualization diagrams to transmit, greatly accelerating the process, and Tao Yu managed to grasp the knack in just one go. Looking at Lu Yi, steaming with heat, it was clear that such guidance also placed a great burden on him, and Tao Yu could vaguely sense that Lu Yi was a bit drained, and his abilities might be slightly diminished for a short while. Haha, it's nothing. Just remember to replenish your nutrition when accelerating with Yuan Force later. The Chi tonic soup is quite good, and it should be enough when combined with the swallowing essence skill. Of course, I'll still need to bother my senior brother when I'm free. Not at all, I would ask for nothing more. Having learned the skill, Tao Yu exchanged pleasantries with Lu Yi for a while and then excused himself on the pretext of familiarizing himself with the breathing technique. The greatly fatigued Lu Yi did not see him off, but watched Tao Yu's departing figure and sighed softly. Young people truly have endless potential. Who could have imagined such a rapid rise when they first met? I wonder where he plans to take root in the future. If he continues to stay in the outer city, he may have the opportunity to change its structure. Lu Yi also had the ability to enter the inner city, but like the gang leader of the Wild Wolf gang, he earned a more stable income in the outer city, so he didn't consider moving to the inner city. Having made a name for himself in the new development zone, he's likely to choose the more stable environment of the inner city. Lu Yi thought to himself and also closed his eyes to begin recovering. He had no strong foundation in the old gathering place and usually went there every 5 days to arrange some procurement matters, focusing most of his energy on the present world. If one's main focus was the development zone, then the inner city offered a more comfortable environment. After leaving Lu Yi's wooden house, Tao Yu also began to concentrate on the newly acquired skill. Myriad Streams Breathing Method integrates chi blood to foster energy, uses energy to defeat enemies, and also hammers the internal organs to increase a certain physical limit. As the level of the breathing method increases, the physical limit can be further enhanced. Indeed, it had already touched upon the transcendental. Although Tao Yu had prematurely integrated energy using 5 forms as one and deification, he was still looking forward to the myriad streams breathing method, having felt the power of meditation technique. It's another ability that allows for an increase in the physical limit as the skill level goes up. Combined with the basic breathing technique of second deification and the Yuan Force on my body, it's really something to digest thoroughly. Tao Yu let out a breath, looked at the 1,500 points of Yuan Force consumed, went to the canteen to get several bowls of chi tonic soup to drink in advance, and then found a corner to choose deification. Gurgle gurgle. Sounds seemed to come from the marrow of his bones. Tao Yu could almost hear the flow of plasma within his body. A sensation of soreness followed by tingling swept over him continuously. Then came a sensation of relief as if after a massage. Myriad Streams Breathing Method Modified allows for stacking of energy, using this energy to cleanse marrow and renew blood, greatly increasing the body's physical limit. Feeling the strength after the deification, Tao Yu also felt a sense of joy in his heart. The basic breathing technique, with its second deification, had provided an additional boost to the internal organs. He already felt something completely different. The internal organs were like engines of the body. Every use of the basic breathing technique was an optimization. Although he hadn't exhausted his potential, Tao Yu could feel his physique improving. Previously, his sheer power might have been less than Little Black's, but before he returned, he had managed to draw even, and his recovery rate, endurance limits and so on had improved noticeably. This time, the Myriad Streams Breathing Method underwent its first deification. The consumption was only 1/20th of the second deification of the basic breathing technique, but the effects felt almost as strong. Even though the speed of cleansing the marrow and renewing the blood was not as fast as the basic breathing technique enhanced the internal organs, it was still an additional transformation of the body, stepping him ever closer to the transcendental path. Moreover, the Myriad Streams Breathing Method could be stacked with the basic breathing technique to receive its enhancements. Just as Sun Shiking had said before. The level of the initial skills is very important, as the cost effectiveness is the strongest during the first deification. When undergoing marrow cleansing and blood renewal, one can also consume a small amount of metal to strengthen the bones, which is truly quite good. The continuous improvement in the upper limit of physical qualities allowed Tao Yu to enter a burst phase in the short term, and the training effects of Yuan Force could be maximized. However, the consumption is indeed large. If it were not for the deification of the swallowing essence skill, I'm afraid I couldn't maintain normal cultivation just by ordinary meat. If I want to ensure the acceleration of Yuan Force, I really need to rely on Qi tonic soup, and the consumption will greatly increase. When he slowly tried it using the breathing technique to stimulate his vigor, the speed at which it consumed Qi blood also made Tao Yu click his tongue in wonder. This is the only downside of the deification skill, the consumption is too great. Qi tonic soup is made from the blood and flesh of Yuan Force creatures farmed in the old development zone, cooked according to a specific ratio. I need to find a stable channel for it. The new development zone is also ready to start the farming industry. But when it comes to farming aliens, their flesh and blood are indeed complicated. However, taking advantage of the cost-effective Qi tonic soup here, Tao Yu didn't waste time and just continued training and replenishing here without going back at night. Bang! A brick was crushed in Tao Yu's hand, and feeling that surge of power, he also started to contemplate. Vigor stacking has less potential in the long run compared to spirit refinement, but for short-term bursts, it might even be better. Spirit refinement can continuously polish the spirit with thoughts. Although the effect will diminish over time, it flows steadily and has a much higher limit. On the other hand, vigor, born from Qi blood, doesn't have an issue with purity. It's not inner strength, what matters is how much Qi blood it can stimulate. However, by stacking vigor, one's original vigor can be doubled or tripled. Tao Yu could now stimulate 5 different kinds of vigor to burst forth simultaneously with the myriad stream's 5 forms, greatly increasing his close-range destructive power. Before, even when I exerted all my strength, I could barely crack Little Black's exoskeleton after many physical attacks, and that was only by combining it with fist intention. Tao Yu looked at his fist, acknowledging that aliens were indeed battle weapons and beating them with bare hands was exhausting. Now, I should be able to kill it with one punch. 3 days. This was merely the result of Tao Yu practicing for 3 days. In those 3 days, Tao Yu poured Yuan Force into strengthening meditation technique modified, myriad streams breathing method modified, basic breathing technique modified 2nd edition, 5 forms as 1, and myriad streams 5 forms. Because he often practiced multiple skills at the same time, he poured in constant Yuan Force on top of buying Qi tonic soup, consuming tens of thousands of Yuan Force in just 3 days. The new development zone probably doesn't have sufficient nutrients to sustain such high intensity. The dojo master has been giving me strange looks these days. Tao Yu sighed. However, due to Sun Xiu's influence, no one else knew how many skills he had or how much Yuan Force he was spending on acceleration, so it didn't really matter. Combined with the talent boost from fist intention, these 3 days made me feel the window period effect I had when I first entered the abyss. But afterwards, I doubt I'll progress as quickly. Yet I can't afford to keep consuming Yuan Force at such a high rate. Tao Yu stretched his body, cracking sounds emanating from him. Although he hadn't reached the point of diminishing returns, the window period of the drastically increased upper limits from the 2 breathing techniques was over. Now, it was time for steady progress, polishing slowly with a higher cost effectiveness of Yuan Force consumption. Until he approached the upper limit again and entered diminishing returns. I hope that after over a month of corpse refinement back home, I can fully tap into my current potential. I have enough Yuan Force. Tao Yu pondered. If he saved his Yuan Force, he should also have enough for a second deification of bullet time, but that would leave him too stretched, too extreme. Moreover, comparing the second deification of the basic breathing technique with the first deification of the myriad streams breathing method, the cost effectiveness of the first deification is indeed much better. It always comes down to not having enough money. I need to figure out how to make some. Then, Tao Yu's gaze fell on his wristwatch. The little rich girl would be 2 days later than him getting back, and definitely leaving later than him as well. During these days, when Tao Yu rested and drank Qi tonic soup, he would send her messages, asking about the meditation technique. The little rich girl also occasionally took the time to reply to him. Because he had deified the meditation technique, although his level was nowhere near that of the little rich girl, Tao Yu had a broad perspective on the subject. In fact, he was using this to fish, aiming to slowly change the one-sided advice into a mutual discussion. So far, it seemed to be working well, with the frequency of replies from the little rich girl increasing, and she was even starting to send messages on her own initiative. This brought a slight smile to Tao Yu's lips as he looked at the new message and chose not to reply. Fawning and being too eager are no good, sometimes one has to play it cool. I wonder how Uncle Hu is doing. It's time to go see him, to deliver the motorcycle. Chapter 115, Re-enter. Wow, this bike is really handsome. Uncle Hu couldn't take his hands off the heavy-duty motorcycle in front of him, his smile never ceased. In our world, there are plenty of these little toys. Uncle Hu, you can get gasoline, right? Seeing Uncle Hu so happy, Tao Yu smiled as well. Haha, no problem, it's definitely enough for daily use. The old gathering place has oil-producing areas. Uncle Hu said with a beaming expression. Oil, the blood of industry, many outsiders choose to bring some back after working in the abyss. Although the output is limited and the price is a bit high, Uncle Hu could still afford the fuel consumption of a motorcycle. To be honest, I've had my eye on this thing for a while. The price is one thing, but it's mainly too big and not suitable for my build. Uncle Hu, with his short and stout figure, found it difficult to handle such a heavy bike. The punk-style bikes from inner city were truly not rideable for him, his feet couldn't even reach the ground. He estimated that he would have to ride in a butt-forward position, but fortunately, he was strong enough to keep it steady. As long as you like it. Uncle Hu had helped Tao Yu a lot. Naturally, he wouldn't skimp on some small things brought back on the side. Even setting aside the fact that Uncle Hu was South City's deputy leader, he had investment value. The combination of interests and family ties was the most solid. No matter what, his whole family still lived here, and having Uncle Hu look out for them made a big difference. I wanted to deliver it a couple of days earlier, but with the gang fights recently, I figured you were too busy. Tao Yu then took the opportunity to ask about the Wild Wolf gang. Man, don't even start, I haven't closed my eyes for a few days, but it's pretty much settled. I can finally get some rest. Uncle Hu caressed the motorcycle while talking, almost as if he was complaining. This made Tao Yu pause, then he asked. It's settled. Yeah, the Skull Gang did it, isn't it obvious? Uncle Hu pulled out a homemade roll-up and lit it. Joy, that sort of thing, was mostly untouched by the security forces. He had seen too many cases. It was never as glamorous as portrayed in the propaganda. Right, the Skull Gang. Tao Yu nodded. But that old skull is really tough. It took 3 days and drugs before he finally cracked. He was a real man. Uncle Hu blew a smoke ring, his expression tinged with a hint of sentiment. This made Tao Yu's mouth twitch involuntarily. However, since he was already using something from the Skull Gang, and the Skull Gang itself was detested by everyone, there was nothing to feel guilty about. It's about exterminating a menace, understand? In the evening, as the sky grew dark, Tao Yu also returned home. His parents hadn't returned yet, they normally only had 5 days off per month and rarely swapped shifts except on special occasions. Recently, probably due to the gang fights, his brother Tao Shi had been staying at home obediently. When Tao Yu got home, his family was waiting for him to have dinner. You could have started eating without me. Why wait? I've been staying at the dojo these days. The third brother, sitting in his wheelchair, spoke meticulously upon seeing Tao Yu. You're going back to the abyss, we definitely had to wait for you. After all, the new development zone is different from the old gathering place, and this time you're going away for so long. Yeah, Tao Yu, if you feel out of sorts, make sure you come back ahead of time. Tao Shi also reiterated his advice. Meanwhile, the sister-in-law went to serve 2 steamed dishes that had been kept warm, and the family solemnly finished their dinner. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's okay if I don't complete the mission, safety comes first. Finally, after dinner, Tao Yu reassured everyone, then slipped 1,000 units of wish power metal to his third brother. Brother, you take this first. Your little brother is earning quite fast now, this is to help with the family expenses. Earning 1,000 Yuan Force is still quite fast for Tao Yu now, but for his family, it could significantly improve their livelihood. Even though Tao Yu had considered the possibility that giving more would not be accepted, witnessing Tao Tong's change in expression when 1,000 was offered was still striking. Kid, it's not your turn to provide for the family yet. It's only right to bring gifts to Uncle Hu, but we don't talk about these things amongst ourselves. Your main duty is to grow up quickly. I won't accept it. We wouldn't use it even if you gave it to us, we'll save it for you. With just a few words, Tao Tong completely cornered Tao Yu, leaving him somewhat speechless. However, after hesitating for a bit, he still took it back and said solemnly. Fine, next time I come back, I'll show you, third brother, what your little brother is capable of. In 2 days, the little rich lady will bring the connection terminal to the new gathering place to complete the company's registration. By the time he returns, he'll be able to show them how capable he is at making money through shares in his transportation company. That kind of earning ability indeed requires some overt strength to suppress, otherwise, it might attract other new troubles. It's true that having the support of the sons is a plus, but it's easy to see Yama and hard to deal with the demons. He can't bother them with every trivial matter. Most issues still need to be resolved by his own strength. Their relationship only serves as a background adjustment, filling in some of the innate deficiencies of an outsider. The idea you mentioned is quite interesting, but the operation is difficult. After the visualization diagram suppresses the thoughts, reaching level 6 proficiency is the minimum requirement for free control. Are you there? How do you think we should deal with the mental strain and pain from grinding it out? Over time, this might leave hidden mental scars. I'd appreciate if you could share some suggestions for reference. Have you returned to the abyss? Tao Yu looked at Sun Xiu's unread voice messages and couldn't help but smile, then he replied. He first shared some guesses based on the unique perspective he gained after his deification meditation technique, and then he added. My apologies, Miss Sun, I planned to head back today, so I had some matters to deal with. I am about to start my meditation, see you in the abyss. After sending the message, Tao Yu pulled out the communication card, then turned into a shadow and slid out of the room. Once he regained his size, he quickly headed to the burial site under the cover of night. Zombie 01 shards, late at night, zombies' howls occasionally rose on the streets, coupled with the whistling of the wind through the windows, the atmosphere turned quite eerie. With a flicker of mosaic-like imagery, Tao Yu, carrying a corpse, reappeared in the room he had left earlier. Just returned, Tao Yu heard the growl of an alien beside him and felt the faint sense of connection with his mount resurface in his heart. He could sense that little black beside him was filled with an irritable and savage mood. Be quiet. You can't eat this one. Tao Yu glared at little black, whom he hadn't seen for 5 days, and glanced at the night that had deepened into the wee hours. Howl, howl, howl. Although little black was quite restless, it lay down begrudgingly on the ground after hearing Tao Yu's reprimand, occasionally swishing its tail. Seeing that the creature was still behaving, Tao Yu, who had wanted to take the opportunity to discipline it and test the strength he gained from the myriad streams breathing method, found himself unable to lay a hand on it. He still petted little black anyway, soothing it once, which made the creature that hadn't been pampered for 5 days comfortably roll over and lazily sprawl on the ground. 5 days isn't a big issue, but it's starting to show some restlessness. I estimate another 5 days might pose a risk of losing control. After all, a beast is still a beast. Tao Yu felt a bit regretful. However, as the taming time increased, the period until losing control could be extended. Moreover, the refined spirit from the meditation technique seemed to enhance the soothing effect as well. It's just that it's not convenient to expand the number of aliens too much, which was a bit of a pity. When it's time for corpse refinement, and all the body's potential is digested, I wonder if I could attempt to capture an alien queen, and then control the alien swarm through her. Tao Yu pondered. With the success of the transportation company in mind, Tao Yu had also discovered that earning Yuan Force was actually faster in some traditional industries than by fighting monsters. If he could capture an alien queen, there was indeed another potential source of income. But their meditation has been a rebel whelp that killed an alien queen. If you don't control aliens directly, indirect control still carries a risk of losing control. It's worth a try, but I shouldn't waste too much effort and get my priorities mixed up. His goal is to become stronger. Not to become a big transport squadron leader and breeder. Standing by the window and looking at the moonlit sky, Tao Yu leaped out with Wino's corpse and headed towards the site of corpse cultivation. Little Black followed closely with a leap. There's no time like the present to start corpse's refinement beginning now. Chapter 116, Competition. 1.5 months, still gotta live comfortably, don't shortchange yourself. Tao Yu drove a military green RV that looked like a truck to a park nearby, then he slowly brought the vehicle to a stop and pulled the handbrake. Aside from knowing it's a Mercedes brand, I have no idea what it is. Does Mercedes make RVs? I really can't figure it out. Las Vegas is a world-famous entertainment capital, and their RVs are also quite nice. Tao Yu took a fancy to this one at first sight, even going as far as clearing the zombies around it to find the keys and an access card. At 4 meters high, 2 or 3 meters wide, and over 10 meters long, its entire structure resembled that of a truck. After starting it, Tao Yu also discovered that this thing had very powerful horsepower, 8-wheel drive, and great off-road capabilities. It could probably run through the Gobi Desert without an issue, a truly nice ride for this post-apocalyptic world. The RV's interior was luxurious, with a dining room, a bathroom with wet and dry areas, a kitchen, and even a bedroom. It was even divided into 2 floors, with the upper floor dedicated to a tatami resting area. The roof came equipped with solar panels for charging. The 2 floors combined to offer an area of over 40 square meters, not to mention a single person staying there. Even several people would find it more than spacious enough. The rear could also hold an off-road motorcycle and spare tires. Furthermore, both water tanks and the fuel tank had a large storage capacity, and there was a water filter inside. The vehicle's weight of over 20 tons felt solid, almost indistinguishable from military grade. The glass seems to be bulletproof too. Probably no one had their eye on it before, either because of the zombies nearby or because they couldn't get in. From now on, when crossing the world for exploration, I can drive this. After parking the RV and giving the interior a thorough check, Tao Yu found numerous pleasant surprises. However, it was quite wasteful for one person to occupy such a large space, so the surplus areas could be used to store supplies. The more, the better. After getting out of the vehicle, Tao Yu set his sights on Little Black and then pointed towards a shopping center. Bring back more food, mainly canned goods. Grab some toiletries, too. Once Little Black dashed off in that direction, Tao Yu returned to the sinister plot of black soil and began to irrigate it with blood. This piece of land is actually perfect for raising zombies. I don't need to feed them with my own blood, but since I've started and spent so much time on it, I might as well do it right. The bodies of Cao Shaolin and Wino lay quietly beneath the black soil. Wino's body had even been smeared with Little Black's blood around the head. Anyhow, after the corrosion, it was the kind that would give ordinary people nightmares just by glancing at it. They'd be unrecognizable by his own mother once dressed up and considering the natural changes in a zombie's physique. But, Wino should mainly stay in the shadows. Cao Shaolin can be used to move around outside. Recognizable or not, Tao Yu decided to be safe just in case. After finishing up, he slightly sped up his process, practicing the Myriad Streams 5 forms and simultaneously activating the Myriad Streams breathing technique to refine his bone marrow, the basic breathing method to strengthen his viscera, and the meditation technique to continue honing his mental power. The meditation technique is really powerful. If it wasn't for having subdued my thoughts and purified them once, I probably wouldn't be able to do this simultaneously. Tao Yu even had some leftover mental capacity to think, feeling the changes in his body, lest he neglect any part and miss a chance for corrective actions. Although his movements seemed slow, practicing the Myriad Streams 5 forms was similar to practicing Tai Chi. But each movement of Tao Yu's body seemed to make corresponding muscles twitch, and when he assumed a posture of drawing a bow, his body resonated with the sound of bowstrings, as though a little mouse was crawling all over him. The initial sour numbness in the bone marrow was uncomfortable, but it turned into a pleasant soreness afterwards. He could even feel the smell of blood between his organs, and every breath he took was a fortifying one, gradually starting to exhale white vapor. Everything is good, it's just too expensive regarding the Yuan Force, and if I speed up too much, regular food hardly suffices. But after completing a set, Tao Yu stopped, then began eating some of the food he had collected while finding the RV. With the swallow essence technique modified, Tao Yu's digestion and absorption speed could definitely be said to be quite fast. Without much acceleration, the swallow essence technique modified is already at level 3 now. But even so, facing the accelerated rate of multiple consumptions, Tao Yu could only slow down the rate of acceleration a bit. Fortunately, they had passed the outbreak window and were now in a stable period, so it wouldn't affect things too much. Hey, I wonder if there's some kind of delicacy from the food anime or something like a fasting pill from the martial arts or fantasy world, or even a food pill like in Naruto would be good. While eating, Tao Yu pondered and turned on the RV's radio to tune into some messages. The RV's solar panels definitely charged more efficiently than his wristwatch, better to use this for more savings when possible. I'm a survivor from Las Vegas. Everyone, this base is real. There's basic order here and enough food, all the zombies have been cleared out. There's a strong armed force, it's extremely safe. As soon as he turned it on, there seemed to be a survivor narrating their experience upon reaching the base. It's been 5 days since I've returned, there should be more survivors heading there by now, which seems normal. This was originally a Las Vegas radio station's frequency, which the broadcasters in Las Vegas had ceased to use, allowing it to be taken over. It's unclear whether the station's personnel are also considering relocation. Comparatively speaking, the zombie density in Las Vegas is not high, making it easier to escape. Tao Yu switched the channel to Starshine City's channel to listen for some information about pioneers. I don't care what you do outside, but everyone better watch themselves. Now is the time when we need people. If you cause trouble and I catch you, don't drag your families into it. It was the voice of the handsome young Sun Shiking, and Tao Yu rarely heard him sound somewhat annoyed, which made him raise an eyebrow. Is it fighting among the pioneers? Something must have happened. Then Tao Yu frowned, thinking about Panther, his business partner. Currently, transporting goods from Las Vegas could be said to be one of the most profitable projects. While the settlement lacks supplies and the proximity of Las Vegas with its abundance of resources, it's definitely a golden opportunity to make a good score. With the vehicles provided by their side and 2 ready truck drivers, his partner had indeed seized a head start. Leveraging his inner-city reputation to gather a group, they could keep the ball rolling and growing. But indeed, this involved enough interest to make inner-city people jealous. TCH, I finally found a financial opportunity as a rural nobody from the outer city. I hope no one messes it up, it's better if we all follow some rules. He had told Judy about his general area of activity, they should know he'd be back these 2 days. If there was any issue, they'd probably come over to report. It didn't take long for Tao Yu to wait. After spending an afternoon eating and training, as Little Black returned with bags big and small, Tao Yu adjusted the walkie-talkie placed on a foldable table beside him, and soon a voice inquiring came through. "Boss, are you back yet?" It was Judy's voice, which sounded normal. "I'm back. How's everything going recently, going smoothly?" What Tao Yu cared about was the income assurance of 100,000 Yuan Force for his first month. All in all, it's been okay. Panther's clout is pretty good, some others doing the odd delivery jobs have not been so lucky. We haven't had any issues for the time being, but there are already competitors. Chapter 117, Advance. Competition? Tao Yu was not surprised at all upon hearing this. Why did he form an alliance with Panda? Aside from the fact that Panda, as an inner-city resident, had greater influence and a higher profile, the main reason was that the job as a porter had too low a barrier to entry and was highly replicable. In Las Vegas, zombies were sparse, and it was safer than Henderson. Getting the first batch of goods was the most important, so it was best to expand the carrying capacity as quickly as possible. As long as one could grab the earliest batch of valuable goods, one would succeed, and Panda's promise was to drop the amount directly to 50,000 in the second month. However, being singled out by Judy and being informed about other hermit teams suffering heavy casualties suggested some conflict had erupted outside. "Is Panda there? Let him speak." "Yes, I'll call him." It wasn't long before the walkie-talkie crackled to life again. "Tao, brother, you're back, hey? Did it go smoothly?" "I'm okay. What's the situation like now?" Tao Yu cut to the chase. "No big deal, rest assured, the minimum guarantee I promised you will be honored. However, it was supposed to be a bit more, but now it's likely that I can only divide about 11 or 12,000 for you in the first month." Panda seemed a bit frustrated and then continued on his own. 2 more inner-city guys turned up, and well, I was thinking we should all sit down and talk it out, right? Make money together without the need to fight among ourselves. But those 2 acted strangely, splitting into 2 groups. So, it's not easy for me to cooperate with one of them, and now everyone is just doing their own thing. After hearing Panda's explanation, Tao Yu found himself shaking his head a bit. So far, from Tao Yu's interactions, Panda was different from the likes of Henderson and Wino, he was more mercenary. But this wasn't necessarily a bad trait. To each their own, and at least with such a character, negotiations tended to go smoothly. So when new people arrived, sitting down together to think through making things bigger and stronger for a joint benefit wasn't unacceptable. Dividing the profits according to each one's capabilities and efforts seemed reasonable. Or the various teams could divide the territories and work on their own. After all, there was only so much total profit, and once it was dug up, it'd be gone. Yet such frustrating incidents had occurred. What happened next became clearer. The inner-city pioneers valued their reputation and didn't resort to direct confrontation, but the outside porter teams suffered the consequences. Besides showing some respect for Panda, some hermits too were caught in the crossfire. They haven't attacked us, have they? Not yet. When Panda reached this point, his voice took on a more solemn tone, and Tao Yu heard it. You mean, they might attack us? They're a bit enraged. It wasn't much really, but I don't know how they've made it into such a mess. The young Sun Master is quite annoyed too, but it's not possible for him to take care of every little detail. Sun Xiu and Sun Shiking were the pillars of the base, but they didn't have the clone technique and indeed could not manage every detail personally. They had to delegate authority. Anyway, those two groups were well behaved in the assembly area, but they caused all sorts of trouble where they couldn't be controlled. There are mines on the streets now. Be careful out there, man. Mines. Tao Yu also felt frustrated. This was like biting the hand that feeds. Got it. Stay safe. Yeah, you too. Some inner-city heirs can have very nasty characters. Panda gently reminded Tao Yu. He himself was shrewd, weighing pros and cons, but not all inner-city people were like him. Having some relationship with the sun's might, in some eyes, invite jealousy. I know some people can be very nasty. Nasty inner-city people? Jose, who set a trap for him upon meeting, the more straightforward wino, the Leland who lusted after his beauty, and those who didn't care about the lives of others, just to feed the aliens. In Tao Yu's view, Panda was actually a rare breed. I hope some of you would have even nastier characters. Tao Yu set the walkie-talkie back on the folding table and muttered as if to himself. But Sun Shiking seems to have a bit of a headache now, mainly due to a lack of people. Tao Yu had heard Sun Shiking's broadcast, which was clearly vexed. Yet, as a floating city heir, she did not deal with the situation directly out of personal preference, considering the bigger picture more. Now that there was a shortage of people, indeed more inner-city people were needed to build the makeshift structure of the base. For now, the registration of goods and such relies on the native inhabitants originally at the base, but ultimately, some authority should be handed over to the pioneers. Tao Yu knew little about the ways of balance and leadership. But anyone who has studied history knows that an emperor needs means to balance the court to sit securely on the throne. Those trusted natives were like the eunuchs and court factions, with all their power derived from the sons, sticking with them to handle logistics, internal affairs, and the like. But for external exploration, pioneers must take the lead, and those with generally outstanding abilities, especially the inner-city pioneers who demonstrated strength from the start, could bear some important tasks. Just as the outsider pioneers were not yet given expendable tasks, being too authoritarian towards inner-city pioneers might discourage them from choosing the new development zone in the future. Even if personal power is entered in one's own hands, possessing unchallenged authority, in the end, humans are the ones getting things done. As a white-collar worker in his previous life, Tao Yu clearly understood that if his subordinates were united, they could easily resist or even sideline their leader. The Sun's siblings had the power to physically solve problems, but sometimes they still had to consider public opinion. Being too dominant might force those who originally didn't band together to do so actively, or they might simply leave. However, I don't have such concerns. What do I care, as long as I get paid? Tao Yu took a deep breath with closed eyes, but still chose not to rush out overnight. God knows where they are now, and it hasn't gotten to that stage yet, better to digest my own gains first. Shouldn't be too much trouble to get an advance on some Yuan Force from Panda. After drinking a bottle of icy nerd water taken out from the RV fridge, Tao Yu let out a burp. 3 days later. At a crossroads, 7 trucks, powerful and dominant, occupied the entire street. Next to them, a gang of bikers were continuously patrolling. In addition to this, armed figures stood on the roof of each truck, keeping watch. All nearby zombies had been cleared away, and the air was filled with the stench of decay. At this moment, accompanied by the roar of an engine, a cross-country motorcycle appeared from around the corner and headed straight for the convoy. The newcomer drew the attention of many, with some of the armed personnel on the roofs even readying their guns. Don't fidget with the guns, this is your second boss. The scolding voice of Panda reached them, arousing curiosity among the new team members who turned to look at Tao Yu riding the motorcycle. This second boss was reportedly on good terms with young Master Sun and, as an outsider, held the second largest share in the company. Is this the Tao you mentioned? Next to Panda's motorcycle, the shadow on a similarly punk-styled bike turned to glance at Tao Yu. With the mechanical whir in their eyes, their pupils seemed to lock onto something. At first glance, he seems quite capable, muscular, and well-proportioned. Isn't this grade A dynamic vision? I already told you he has a good rapport with young Master Sun and even passed on some skills to him, so don't mess around, okay? With his towering height of over 2 meters, Panda patted his companion's mechanical head with his unusually large hand. TCH, I just wanted to see why he has a bigger share than me when I'm the one hustling every day for the convoy. There was a metallic clank as the head was patted, but it didn't seem to bother the recipient. Isn't it because young Master Sun personally came over to request leave for him? Is that enough for you? Panda shot him a look before dismounting and stepping forward, while Tao Yu also slowed down and stopped next to Panda. Tao Yu was now over 1 meter 80 tall, but still seemed inconspicuous next to Panda and his motorcycle. Panda then took out a Yuan Force card, started infusing Yuan Force into it, and said to Tao Yu. 50,000 should be enough, right? I don't have much flowing water on me, I've been stockpiling some supplies too, some of which can still be slowly transported to the real world and sold for even more. That's enough, thanks. It hadn't been 10 days since they had started working together, yet Panda was already willing to advance 50,000 Yuan Force. Tao Yu was very satisfied. Now, with nutritional supplementation and having entered a stable period of enhancement, Tao Yu also chose a more cost-effective mode of Yuan Force consumption, which was sufficient for the time being. If he could collect another wave of it, he estimated he might attempt a second deification of the stealth ability. Although the cost-effectiveness of a second deification had decreased significantly, stealth was the skill generating the most shadow force for him at present, and the price was still acceptable, so Tao Yu had already queued it for upgrade. If there was enough Yuan Force, he could also consider working on stance skill, continue building the foundation, and enhance all 3 dimensions. Here's this too, Miss Sun has already brought back a terminal from the real world, and I've completed the company registration. This is your authentication chip. Don't lose it, it's a hassle to replace. Panda handed over a chip resembling a SIM card that could be directly inserted into Tao Yu's watch, and Tao Yu unhesitatingly took it and inserted it into his watch. Oh, Miss Sun is back, hey. Tao Yu casually asked. She's back. This our third shareholder, Kimin, now that those 2 gangs have merged, I fear I can't cover for them alone. Panda then introduced the third shareholder to Tao Yu. Tao Yu, welcoming of anyone who could bring him income, nodded with a broad smile at the mechanized figure. Kimin, however, didn't display the same stern demeanor as when talking with Panda, instead, he greeted Tao Yu with a smile. I've only heard of your name. I heard you're working for young Master Sunday. Don't forget to pull us up when you've made it big. Not at all, you flatter me too much. No sooner had Tao Yu finished speaking than his watch vibrated, which surprised him. Abyss was only covered by broadcast signals at the moment, weren't they? They didn't have communication signals. Upon opening the message, he heard Sun Qiu's voice. Where are you? Why is it just your bug here? Well, did she ride her motorboat here looking for me? Perhaps her motorboat had short-range communication capabilities. Tao Yu could only politely apologize to the stunned pair. Sorry, something's come up, I have to go. As he spoke, he also replied with a voice message. I was just with the convoy, I'll head back now. With those words, he revved his motorbike, turned around, and roared off into the distance. Kimin, with his jaw hanging open, couldn't help but swallow and say. Was that Miss Sun's voice just now? Didn't you say he's on good terms with young Master Sun? Ah, well, young Master Sun was the one who took leave last time. Maybe he's on good terms with both of them. Panda was somewhat at a loss for words, an outsider, and they come to him directly? Shouldn't he be scampering back as soon as he's summoned? Indeed, bringing him into the partnership was a wise move. Kimin, too, touched the non-existent sweat on his mechanical head. If it were just him, he really had planned to spout some bravado, just to give Panda some face. Luckily, he hadn't spoken out of turn, their first meeting had gone quite smoothly. Maybe I should learn to hold my tongue. Having gone through this incident, Kimin began to reflect on himself. Many people only change after being faced with an upheaval and hitting a wall. Chapter 118, secrecy. Tao Yu rode his motorcycle back and saw Sun Xiu poking her head around the window of the RV, seemingly very curious about the inside. Little Black, usually ferocious and domineering, was now curled up at the side, looking as pitiful as a beaten dog. When Little Black heard the motorcycle and saw Tao Yu, he quickly ran over to him, crying out woefully. He even stood up on his hind legs, pointing his paws at Sun Xiu. Tao Yu could sense Little Black's feelings of grievances and complaints. However, seeing Little Black like this, Tao Yu countered with a big slap. Don't you have any tact, making a fuss in front of Miss Sun like that? This made Little Black even more pitifully lie down, his tail wagging back and forth. Seeing this, Tao Yu felt helpless. How could your owner fight back, right? Haha, this little creature you're raising is quite interesting. Which skill is it? Can you teach me? Sun Xiu stopped her scrutiny of the RV, turned around with her hands behind her back, and just happened to see Little Black tattling, finding it quite amusing. A meteorite, the kind that can explode, seems to involve changes in psychic power, probably hard to learn. Tao Yu's words made Sun Xiu raise her eyebrows. It involves psychic power too? Quite a nice skill, you do have good luck. Whether it's corpse refinement or this taming technique, Sun Xiu could see the potential in them. Your insights were influenced by this skill too, right? Yes, and the corpse refining art has somewhat to do with it too. Try it on me sometime, let me feel it. Sun Xiu's sudden suggestion nearly caused Tao Yu to lose his composure, his mind inexplicably filled with mosaic-filled images, his youthful body almost bursting with a nosebleed. Ah, this might not be a good idea, the force of this ability could be quite strong. Don't worry, I have a talent for psychic power, and I have many skills too, don't judge me by your standards. Sun Xiu seemed unconcerned, but she didn't pressure Tao Yu into doing anything, instead, she turned back to the RV. This vehicle seems nice, where's it from? I just found this one, Miss Sun, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Tao Yu pretended to be generous, but he had also figured out her character, accepting his vehicle would definitely lead to more rewards. But obviously, Sun Xiu had no intention of carelessly accepting other people's gifts, casually waving her hand. You use it, let's go take a look. Sure. Sun Xiu sat on the edge of the RV bed with a flushed face, her tight outfit accentuating her chest that heaved with heavy breathing, trembling with every breath. After a while, she let out a long breath and said with a slightly quivering voice. Your skill is quite problematic, no wonder it has such good effects. Is there a punishment mechanism? Even though Sun Xiu tried to steady her tone, Tao Yu, hearing her sticky, soft voice, had trouble suppressing his urges, contemplating unleashing the full force of taming technique. But he managed to force those thoughts out of his mind with sheer willpower. It was she who had taken the initiative and let down some of her psychic defenses to feel Tao Yu's skill. If she couldn't hold up, Tao Yu wouldn't mind taking the opportunity to do something, but there wasn't any need to go all out on a gamble. However, her willpower was incredibly strong, even at normal intensity, she managed to withstand it, much stronger than Little Black. Then they should discuss the skills normally. Yes, should I call Little Black in to try it out? Tao Yu tentatively asked. No worries, continue, it's an interesting technique. But even for me, it would be difficult to learn. Sun Xiu was indeed resilient, seemingly even willing to experience the punishment. With that request, Tao Yu naturally extended his hand to touch her shoulder tentatively. Go ahead, I've opened up part of my psyche, I won't fight back. But don't be too abrupt, it could be dangerous. Tao Yu knew the danger she mentioned was actually meant for him, fearing an instinctive counterattack would kill him. Taming technique required a subdued target, and Sun Xiu wanted to feel it because she could voluntarily lower some defenses with her strong psychic manipulation ability. Although she only loosened up a bit, it was enough for Tao Yu to transfer his perception over. As the agonizing pain from the punishment took hold, the touch from the soul still made Sun Xiu tense up. Her originally rosy cheeks instantly turned pale as she stifled a groan. Are you okay? Tao Yu withdrew his hand and asked. I'm fine. A slightly hoarse voice came from Sun Xiu, who took a moment to catch her breath. If it were an interrogation, you'd be quite the hand. Sun Xiu, having taken a deep breath, straightforwardly sprawled lazily on the RV bed, stretching her arms lazily. It rendered Tao Yu somewhat dazed for a moment. Forcing his gaze to move upwards, he saw Sun Xiu's eyes, like rubies, containing a teasing look. Like what you see? Nice. You really are different from other outsiders. Sun Xiu didn't seem to have any intention of getting up, continuing to lie there lazily, looking at the blue sky through the skylight above. Cough, talent is okay, somewhat, but this ability seems to be just so-so in execution unless one actively releases their spirit. Only after it's been tamed will it work. Controlling it too finely indeed means it can't meet with resistance. A slight clash throws it into chaos, and it's very hard to learn. Sun Xiu didn't take those hits for nothing, her ability was truly strong. She had even touched upon the essence of these two kinds of changes. Tao Yu needed to rely on the mutual understanding of the writing skill first, then constantly suppress the alien through violence to barely complete the initial taming. However, after initial taming, maintenance with the new taming skill of deification was much simpler. It could be said they complemented each other. The alien belonged to a target that could be tamed, capable of being submissive and assertive, which is why it could achieve such an effect. If it were some extremely stubborn species, then there really would be no way to handle it. The skills I learned directly are already very proficient in use. I don't have to trouble myself with crafting them. Tao Yu probably understood what Sun Xiu meant. In plain terms, the reward and punishment of taming are just a kind of change in psychic power. It's like the array of proteins forming various completely different products based on their arrangement and combination. Did you consider intensifying the effect just now? Sun Xiu lay on the side, staring at Tao Yu's eyes with ruby-like pupils, causing Tao Yu's expression to stiffen instantly. There really was, unfortunately. Maybe it would have worked if we tried it. After speaking, Sun Xiu stood up, jumping off the bed. Looking at her from behind, Tao Yu watched the curve of her backside ripple, feeling somewhat speechless. How hadn't he noticed before that Miss Sun was so good at this? He really couldn't tell if it was accidental or on purpose. I'll head back first. I'll come find you when I have time to study this in detail. With her back to Tao Yu, Sun Xiu waved her hand and left the RV, while Tao Yu sat in the vehicle watching her mount the motorboat and zoom away. After Sun Xiu left, Tao Yu also let out a slow breath of relief, then saw Little Black peeking in at the doorway. What are you looking at? Go get me some food, I'm a bit irritated. Afterwards, Tao Yu also left the RV and went to the corpse cultivation ground to pour fresh blood. After pouring, he began today's practice routines. Flirting with a rich woman is flirting with a rich woman, indeed likely to bring unexpected gains, but more often, you have to rely on your own hard work and accumulation. The abilities that belong to you, those are truly yours. People must rely on themselves. On the other side, Sun Xiu rode the motorboat at high speed, cleaving through the air. With the strong wind blowing, she even felt her head getting a bit hot. A bit of a loss of composure. Hey, I almost wasn't able to suppress my psychic power. But the complexity of that psychic ability is indeed interesting. In all aspects, he's not bad, his background is clean, interesting. Thinking about something, Sun Xiu rode the motorboat in a horse stance, feeling a little sticky and deciding to change and shower once she got back. Sun Shiking, dressed in homewear, sat cross-legged on the sofa, manipulating the drone controller in her hand and occasionally popping a chip into her mouth. Seeing the normal operation of the transportation route on the screen, she began to adjust the drone's position. But then her expression shifted slightly, and with a look of surprise on her delicate face, she turned towards the entrance, seeing her sister walk in through the door. Although Sun Xiu's face showed no particular expression, completely calm, Sun Shiking furrowed her eyebrows and said, "Sis, are you in heat?" "Almost. I encountered a very interesting skill." "Tao Yu's?" "The very one." Hearing what Sun Xiu said, Sun Shiking let out a sigh of relief. "Well, that's not too bad. His background is clean, and if his max dynamic vision can be confirmed, that wouldn't be too bad." Sun Shiking then appeared puzzled. "But it's not like you. You have such high standards. Last time I was just trying to motivate him a little." "Ha, it's a very interesting skill. I'll let you give it a try next time, and you'll know. I'm going to take a shower, suppress the seal." If I hadn't been lying down, I almost revealed my tail. Sun Xiu seemed to remember something, showing a rare hint of flirtatiousness and a slight morbidity on her face. Usually very serious, her face combined with this expression, along with her figure and looks, had a different kind of charm, as if a single glance could evoke desires. But Sun Shiking across from her was very calm, without any strangeness, instead saying with some gravity, Then don't waste time. Although it's just the two of us for now, precautions are still necessary. If our family affairs become known, it would probably be quite troublesome. TCH, in this world, you still have to rely on strength. We represent success. Even if they know, so what? Sun Xiu retorted with disdain flashing across her pretty face. She quickly took a deep breath to calm the unusually flirtatious expression, and then exhaled deeply. But you're right. To avoid unnecessary complications, we should minimize trouble. Investigate that kid. Does he have a girlfriend or a childhood sweetheart? Sun Shiking, upon hearing this, stiffened her expression, then said helplessly. Isn't that a bit much? What are you thinking? I'm just a succubus, not a demon. Just slap some money in his face, and it's done. You have such a dirty mind. Actually, I think if you just slapped some money in his face, it would be faster. Can he handle it now? Chapter 119, Blocking Someone's Livelihood. In the dead of night, Tao Yu opened his eyes inside the RV. The body during puberty really is troublesome, but the qi blood is just too strong. Should I reward myself? Tao Yu sat up somewhat helplessly and then took a bottle of fat house water from the fridge to dab on his face. He sighed after returning to bed. During the day, Sun Xiu had lain here for a while, and maybe it was the mental strain he had placed on her twice that made her sweat quite a bit. He always felt that there was a fragrant scent here, making him somewhat irritable. It gave him the urge to grab the sheets and take deep whiffs of them. It was like being poisoned instant fantasy the moment he closed his eyes. Even though I also had a hormonal surge during middle school in my previous life, it wasn't this exaggerated. He cracked open the can with a pop and downed the coke, but the chilled beverage couldn't suppress the restlessness of his qi blood. Tao Yu simply decided not to sleep anymore and directly got out of the RV. Little Black, who was keeping watch outside, got a scare, waking up and looking at Tao Yu in confusion, not knowing what his owner was up to. Then it saw Tao Yu get out of the car and start throwing punches with a fierce vigor, and it also heard the command. Go, bring me some more food. This made Little Black complain with a couple of howls calling alien out to look for food in the middle of the night wasn't human. Nonetheless, it quickly darted off into the night, blending into it in no time. Let me check out the corpse refining when you're done. Don't know if this thing of yours can be learned, but if possible, I'll pay the tuition. Talking about tuition feels a bit hurtful to our feelings, just give me something like 10 or 80,000. Tao Yu watched Sun Xiu ride away on the jet ski with a smile, but couldn't help his gaze from drifting toward a few key areas outlined by her tight suit. Once she left, he rubbed his nose. Hiss, is this little minx flirting with me? No, that's not right, she didn't do anything. Why is my body's reaction getting more and more exaggerated? After all, I've seen quite a few little videos. He had been practicing corpse refining for more than 20 days now. During these days, with the help of ample Yuan Force, he was steadily digesting the gains of the stable period. With the meditation technique growing stronger, as long as skills could be practiced simultaneously, he could train them together. Even though the Yuan Force was depleting quickly, the improvements were equally rapid. Meditation technique modified and myriad streams breathing technique modified had both reached LV3, while basic breathing method modification 2 and myriad streams stance skill modified were at LV4. Each form of myriad streams 5 forms had also reached LV4. Shadow manipulation modified had advanced to LV2, although it had been practiced less. One could say he had fully utilized the potential to get stronger through spending. The most obvious reflection of this. Tao Yu glanced again at Little Black lying bored beside him. Seemingly noticing Tao Yu's gaze, Little Black suddenly bolted and ran off. However, Tao Yu was faster. With a burst of energy in his legs, he kicked up a whooshing sound in the air and was upon Little Black in a couple of strides, grabbing its tail. With a single flick of his wrist, a blended force transmitted straight through, creating wave-like ripples along Little Black's body. With just a flick, he forcefully vibrated Little Black into the air, then swung it around like a meteor hammer. Awesome! After unloading the force and letting go, Little Black was flung into the bushes of the park, motionless for a long time. Back then, Wino with his alien-implanted strength was hardly any better. Tao Yu clenched his fists, and even the air popped with the pressure. The cost of Wino's alien implant, even with a connection, would approach 100,000, plus the 100,000 Yuan Force enhancement at the start, and some skills he learned as a kid, matched with that temporary enhancing drug, his physical side was definitely strong. Tao Yu pondered, then looked at his own palms. And here I am, from the assassin lineage, already able to suppress the physical side of an inner-city newcomer with an alien implant purely in terms of physical strength, which is quite good indeed. And that's not even counting the mental impacts from fist intent, meditation technique, and basic combat, just purely physical damage. Not considered were shadow manipulation, stealth, and so on. Even the bonus damage from layered force strikes was too dangerous for Little Black, so he didn't use it outright. After venting his frustration on Little Black, Tao Yu managed to suppress some of his agitation and let out a sigh. In the past 20-something days, Sun Xiu had visited 4 or 5 times, and each time she would just stay for a while to chat about meditation technique, taming technique, and corpse refining technique before leaving. However, their interactions had become much more natural. Apart from some ripples on the first day, the following visits had been quite proper. But for some reason, Tao Yu always found his thoughts wandering whenever he smelled her faint scent. He had never felt like this before. It seems like ever since I met her, I've been having fantasies frequently, the rich lady's effect is just too strong. Tao Yu slapped his face and started practicing his punches with renewed vigor. Oddly enough, her visits didn't decrease his training efficiency, in fact, it seemed to enhance it to some extent, leaving Tao Yu unsure whether to laugh or cry. Although during the height of puberty, the sight of an angel beast would get me all fired up, now it must be because of the chi blood, as well as her being exceptionally outstanding. Tao Yu had come to some conclusions about himself. It wasn't a big problem, though, as with the meditation technique growing stronger, he wasn't exactly becoming more rational, but he was at least finding it easier to control some impulses. At times, Tao Yu was quite glad that his mental immunity didn't suppress some of his body's instincts, just like it didn't suppress pain, otherwise, he figured life would be a lot less fun. It's a pity about the status issue, otherwise a bit more initiative would actually be okay. While Tao Yu continued to polish his punching techniques and expending Yuan Force, the walkie-talkie on the folding table suddenly buzzed to life. "Brother Tao, are you there?" It was Panda's voice, sounding a bit weary. "I'm here, what's up?" Tao Yu picked up the walkie-talkie. His ability to dedicate nearly all his time to nurturing corpses here, along with rapidly digesting his gains, owed much to Panda's efforts. Not only had Panda advanced him a sum of Yuan Force, with the 1-month deadline soon to arrive, but Tao Yu could also expect an income of at least 70 to 80,000 Yuan Force. "I've run into a bit of trouble, can you come over?" "Sure, where?" Throughout the month, Tao Yu had been largely hands-off, lending the son's reputation by association and giving some indirect support to Panda's side. But Panda had never bothered him up to now. Since he was asking for help this time, Tao Yu couldn't refuse. Ever since the last time he had taken a call from the young lady in their presence, Panda would use the walkie-talkie to chat when passing nearby, hardly ever disturbing Tao Yu. It seems like he must have really run into trouble this time. While closing up the RV and taking the walkie-talkie with him, Tao Yu went to the corpse nurturing site to water the noon portion, all the while listening to Panda's words coming through the walkie-talkie. The location is at the LAS6 warehouse district. Things are a bit troublesome, Kimin is injured. After Tao Yu finished pouring the essence blood, he began to devour the canned food Little Black had brought to recover. "You mean to say, the balance has been broken now, and that guy still wants to crap and pee on our heads? Wait for me." Twisting the throttle on his motorcycle, Tao Yu then shouted in Little Black's direction. "Stop playing dead, follow me." Following a roar of the engine, the motorcycle shot out in a flash. After nearly a month of pioneers and natives moving like ants, the zombies on the streets of Las Vegas were becoming fewer, and likewise, the easily obtainable high-value goods were dwindling. LAS6 is the code for a warehouse that Panda had once mentioned to Tao Yu, having spent a lot of effort to clear it of zombies into a treasure trove. He even had Kimin guard it with people. There had been convoys coming and going these past few days, making it one of the currently rare high-value cargo areas. The total value of the goods there might be around 250,000 Yuan Force. Taking out various expenses and rewarding the subordinates, just by clearing out this warehouse, Tao Yu would be able to pocket about 50,000 Yuan Force. It should have been about halfway done by now. Thanks to this warehouse, Panda even estimated that after subtracting the 5,000 Yuan Force advanced earlier this month, he could still give Tao Yu an additional 70 to 80,000 Yuan Force. But now there were problems. God damn it, someone really wants to cut off my money. Tao Yu floored the throttle, leaving Little Black further and further behind. Chapter 120, understand? The LAS-6 warehouse district boasted an expanse of large white storage facilities. Inside, a dazzling array of supplies filled the space. Due to the complete variety, there was a substantial demand for these items in the settlement. Even many of the items transported to the present world could be exchanged for a significant amount of Yuan Force. Previously, this warehouse may have attracted survivors hoping to retrieve supplies, only to result in hordes of zombies besieging the area. It was one of the most zombie-infested regions in Las Vegas. However, Panda was a top-notch fighter from the inner city and managed to enlist a group of indigenous motorbike gang members, along with numerous pioneers from outside the city, whose cooperation led to an effective clearance of the area. But today, 3 convoys faced off against each other here. Each convoy had several heavy trucks, with Panda's 8 heavy trucks being the most in number, enough to match the total of the other 2 teams. But now, Panda was closely aligned with one of the convoys, confronting the group that only had 4 heavy trucks. Kimin, who had originally partnered with Panda, lay on the ground beside them, sparks flickering from his body while Judy tended to him. A closer look revealed a stark difference between the 2 sides, with pioneers from the outer city standing fully armed on top of the vehicles, while the inner city pioneers were the ones leading the convoys. Taff. What the hell do you mean by this? Young Master Sun has emphasized time and time again to show restraint. Panda watched warily in the direction of the warehouse plaza, where a rather ordinary-looking figure around 1.7 meters tall stood casually. With blonde hair and headgear reminiscent of a boxer's face protection, he wore a set of black, fiber material bulletproof vests and tactical gloves on his hands. It was precisely this figure that compelled him to temporarily join forces with another group on the site. If it weren't for young Master Sun, do you think that idiot would still be alive? The figure in the center of the area scoffed, his face full of disdain and indifference. I gave you all a chance. I wanted to join your side originally, but you were too arrogant to realize it. Taff spat out contemptuously. This made Panda's expression turn rather ugly. You're asking for half of our earnings right off the bat. You're new here, and you didn't help with anything before. Why should we give it to you? Why? How can you ask such childish questions? Is it not based on strength? A mocking expression crossed Taff's face before he looked up at the armed personnel standing on the trucks of the opposing side, raising his voice. Listen up, all you country bumpkins from the outer city. The inner city also has its hierarchies, with an even greater disparity than in your outer city. Think carefully whether you want to wade into these troubled waters. Taff's voice was reckless, his attitude arrogant. Yet, the more he said, the worse the expressions of the fully armed outer city pioneers became. In this high mortality development zone, they had chosen to stay despite some having significant abilities and backgrounds, yet compared to the big shots of the inner city, there was still a large gap. Taking on zombies and moving cargo was one thing, but getting involved in the strife among inner city heavyweights. Captain Panda, we're just trying to make a living. We never agreed to become enemies with other inner city heavyweights. One of the pioneers spoke up bravely, though clearly unwilling to get involved. Panda coldly glanced back but said nothing. In terms of numbers alone, his side still had a considerable advantage. If they were willing to pick up their guns, even Taff would be wary. Despite his tactical suit, there would always be unprotected parts, and with grenades and hand grenades, there was enough to create a deterrent. But now, he himself had effectively dissolved his side's greatest advantage in numbers. Though appearing arrogant, he was not as brainless as he seemed. Brother Panda, we agreed to team up and take down the opposition. Look, Taff showed up, and he's a real headache. The person beside Panda, whose face resembled crocodile skin and cradled a composite helmet in his arms, wore a high-end tactical suit but only reached Panda's shoulders in height, sighed. He didn't get along with Taff or Taff's backer, and the 2 sides had always been at odds. Little did he expect Taff to suddenly appear in the settlement, let alone join his sworn enemy's team, spelling disaster for him. That's nonsense. When Taff joins, it will be your team, not much use, right? The problem is still with him. Although Panda was temporarily cooperating with this crocodile man, he still saw the crux of the problem clearly. Taff had come to him asking for half of the profits, which was obviously unacceptable. But then, Taff switched to another team, leveraging his combat prowess to exert pressure. Glancing at Kimin, Panda sighed. Kimin was left alive on purpose, because killing him might have angered young Master Sunday. Now, however, he'd been maneuvered into a tricky position. Ahem, Brother Panda, when will backdrop bro get here? Kimin, despite lying on the ground with occasional sparks emanating from his body, didn't feel much pain due to his mechanical enhancements, though his voice carried an electronic tone. He should be here soon. Panda sighed inwardly, even if Tao Yu arrived soon, at best, he could ensure a safe retreat for his team. The warehouse was likely lost to them. Oh? So there's outside help as well? Interesting. Taff raised an eyebrow and smiled. Meanwhile, a slender figure clad in tight metallic armor walked up from behind him, giggling. Chapter 121. Big Brother Taff, I know who that guy is, he's probably the outsider rumored to have some connection with young Master Sunday. Upon hearing about young Master Sun, Taff was taken aback, but he scoffed at the mention of an outsider. Connected with young Master Sun? Have you lost your minds? Does doing a favor by completing a task count as having connections? Fools, waving a big flag to scare you all. A look of mockery spread across Taff's face, the part not covered by his boxing headgear. I was received by young Master Sun himself when I arrived, but you don't hear me claiming to have connections with him, do you? Invoking a person of high rank's name as if it's candy, and you took it seriously. At this point, a look of realization also appeared on Taff's face. Oh, so it's because of him that you have the guts to refuse me? Interesting. If he really shows up, I'll break his limbs and see if young Master Sun will punish me for his sake. Just then, the roar of a motorbike grew louder as it approached. Accompanied by the sound of drifting, Tao Yu pulled up in front of the convoy, stopping right beside Panda. He then looked up and saw Taff standing alone in the middle. Brother Panda, is that him? Just as Panda nodded, Taff on the other side gestured towards Tao Yu. Come take a look, kid. You've got a pretty face, you don't think that by flaunting it, you'll catch the eye of the nobility, do you? Looking at the other's peculiar gaze and expression, Tao Yu suddenly felt a bit nauseated. This was eerily similar to that lizard guy's look, but damn, this Taff is a man. Seeing Taff beckoning, Tao Yu gestured Panda to stay quiet and walked forward. Wait a second, this guy is different, as long as he doesn't kill you, I'm afraid young Master Sun won't say a thing. Panda hurriedly tried to hold back Tao Yu. But Tao Yu's shoulder trembled slightly with strength, causing Panda's fingers to go numb and release their grip. I have a measure of it. With that casual shake, not only did Panda feel a numbness in his palm, but Taff's facial expression also became more solemn, and he said with a touch of surprise. Strength? Interesting. Then, watching Tao Yu approach, with a somewhat playful expression, he said. Kid, you don't think that mastering a technique of strength makes you remarkable, do you? Really taking the noble's approachability for granted, as if it were license for your own insolence. Watching Tao Yu rapidly approach, Taff laughed heartily and lifted his hand towards him. It might be impressive in the outer city but, in the inner city. Taff's hand turned into a claw, aiming to lock onto Tao Yu's shoulder. It seemed like a simple grab, but combined with his footwork and rhythm, it was particularly subtle. Tao Yu had to either disrupt his rhythm and retreat hastily or be caught under the grip of the claw. But Tao Yu didn't pause for a moment, his hand turned into a tiger's claw, and with a sudden sidestep, he brushed past the claw strike, directly reaching back towards his attacker. Power exploded from his feet, strength burst forth. The cement pavement cracked, with pieces flying. The sudden burst of speed genuinely startled Taff. Is this an outsider? But before he could adjust, a sudden tiger's roar resounded in his head. As if a fierce, vibrant tiger was pouncing directly at him, his entire field of vision filled with tiger shadows. The claw hadn't arrived, but the roar came first, pure thoughts driven by the fist intent, completely overwhelming Taff before even making contact. To the bystanders, there was just a faint sound of a gust of wind accompanying the claw strike, and then they saw Tao Yu's claw smash hard onto Taff's face. Strength erupted, instantly splashing blood. While Taff's head was protected by a boxing headgear like Yuan Force item, his entire face appeared torn, drenched in blood revealing white bone, the eyes turned into bloody holes. The entire man fell backwards. Tao Yu casually tossed the eyeball he plucked out onto the ground, shaking off the blood on his hand with the vibration of his strength. Ignoring the shock of the others, he drew his AT-200 from behind his back, raised the muzzle, and started spraying bullets towards the metallic woman in body armor and her team behind her. Rat-a-tat. Blood sprayed wildly, screams rose and fell in succession. There were a few stray counter shots fired haphazardly into the air. But they were all meaningless. Intuitive shooting modified plus basic shooting modified, combined with the at 200 SAP, armor-piercing, bullets, instantly resulted in a bloodbath. What? The woman clad in the metal armor had not anticipated that Temur would be taken down with just one encounter. Her shock caused her to be half a beat slow when it was her turn to fire. She could only barely manage to draw the short knife from her waist and hold it out horizontally for defense. Her mind was racing. AT-200, probably armor-piercing bullets, damn it. I can't get hit too many times. Discover hidden tales at MVLE Novel Bin. As this thought flashed through her mind, she was continuously retreating, trying to take cover behind the truck. But by then, a bullet had already struck the blade of her knife. Dang! It felt like a heavy hammer striking her head, as if she was being torn apart. It was as though she was trapped inside a giant bell, being struck repeatedly. The shadow force attached to the bullet erupted like splashing ink, even the tough knife blade was left with a black crack. Paired with the armor-piercing bullets, the second and third shots followed in quick succession. Clang! The knife blade shattered, the bullet struck her forehead, leaving a crack on her armor as well. No! Despite the tearing pain in her head and seeing double, she still let out a final cry of despair. Puchi! The subsequent bullets tore through the armor, drilling directly into her skull. It was just because of her initial shock, a half-beat slow reaction to the first shot, that there was no aftermath. She was instantly killed by the spray of gunfire. Even a fully armed inner-city pioneer met this fate, let alone the others who were powerless to fight back. As the gunfire ceased, and the sound of empty casings falling was heard, Tao Yu casually ejected the magazine and inserted a new one. Then he methodically loaded bullets into the empty magazine, one by one. He turned to look at his own team and casually pointed at his eye, then at Taff who had been concussed and was still twitching, and said, "He's not dead yet. One by one, you all go. No one gets left out, understand?" Witnessing Taff struck down by Tao Yu in one hit, and the team decimated in less than a minute. Everyone left, including Panda, was nodding their heads incessantly like pecking chickens. Understood. We understand completely. Boss Tao, rest assured, the rest will be arranged by me. Panda immediately pulled out his gun and fired 2 shots at Taff's legs, then turned back with a malicious grin and said, "We're all complicit in today's incident. The boss is merciful for sparing our lives. Don't be ungrateful." The crocodile man also quickly stepped forward to deliver the second finishing blow, and also turned to roar. "What are you waiting for? Want to die, is that it?" Even Kimin, who was lying on the ground, propped himself up with his hands and crawled over rapidly, aided by his mechanical arm, letting its blade stab into Taff. Then, looking up at Tao Yu, he added, "Boss Tao, rest assured. Taff's family is indeed powerful in the inner city, but collectively, we 3 families are not weak either. We're all in the same boat. In the abyss, death is normal." Panda kept a watchful eye on the others, urging them to step forward while also reassuringly addressing them. If Tao Yu was an inner-city person, he wouldn't really have anything to fear. Everyone knew their own limits. But with an outsider acting so ruthlessly and not knowing the situation in the inner city, he was afraid that caution would lead to eliminating everyone present. That would be a truly wrongful death. No need to eliminate us, in the abyss a few deaths are manageable. In Floating City, many have died in the abyss, not to mention a new generation from the inner city. After all, it's all just a matter of relying on good talent, a decent background, and having access to more resources, that's all. Together, we're not inferior, and not many would go to great lengths to avenge a dead person. Chapter 122, Chi Blood into a Pill. Big Brother Tao, you were one of the first pioneers to enter, and you're actually a few days older than me. This is this month's dividend. Please accept it with a smile. Standing at 2 meters and 30 centimeters, even when Panda tried to lower himself, he was still a head taller than Tao Yu. That expression left Tao Yu somewhat speechless. You were the ones who killed him, so why be so cautious? Tao Yu really didn't mind the situation at the scene. Taff was incredibly resilient, everyone had to stab him once, and in the end, it was the joint effort of 3 inner-city pioneers that finished him off. Aside from the first strike by Tao Yu himself, the rest had little to do with him. The main pressure was borne by Panda and the others, but looking at Panda's expression now, it seemed like he was scared he might accidentally kill him. Upon taking the 2 magnetic cards and feeling the sum of 120,000 Yuan Force inside, Tao Yu's eyes also lit up slightly. This is rather embarrassing. While saying that, he also quickly absorbed the Yuan Force inside. No, if it weren't for Big Brother Tao's critical intervention, the warehouse's future profits would be gone. This sum also includes some form of expression from Han Linear. Panda cracked a smile. Han Lin was the one with crocodile skin grafted onto him. Bro Tao, I've been on bad terms with that woman for a long time. When she called off the engagement back then, it brought great shame to my family. Good riddance to her. Han Lin came over, thumping his chest in gratitude. This left Tao Yu utterly baffled. It turned out that he was also a powerhouse who had been through a broken engagement. However, Tao Yu wasn't particularly surprised by this kind of thing. In outsider regions, it was quite common for engagement agreements to be made and then called off due to discrepancies in the awakening of talents. So, to avoid trouble, his family never got involved in such matters. It was likely the same case with Han Lin right now. You're too kind. Tao Yu patted him on the shoulder. Not at all, I'm also looking to join Big Brother Tao's company now, if you would allow it. Han Lin chuckled, standing humble before Tao Yu although both were inner-city pioneers. Strength represented status. Even if they might harbor resentment or envy deep down, reason taught them what choices to make. Why should an outsider have such strength? Just because of good talent? No. It was because he truly caught the eye of someone influential. I have no objections. Tao Yu glanced at Panda beside him, prompting Panda to quickly say. Don't worry, Big Brother Tao, your shares will always remain the same. The company's expansion will be arranged and distributed using our own shares. This made Tao Yu nod as well. What a great deal! Even though he wouldn't be able to match up with future profits, it was still an extra source of income. And most importantly, apart from times like these where appearances mattered, he could mostly free up his own time. So, even if the dividend amount was a little less, it was still pretty good. I need to complete tasks for young Master Sun and Miss Sun most of the time, so I may not be able to show up often. Please bear with me. Not at all. As long as we have such a mainstay, how much time can we spend on daily tasks? Kimin, still emitting sparks of electricity from his body, also conveyed laughter in his words. Watching the 3 smiling inner-city pioneers in front of him, Tao Yu couldn't help but think of Joseph and Wino from back then. Then, the words uncle who had said to him flashed through his mind. As long as he was strong enough, everyone around him would be good and kind. Yes, they were all inner-city pioneers, and all of a sudden, they all became quite reasonable, didn't they? However, Tao Yu didn't let it get to his head. He had a clear understanding of himself. The main reason for the mass slaughter other than his own abilities and initial kills was actually because everyone was still quite green. Even the earliest among them had only been awakened for about 3 months. Yuan Force acceleration wasn't omnipotent, it also took time to assimilate. There's a catch, he spent a significant amount of Yuan Force as well. If that doesn't guarantee a crushing victory, it would be unreasonable, but those veteran inner-city powerhouses should never be underestimated. Not to mention the veteran inner-city powerhouses, even the Wolf King who was killed in seconds and Li Hui, the deputy captain of the security team who was ambushed to death, actually had quite strong abilities. For humans with fatal weaknesses, I am indeed a specialized attacker, a god of civil strife. Tao Yu also had his thoughts. In fact, the speed and explosive power that the Wolf King had displayed completely surpassed his own, but he still died from a shot to the head. This Taff, based on that previous grab, had an all-around advantage in speed, strength, and reaction, and Tao Yu's spirit perception also sensed a dormant yet untriggered force, which might involve the supernatural. But if Taff died without even using that force, it's pretty useless. If you need anything, find me, I'm heading back. With the problem resolved and the dividend received in advance, Tao Yu waved his hand and left promptly. Watching Tao Yu depart, Panda's face showed a hint of sentiment. Impressive, another big shot is emerging from the outsider ranks. Solving Taff with a single move, regardless of whether Taff was careless, is enough to prove his ability. It's only been 3 months. He's too strong. I was completely outclassed by Taff. Kimin sighed. The talent should be more than just great a dynamic vision, but now he has grown. As an outsider with a clear background, the Sun's family will surely want to cultivate him heavily, I wonder how many resources they will allocate. Even a mere favor from the nobles of Floating City can't possibly be worse than what we inner city people get. At that moment, Panda clapped his hands. Alright, let's wrap things up here, clean up the bodies and everything else properly. While deaths were common in the abyss, it was still necessary to be cautious and not leave behind anything too incriminating. If no one speaks out, who would know that Taff and the others have died? By the time something seems amiss a few months later, it would be too late. Luck really does favor the bold. Feeling the presence of tens of thousands of Yuan Force, Tao Yu also felt somewhat emotional. His first sizable sum was from discovering the Chosen One. It was good luck and he obtained a large amount of Yuan Force and the stealth skill all at once. The money he earned afterwards was from legitimate hard work. And this time, simply by showing up, not only did he secure his original profit but also saw the dividend surge by 50%. With an income of 120,000 all at once, I have more options now. He sensed his Yuan Force and skills. Although his daily consumption of Yuan Force was also substantial, he was already through most of his stable growth period, and efficiency was beginning to drop. So a second deification of his skills was inevitable. Originally, I didn't have many choices. Aside from daily expenses, stealth had the best cost-performance ratio, but now even myriad flow stance skill and innate talents are worth considering. Tao Yu pondered. He was now just a bit short of the second deification for bullet time, and he could potentially save up for it if he stopped his current training. However, such a decision to halt training and deplete all resources is too extreme, leaving nothing for emergencies. Innate talents offer only limited immediate improvement and might not be entirely suitable. Continuing to push the limits and enhance my attributes constantly remains the best strategy, otherwise, even a second deification of my talent might not fully realize its efficiency. Myriad flow stance skill requires even more resources than a single stance to be deified. The first deification cost 500, while the second requires 100,000. It's far more expensive than the basic breathing method, but its effects should be notably superior, and there will still be some Yuan Force left for daily consumption. Stealth is indeed great, but shadow manipulation has already filled the gap where shadow force could not be stored, and stretching my limits further after entering the stable period will increase my efficiency even more. Now that he had an extra windfall, Tao Yu no longer hesitated. After returning to his trailer, he began eating canned food and chose the myriad flow stance skill. The newly acquired Yuan Force evaporated by 100,000 in an instant. A terrifying force of chi blood burst forth from beneath his feet, rooted itself along his leg bones up to his spine, and then surged into his mind. Creak, creak. Aching and the sound of bones could be felt throughout his body. Under the pressure of this force, Tao Yu naturally assumed the stance of the stance skill. As his body moved, the chi blood around him gathered, converging towards his abdomen and forming a chi blood elixir. Chapter 123, The Rising Corpse. Thank goodness I learned from the issues with the meditation technique. Tao Yu looked at his arm that had slimmed down and felt a bit anxious at heart. Truly worthy of deification for a second time. The skill of shadow manipulation earlier was not focused on bodily abilities, but more on technique. The basic breathing method was relatively cheaper and didn't feel as intense. This time, just by preliminarily completing one set of the myriad flow stance skill, the effects were already quite evident. It might also be related to my stance skill already reaching level 4, you get what you pay for. Tao Yu quickly started eating to replenish himself, while also pondering things over. For the moment, the burden of a second deification was still somewhat overwhelming for him. Once corpse refinement is done, this wave of improvement should about end, and I should be able to go and hunt aliens more freely. After making this plan in his mind, Tao Yu's eyes also began to sparkle. The second month's dividends from the transport company were bound to plummet, and this decline was sure to continue. It seemed future income would mainly come from the back and forth between the current world and the garrison. While aliens were still valuable and plentiful, it was time to get his talents fully developed via a second deification. If he was lucky enough to catch an alien queen, that could bring in a good amount of money. Actually, I should be able to apply for the Empress, but there would definitely be some restrictions involved. Better to rely on myself. Then, Tao Yu's gaze returned to the myriad flow stance skill of the second deification. Very good, very strong. Myriad flow stance skill improved too, condense chi into pills, able to stimulate the whole body's energy, greatly increase training effectiveness, significantly enhance the adaptability and learning ability of various moves, and when standing on the ground, slowly recover physical strength, substantially increase physical limits. As the skill level increases, further increase physical limits. Excellent. Every effect was quite remarkable, worthy of a deification. Greatly increasing the training effect meant saving more time, and the stance skill's inherent ability to reduce the difficulty of movements had also undergone a qualitative change. The key was that after condensing qi into pills, he could stimulate the whole body's energy, combined with the energy overlay from the myriad streams breathing technique, which had resulted in a qualitative improvement in close combat destructive power. It feels a bit like the muscle changing and bone forging scripture. In the future, when I come across other similar abilities, I should be able to master them quickly, and with the unified energy throughout the body, energy from the qi and blood pill can be stimulated, greatly increasing both the amount and speed. Tao Yu punched out into the air, making a booming noise. And the ability to slowly recover physical strength by standing on the ground. Tao Yu maintained the stance of the stance skill, feeling the trickle of energy entering his body from the Yangchuan A cup ointment, then joining the subtle circulation within his body, before opening his eyes. It's a bit like the free energy absorbed by the basic breathing method, the effect is slightly better, stacked together it's enough for daily activities. This feature is a nice bonus, I won't starve to death in the future. Very well, next up is the time to wring out all my potential. With the full moon overhead, although deep into the night, the city without lights still had certain visibility. Dark buildings rose unevenly, devoid of any life, now even the zombie numbers on some main roads had greatly diminished. Under the moonlight, a figure was fluidly executing a series of fist techniques, the force stirring up the wild grass in the park, as an alien cowered tremblingly at one side. The stance skill truly is the foundation of the five-form boxing, with the structure of the stance skill as the scaffold, methods and techniques of the five-form boxing come naturally. Tao Yu looked at each of his five-form boxing skills, all of which had reached level 5, even 5 forms as one had reached level 4. He felt somewhat emotional. He hadn't expected that these skills would be the first to reach level 5, all thanks to the solid foundational structure of the stance skill. The last day, it's time to raise the corpse. Tao Yu arrived at the corpse refinement site. With the ready-made corpse refinement site and his own blood essence as nourishment, the nearby yin energy became even more chilling. Especially now, under the full moon, even the temperature seemed to drop suddenly. I don't expect it to compare to the one killed by the sun's siblings, but it shouldn't be worse than the one I killed before. As Tao Yu formed hand seals and his mental energy surged. Rise! With a flick of his fingers, 2 corpses burst forth from the ground, standing ramrod straight on the spot. Unadorned with clothes, but their bodies were already well concealed by needle-like black hairs, bringing a look of joy to Tao Yu's face. It wasn't in vain to wait, they even grew hair. He felt it over, and although the black hairs weren't as hard as the fragmented corpse he had encountered before, which could still be snapped, they were nonetheless quite remarkable, akin to wearing reactive armor. Tao Yu then closed his eyes and manipulated the corpse-controlling spell. Retract. The hard black hairs moved back into the bodies of the 2 corpses like shadows, and afterward, Tao Yu pinched their rigid bodies. Good grief, although their strength isn't comparable to mine now, their bodily defense should be much higher, it wasn't a waste of time. He knocked on them, satisfied with the metallic sound. It's certain a typical corpse refinement wouldn't have had this effect, but this particular land itself was too outstanding. Tao Yu picked up a regular handgun and fired several shots at the 2 zombies as if testing them, and bullets with sparks were all deflected. He then switched to an assault rifle and began to fire. Seeing that the bullets could only penetrate the epidermis, Tao Yu nodded in approval. AP bullets could probably penetrate their flesh, but that would be about it, it would hardly have any significant impact on their bodies. Although there are still significant deficiencies in flexibility, I myself am in need of a meat shield, and when necessary, they can shadow eyes. Tao Yu was self-aware, his offense was seriously overflowing, but when it came to defense, without wearing this bulletproof vest, he wouldn't be able to withstand bullets. Even with a bulletproof vest, he probably couldn't stop an alien's tail sting. However, these 2 zombies, specialized and refined, could have such an excellent effect. The fragments from that first zombie are important as nourishment, the effects of this land have already decreased a lot. Tao Yu had knowledge in corpse refinement and, observing the black earth after the corpses emerged, he knew that the land's utility had significantly dropped. The effect was this significant with a whole city's worth of people, to be honest, this efficiency was really low. But for the fortune thief, they probably didn't care at all. As long as it brought a slight improvement, no amount of deaths would matter. Tao Yu focused his mind on Cao Shaolin, and following a twist, those black hairs reappeared, different from before. The black hairs now seemed like shadows of intangible things. Cao Shaolin's originally rigid arms also softened and flailed as if they were noodles. The shadowization effect is good, but it drains too much mental power. If not for the meditation technique, it would hardly be usable in combat. It can take enemies by surprise. Having made his judgment, Tao Yu then dressed the two zombies in the sports outfits and bulletproof vests he had prepared. Subsequently, a black shadow started to wrap around Wino's body, transforming into a puddle of black water and melding directly into the shadows. He closed his eyes to sense it, and the speed at which shadow force was being absorbed was twice as fast as with the hastily made zombies 7 days before. Half a day was enough to fully replenish the shadow force. From now on, Wino would be his personal bodyguard, passively absorbing shadow force for charging while also serving as an emergency defense, displaying Cao Shaolin openly as a legitimate tool. Displaying a decent level of power can lead to better benefits, just need to handle it properly. Previously, killing one troublemaker had instantly increased his Yuan Force income by tens of thousands. All these were the benefits brought by power. Go back to the base for a while, lend the car to Jack or Miss Sun, then I can start accumulating resources for talents. Tao Yu exhaled slowly. The first time he entered the abyss, he already had the ability to contend with aliens. But at that time, he could only withstand one hit from an alien. Now was the best time to start hunting them. He could act without restraint as long as there were enough aliens, and if so, the efficiency could be greatly increased. Although transport income has decreased in the second month, it should still bring in at least 50 to 60,000. If I catch another queen, I'll strive to gather enough for a deification's consumption in a month, hoping the rewards for the hunting tasks haven't decreased. Looking up at the sky, Tao Yu decided not to travel through the night. It had been grueling work for so long, resting well for a night to adjust was better. Turning back, he looked at Cao Shaolin. Tao Yu pondered if it was possible to teach this thing to drive. It seems more reliable to teach Little Black to drive than to teach a zombie. Chapter 124, Changes in the Base. Idiot! Brake! Brake! A military green RV, resembling a truck, awkwardly veered down the highway. Tao Yu watched as Little Black nervously gripped the steering wheel, his face contorted with ferocity. Aren't aliens supposed to be smart? Despite having a mind link, they could still manage to meander in the shape of an 8 on such a straight stretch of road. If you can't drive straight by the time we get back to base, there will be punishment. But if you can, there will be a reward. Tao Yu offered both carrot and stick. Sure enough, the effect was quite good. Although still lacking, at least now they could maintain a straight line on the straight highway. Even though it was still bad, it at least validated Tao Yu's idea of coaching Little Black to be a driver in the future. Looking ahead at the gate of the base, which had already changed a lot, with many more people coming and going, Tao Yu also felt somewhat emotional. The base can get this busy in 2 months. They're working hard. There must be quite a few new pioneers, but probably more survivors. With no cannon fodder quota in the new development zone, and the high mission rewards, there were likely many willing to take the risk. And even those from the outsiders who were willing to come must have had some resources. With the task of welcoming newcomers and the cleansing of aliens, the survival rate should have gone up. Tao Yu thought to himself, when already someone came over to wave and signal. When that person saw Little Black driving, fear visibly flashed across their face, and they instinctively grabbed their gun, but they didn't take any drastic measures. Before he could say anything, Tao Yu thought of something and fished out a pass specially delivered to him by Panda, showing it briefly. Then he was quickly allowed through. Not bad at all. The registration management is orderly, with both pioneers and natives. Tao Yu looked at the people at the base entrance, then drove towards the interior of the base, which was clearly much more populated. Soon, someone like a security officer began to signal, guiding Tao Yu towards a parking direction. It seemed that large vehicles like theirs could not enter further and had to park at the outside parking lot. Tao Yu didn't mind at all and complied with the directions, parking in a spot reserved for large vehicles. Turning his head, he saw the company's trucks parked nearby. Look after the house with little Cao. Tao Yu admonished Little Black before he opened the door, got out of the car, then picked up the walkie-talkie and adjusted it to a certain frequency to speak inside. Are you at the base? Yes, boss, you're back. Panda's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Since the trucks were parked here, Panda and the others must have been dealing with matters at base. Yeah, I'm done with my stuff for now. Tao Yu said while chatting through the walkie-talkie and walked toward the interior of the base. At this time, some handmade signs were hanging around the base, albeit with a bit of an ad hoc feel to them. However, arrows for the new registration office, mission office, warehouse, and trade center had already been marked. After entering the base, several adolescents ran up and asked in broken common. "Sir, is this your first time here? Do you need someone to show you around? Just some food in return will do." Tao Yu looked at those kids around 14 or 15 and knew they must be surviving natives. He casually asked. "What's the matter? No workstation? It's too tiring." Such a straightforward answer, but indeed, it matched the company's style. Even though zombies brought a lot of danger, in the past, survivors who found a food storage point could live off it for a long time. But under the company's management, they truly had to work every day. Safety was indeed improved, but undoubtedly it was exhausting. For survivors who only barely managed to stay alive, they almost exclusively felt the fatigue. The dead wouldn't come back to life to suggest a swap. Sooner or later, you'll have to face it. "I'm not new here, find someone else," said Tao Yu, casually tossing a can of food out. It was something Little Black had randomly picked up, and Tao Yu himself didn't really care about it. He paid no mind to their profuse thanks. The canned food was not for those few words of gratitude, it was purely for his own satisfaction. But Tao Yu knew that if they wanted to survive here, they would sooner or later have to adapt. Saving someone temporarily won't save them for life. "Boss, this way." Tao Yu heard Panda's voice and walked towards him. At 2.3 meters tall, Panda's height was the best form of identification, and no one nearby dared to get close. Inner city pioneers were now definitely big shots here, not to mention Panda was quite famous himself. The owner of Dada Transportation Company, his fleet of more than a dozen heavy trucks, had been making a killing during this period. The outsider pioneers who followed him also reaped pretty good profits. "Not bad, you've gotten stronger." Tao Yu glanced at the glowing Panda with spirit perception, vaguely sensing the explosive strength beneath his towering frame. Although he couldn't be more specific, he must be much stronger than the last time they met. "I can't compare with the boss, but after all the Yuan Force I've invested, there should be some effect. Besides, I went back once and got another organ implanted." Panda chuckled hee. This was the convenience of xenogenic implantation. Being able to withstand another implant at an early phase is transformative. Even so, Panda was very honest in front of Tao Yu. At least for now, he was no match for Taff, and the man before him was the one who had killed Taff. "How's the situation recently?" "It's going well, but the profits can't stop declining. It's estimated you can take about 80,000 this month, boss, but it could drop to 20 or 30,000 next month, and after that, it might be 10,000 a month. The main profits come from two-world transport." Panda gave a straightforward estimate. Indeed, their job was a short-term bonanza. However, a monthly profit of around 10,000 for about a year shouldn't be a problem. "I won't be following the team next month, I'm going to look for new revenue streams. There are opportunities everywhere in the beginning. Yeah, earning this much is already enough." "How about the alien hunting situation? Has the subsidy for each alien been reduced?" Tao Yu was not surprised. As an inner-city pioneer, the income from the first few months was indeed enough to allow him full surveillance, but it would be a bit of a loss if he continued to focus on that later on. It was better to take it slowly. As profits diminish, to some extent, so does the danger. "No, the situation over there is actually not very optimistic. The Suns have made several special trips, captured 2 queens, and just managed to prevent the alien numbers from growing massively. The rainforest has too many creatures, and most of the newcomers' casualties are caused by aliens. Now the extra reward for killing has risen to 150 per alien." Panda seemed to have also caught the aliens' attention and was very knowledgeable about them. Besides, the current price for alien tails is around 150 Yuan Force, and alien mouths 300. If you can put together a set, you can ask for about a 10% markup. "We're also buying now, not sure if we can make it work. While we can make money now, it's best to earn as much as possible before it becomes too common." "That's true. I dare not buy liberally for fear of being stuck with it." Panda shuddered at the thought of the aliens' expansion and reproduction capabilities. If it hadn't been for the Suns being strong enough to target the queens from the start, by now probably all newcomers would be dead on arrival. Even now, with the newcomers having some capabilities, the death toll still exceeds 50%. Alright, I've got a good understanding now. Boss, are you planning to hunt aliens? Together. Panda's interest was piqued, and he asked tentatively. No, I'll try it alone first. With Little Black and Cao Shaolin around, and considering his current strength, he naturally didn't need to tread on thin ice as before. Going alone actually allowed him more freedom to act. If he joined a team now, the efficiency and profit would probably be even lower. Hard training up to this point was precisely for the sake of safety and efficiency. Alright then, call me anytime when you're free. Sure. After chatting with Panda for a few moments, Tao Yu went to the mission hall alone. Looking at the LED displays and various liquid crystal screens in the mission hall, in terms of class, it was much more upscale than the mission hall in the current world's fortress. However, there weren't many people. Overall, it was still in the early stages. But because terminals had been brought over, information from the current world was transmitted here regularly, allowing the same opportunity to earn various points. Tao Yu came mainly to systematically understand the recent situations, because even though he listened to the broadcast every day, not every single detail could be reported. Chapter 125, Temporary Camp. They haven't stopped either, but maybe they're just restraining the aliens and guarding the settlements. Activities have decreased a bit compared to before. Tao Yu was checking some public intelligence and tasks, continuously digesting new information. The Sun's siblings, with their hovercraft, were fast enough to have a natural advantage in exploration. They had already circled around upon entering, marking out much of Pandora world. However, so much time had passed now that they probably only made it to the eastern edge of Zombie world, crossed the Atlantic Ocean to Africa, and then discovered the boundaries of the fragments. The description seems to indicate a world from the time of the Republic of China. It's possible that it's the world Cao Shaolin is in, also occupied by zombies, but not nearly as severe as this one. As Tao Yu read the intelligence, thoughts were forming in his mind. Actually, when you think about it, it's normal. In a world where transportation isn't convenient and there's no unified water source, a widespread outbreak like the one in this world would be quite difficult. These zombies weren't very mobile, and their individual strength was mediocre, so they couldn't possibly spread to every village and town. That world had only a few exploration missions, and they required crossing the ocean, a far too great distance, with little apparent benefit. Tao Yu directly ignored them, content with just a basic understanding. There doesn't seem to be any threat for now, but that style might belong to Uncle Ju's world, who knows. The thought of zombies put some pressure on Tao Yu. But fortunately, even if zombies managed to cross oceans, and the world barriers didn't hold them back, there would still be a rather lengthy buffer period. At such times, one must have faith in the capabilities of the strong. People have already gone to Pandora world? Wow, someone managed to get a transplant that can adapt to Pandora planet's air. Not sure if it was pre-existing or implanted on the spot, but completing it in a little over 2 months must have involved the use of Yuan Force. Looking further, Tao Yu found that a very small number of elites had entered Pandora planet and collected some information. The frozen world shouldn't be wandering Earth. Wonder if it's post-apocalyptic. After updating the information, Tao Yu still focused on the rainforest, the world he first arrived in. Even though the aliens originated from the plains, now the rainforest was the hot zone of the alien infestation, with high survivor rates for pioneers who landed in the grasslands. In open terrain, prepared pioneers in the outskirts with weapons could face them one-on-one, but in the rainforest, it's all down to luck, and there are too many species. Tao Yu then downloaded a predictive map of alien activity in the rainforest. Though it was just an estimate, it divided the area into 3 major sections where 3 to 4 alien queens were presumed to be present. Alien development is indeed fast. If it hadn't been for those siblings' swift action, there might have been even more by now. The rainforest is too rich in resources. There are no related tasks for Blood Orchid for now, not sure if they want to clean it up before mining or if someone is already guarding it. Tao Yu didn't ponder much, the flowering cycle of the Blood Orchid was too long, and he hadn't planned much on it. His main focus was still on hunting aliens to complete his talent's second deification. Tao Yu then headed to Jack's dormitory, pulled out the key, and opened the door. The guy wasn't in the dormitory, but all his stuff was still there, toothbrush and cup untouched, though the room looked a bit messy. What a fool! He tidied up casually, then left his RV keys and the magnetic card on the table. Just about to leave a note or something, he heard a noise at the door. "Yo, kid, you finally decided to come back? Haven't seen hide nor hair of you for a month or two." What met his eyes was Jack's familiar big nose with its ugly scar. "Hey, been caught up with stuff, here, my RV. Keep an eye on it for me." Tao Yu tossed the keys and magnetic card over to him. "Looks pretty high-end." Jack fiddled with them in his hand for a moment. "Suppose so. You heading out again?" "Yeah, need to make money, you seem to have made good progress recently." Tao Yu sized up Jack, who had clearly bulked up a bit and whose muscle contours were smoother. As the chosen one, Jack couldn't strengthen specific areas but indeed grew stronger by killing monsters. "Fought aliens? Zombies should take too long." "Yeah, there's an alien queen at the base, they have me kill some aliens every day, works much better than zombies." Jack happily struck a crane pose there and then, smoothly beginning to move. This surprised Tao Yu, who noticed the spirituality. Jack was already at a high stage of LV3, so fast. "Is that how it is?" Not exactly, I'm most familiar with the crane shape. I actually wanted to go out, but they wouldn't let me, which is kind of boring." Jack also sighed a bit. Now that he was the only chosen one at the base, it was indeed impossible for him to take risks. He had even been given the position of the overall manager, and theoretically, all the natives were being managed by Jack. Once the number of chosen ones increases, they'll rush you out. For now, hurry up and improve your strength, that's what really counts. Tao Yu flicked his finger against Jack's body, and when he touched him, a burst of energy made half of Jack's body go numb, nearly bringing him to his knees before he steadied himself. Afterward, he looked at Tao Yu with astonishment. "Man, you've gotten stronger, and it seems like a lot stronger. Hanging out there for so long, that's normal, right? I'll be on my way, remember to watch my bike for me." Tao Yu waved his hand and left the dormitory, which made Jack a bit envious. But thinking about what Tao Yu had said, he still quite agreed with him and continued to practice. After posting a task to reassure his family that he wouldn't be coming back in the short term, Tao Yu replenished some supplies and set off on an off-road motorbike directly towards the direction of the rainforest. Cao Shaolin, with a packed bag on his back, sat in the rear, coldly leaning on Tao Yu, while Little Black could only run alongside with all its might. This strange combination occasionally attracted some attention on the road. Seeing the alien, Little Black, tamed by Tao Yu, many people revealed fear and some reactive behavior. Fortunately, no violent incidents occurred. It shouldn't be just me who has tamed an alien, this species is indeed tameable. However, their stubbornness is too much. Tao Yu looked at the back of Little Black's head and his mouth twitched. When Yuan Force is abundant, the skills for riding and taming technique can undergo deification again. However, compared to that, increasing one's strength is of the highest priority. One's own power is the foundation. Tao Yu didn't go through Henderson's highway this time but found another, more direct route based on the information from the mission hall. Along the way, he occasionally encountered other pioneers, some heading to the base and some towards the rainforest. Those going towards the base usually walked on foot, dusty and dirty. Sometimes it was one person, sometimes groups of several people. The vehicles headed towards the rainforest, on the other hand, would appear occasionally. The pioneers coming towards Tao Yu would keep their distance, probably due to the deterring presence of Little Black. They might not even know that Little Black was tamed by Tao Yu. As long as it didn't attack them, they didn't want to draw its attention. The base wasn't too far from the rainforest, but because of Little Black's speed and the road conditions, by the time Tao Yu reached the edge, it was already evening, and night was about to fall. From afar, one could see the world of the rainforest meeting the end of the highway, with a large number of vehicles of various models parked there, and a dense array of tents set up nearby. There were tents of contemporary styles as well as many native ones, making it look like a tent festival. Additionally, some simple enclosures with wire fencing and the like had been set up in the vicinity. Tao Yu slowed down his motorbike as two armed figures approached him, warily eyeing the alien creature by Tao Yu's side. Seeing that Little Black had no intention of biting anyone and indeed appeared to be tamed, they forced a smile and said, "Fellows, this is a temporary camp organized by Lord Masu, specially serving pioneers who want to enter the rainforest for hunting. We offer vehicle storage, supply restocking, tent rentals, and purchase of trophies. It's getting dark now, do you want to come in and rest a bit?" Thanks to the reputation brought by Little Black, the fully armed personnel spoke in gentle and cautious tones, as if fearing to anger Tao Yu. How much does it cost, and can I bring a pet? Tao Yu was also curious about the profitability of this business. If it were high, he would consider bringing Panda to join in. Pets are allowed, we've hosted friends who have tamed aliens before, but pets must be restrained. Otherwise, if other pioneers attack them, we won't take responsibility. And if a pet injures someone, compensation is required. Explained another in a soft voice, before continuing. For someone as capable as you, sir, we don't charge. We can even look after the vehicle for free. However, if you wish to rent a tent, it's 10 Yuan Force for one night. Hearing this, Tao Yu immediately lost interest, as the profits seemed rather ordinary. But the free vehicle watch must hold some gains. If a person dies, their vehicle becomes theirs, right? Earning a margin on purchases is also a business. Since this place is a distance from the base, Tao Yu himself would be willing to sell here for around a 20% discount on the revenue. Probably many pioneers rest here at night and enter the rainforest during the day. They would only have the choice to sell here, despite the distance. The volume should still be decent, but as Tao Yu previously discussed with Panda, there is a risk of crash, with too many aliens potentially keeping the reward price the same, or even increasing, but the value of the skills would definitely diminish significantly. Chapter 126, Warning. Tao Yu had no intention of striking out in the middle of the night. After a day of travel, he prepared to rest here for the night. With so many people around, if something really happened, all that mattered was running faster than the rest. He guessed many others shared the same thought. Tao Yu entered the campsite, parked his motorcycle in the parking lot, took the packages off it, and hung them on Cao Shaolin and Little Black, himself going into action with light gear. The world barrier is really important, just don't know if there's any other way to bring Yuan Force creatures over here besides pioneers. Looking up at the rainforest foundation that was a dozen meters higher than this side and the gloomy trees of the rainforest, Tao Yu also felt the protective power of the world barrier. But with the sun's siblings often taking action, they should be keeping the number of aliens in check. Inside the camp, it was actually quite lively, with many people still looking to find some strong teammates, gathered around 4 or 5 bonfires. Tao Yu, a pair with an alien, still attracted some attention. Perhaps because they stood out too much, yet no one approached to bother them immediately. Only after a while did people realize that there were apparently only 2 people at Tao Yu's site. Did a bold leather-armored beauty walk over. Her chest-protecting leather armor was so tight it bulged, showing off her healthy midriff, and her skin was a healthy wheat color. She wore nothing but leather shorts on the lower half of her body, leaving her unprotected thighs bare. This made Tao Yu feel somewhat speechless. Going into the rainforest with this kind of attire? Looking to become a leech's best friend, hey? She was very attractive with a bare face rating of 7.5 and a very healthy figure. In the outer city, she would definitely be considered well-nourished at home, probably from a not-so-poor family background. Yet, this was just too protective, pure, and naive. Just by looking, Tao Yu had already made a judgment about this person approaching him. Friend, there are just the 2 of you, want to team up? There are 4 of us, and we all have level 4 battle talents with main skills. The naive beauty came up to Tao Yu, first glancing at Little Black warily and then curiously sizing up Tao Yu and Cao Shaolin. No thanks, you'd better change your clothes. Tao Yu casually gave her a piece of advice, then found his own tent number and went straight in for a rest, starting the relatively low magnitude, less consuming meditation technique. Since the supply of food was limited, Tao Yu would not quickly exhaust his supplies when entering an area where food couldn't be stably acquired. He had to control the rate. Elsewhere, the proactive girl returned with a gloomy face. Haha, Baiye, even you failed, chuckled a much more robust woman, who could even be described as burly, seeing Baiye return dejectedly. Yeah, I thought if his job was taming, we could totally team up and cover for each other, you know, hat, Baiye giggled, then added another sentence. Though, both guys were quite handsome, just that the one with the eye patch had a very cold face, and staring with no expression was kind of creepy. What's the use of being handsome, it's all about strength. A man even more muscular than the burly woman muttered, but thinking the other party could tame an alien, his strength didn't seem too bad, and he didn't know what to say anymore. That's true, anyway, you don't have anything to do with handsomeness either, might as well settle for Aji. A comparatively more handsome man started chuckling as he threw some twigs into the fire pit. Stop it, the one I fancy is you, Ying little brother, he he he. Aji, the burly woman called out in a tinkling laugh, sending shivers down the burly man and the handsome man's spine. However, it was clear that the relationship among the four was harmonious, likely already quite familiar in the current world. Get some rest, let's recharge our energies. We need to be on alert all day tomorrow. Bai Yi, with a smile on her face, didn't mind the subtle rivalry between the two male teammates while her gaze drifted again towards Tao Yu's tent. Too bad he didn't take the bait, otherwise, his value might be higher than these two guys. Thinking this, Bai Yi took out a long-sleeved shirt from her bag and put it on over her light armor, reducing her charm significantly. After lying down in her tent, Aji said to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, have you decided yet? Both are good, why the hesitation? We should make the most of our youth and passion, it's hard to get these chances again. Of course, I still want to weigh my options, Bai Yi was very direct with Aji, obviously close. I'm not as indecisive as you. I can only go for someone with compatible talents and drag them straight home. Stop trying to indoctrinate me with your theories, sigh. Bai Yi also sighed. Her talent wasn't in combat but rather a perception C, significantly inferior to Aji's. She only had the opportunity to take a chance here because her family had good conditions. While she was still okay with mastering and training in various basic skills, due to her talent, she mainly just played a supporting role in teams. This was mainly because in the new development zone, which was mostly about pioneering work, a perception C was relatively more useful. She knew that in the old development zones, there were no opportunities for advancement. She would just have to honestly get married, bear children, and become a breeding machine. Her own pride in her looks meant nothing in the face of talent, this was the reality. Her only chance to change her destiny was to find someone with high talent and potential and, while still young and full of passion, achieve her goal. My only chance. With this obsession at heart, Bai Yi slowly drifted into sleep. Tao Yu opened his eyes, and the tent ceiling was the first thing he saw. Little Black was still lying honestly to one side, resting, while Cao Shaolin stood like a door god at his position behind him. Besides them, Wino was also released and stood on the other side. Going to sleep had always been full of a sense of security. But suddenly, Tao Yu's spirit perception became restless, as if something was about to happen. This isn't just my imagination. Have the aliens lost control? Is there a pioneer in the tent that has been parasitized by an alien? Tao Yu pondered within his heart. A pioneer who had been parasitized could of course come through the world barrier. It's just that after being parasitized, since they were attacked, they couldn't meditate to return to the real world. So even if there were aliens lurking around here, or even attacking, it wouldn't be too surprising for Tao Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to stay in the camp where there were many human sentinels. Would it just be aliens that make me feel this way? Tao Yu's sense of unease inexplicably began to rise, making him feel somewhat irritable. What is it? Just hesitating for a moment, Tao Yu had Wino retreat back into his shadow and then vanished like an ink painting, diving straight out of the tent. No matter what it was best to check it out first. As the speckled shadow view flickered, just as he left the tent, Tao Yu was slightly startled, because without knowing when, a grey fog had enveloped the entire campsite. The fog wasn't too thick yet, and the firelight from a few bonfires could still be seen, but the entire campsite had suddenly become eerily quiet. All the voices of the people who had originally been chatting by the bonfires and all other sounds of conversation seemed to have completely vanished. There were only some heavy breathing and snoring sounds. With just a glance, he saw some figures sprawled out on the ground near the bonfire, and the guards at the entrance of the campsite were also lying on the ground, with their fates unknown. There's something wrong with this fog. Mental immunity. Tao Yu realized why he had suddenly awakened the spirit perception warning, and mental immunity had made him immune to this disturbance. Hypnotism? Tao Yu only hesitated for a second before swiftly diving into a nearby tent. Inside were two sleeping women, one big and burly, snoring thunderously. The other woman, who had previously come over to invite him, was sleeping soundly with a flush on her face, as if she was having a sweet dream. Tao Yu walked straight over and picked her up, first gently tapping her face. She didn't wake up, and then he gradually increased the force, slap, slap. She slept like a dead pig, even moaning a bit dreamily with a slightly troubling voice. Her legs were also together, lightly twisting and turning in her sleep. She was sleeping so deeply that it seemed anything could be done to her without her waking up. Casually tossing her aside like a dirty rag, Tao Yu crouched at the edge of the tent, closed his eyes, and communicated with Little Black via heart-to-heart, causing the still in his own tent Little Black to perk up and awake. Seems it's only targeting humans? No, Little Black has been affected too, otherwise, it wouldn't have slept so heavily during night watch, and I wouldn't have had to call it. Ordering in his mind, Little Black unhesitatingly rushed out of the tent and started to madly growl and bark. Not knowing what the situation was, it was best not to act recklessly. Many new threats could be very dangerous, and Tao Yu was careful with his feathers. Letting Little Black scout ahead should at least reveal something. Chapter 127, The Sacrificial Rite. The temporary campsite was enveloped in a faint mist, with many people passed out beside the fire, some sprawled eastward and others westward. But from the rise and fall of their chests and the occasional snoring, it was clear they were still alive. It was in this eerie atmosphere that 7 or 8 people were gathered in the central tent of the camp. Surrounding a grotesque black stone idol, they continuously kneeled and prayed. The black idol was strange, abstract in shape, a chaotic lack of symmetry that induced feelings of revulsion just by looking at it. Tentacles, serpentine heads, compound eyes, multiple facets, it naturally evoked a sense of disgust. Scattered haphazardly around it were grey candles burning with a faint blood-colored flame, beneath which were graffiti-like chaotic patterns that appeared to be smeared with blood, connecting them to the stone idol. However, the expressions on the faces of most people praying were extremely fanatical. Only the figure at the forefront, draped in a black cloak, remained calm under the shadow of the hood, their lips moving continuously as if in prayer. It wasn't until a roar came from outside that their prayer was interrupted, and they slowly raised their head. Without a word, another figure, who had also stopped praying, hurriedly lay prostrate on the ground, and stammered. Lord Masu, an outsider came into the camp earlier, having tamed an alien, and it must be that one. Although it is not human, it managed to stay awake during the ritual, which suggests the alien has great potential. Masu lifted the hood, revealing a face that was handsome to an almost superhuman degree. While the face was quite charming, there was always a hint of fakeness to it. I'll take people to subdue it right away, but what about its owner? A pet that has lost control and killed its owner, to be finally captured by us, do I really need to spell it out? Masu's face was full of indifference. The one who had spoken turned pale and, not daring to say another word, could only keep their head down and back away before leaving the tent. 2 others promptly followed suit. The alien was completely a combat weapon, capturing it alive was a high difficulty task, thus they dispatched 3 of their best hands. Lord Masu, why do we keep delaying the blood sacrifice? Today's numbers have reached a new high, there's no need to wait any longer. We must please the master. At this moment, a woman positioned slightly below Masu in their prayer began to babble insistently. Her originally delicate face bore only a twisted fanaticism. Bulging eyes and a ghastly expression completely ruined what was otherwise a rather attractive countenance. This elicited a look of faint disgust from Masu. Waste that cannot control their sanity. It seemed they were on the brink of losing control. Such waste, once they snapped, would inevitably blow up the entire team. With this thought, a trace of murderous intent surfaced within Masu, but still, he spoke in a calm tone. We have no clear idea how strong the Sun's siblings really are, but as the representatives of the Suns in this generation, they are among the top in their peer group within the floating city. A rash move that alerts them would undermine all we have accomplished. For now, slowly accumulating power is the way to go. But the master needs our pleasure. The woman seemed to be overly excited from just finishing her prayers. Perhaps, you could perform a self-sacrifice. I am willing to preside over the ritual for you. Masu seemed willing to offer what sounded like a reward, which made the woman start to talk nonsense, her breathing growing heavy. Thank you, Lord Masu. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. However, just then, Masu furrowed his brow and looked outside what was going on. It was too quiet. There should have been some noise from capturing the alien. Be careful, something's not right. Everyone, raise your alertness. With Masu's warning, except for the woman, the other 2 present were quick to react as well. It was too silent outside. Even the slightly mad woman now seemed to have calmed down considerably, her face taking on a sickly ferocious look. Damn it! How dare they interrupt the Lord's ritual? Damn it! Damn them all! Then go and check what's happening, kill anyone who's a problem. Without any hesitation, Ma Su made use of this waste of flesh. Although the woman lost her sanity too quickly, what she gained in return was not a weak strength, second only to himself on the field. If she went mad, perhaps even he would have a headache, however, using her to probe was. But just then, before they could take the initiative to strike, the tent on both sides was suddenly torn apart. Two figures shot in straight, lunging towards them. Such grand movements, such arrogant actions, they were indeed caught by surprise. Bang bang! The first to respond were a few gunshots. Apart from Ma Su and the woman, the other two immediately returned fire with their guns. Their reactions, speed and accuracy were all extremely fast. Yet the figures that were continuously shot at acted as if nothing had happened to them. The guns they used were loaded with specially made bullets, highly lethal even to bulletproof vests. But even as shots exploded on the two figures, they didn't stop at all. Die! Ultimately, it was that woman holding daggers in each hand who, with the speed of a cheetah, deftly moved behind one of the somewhat stiff figures. Her legs hooked around the figure's waist from behind, and her daggers plunged viciously into the opponent's eye sockets. Bodies that could block bullets were clearly powerful, and the eyes were still the best way to take down such prey. Mad as she may be, this instinct for battle without thought truly demonstrated her strength. After the daggers penetrated, a sick smile spread across her face, and she then began to twist them violently. "Aren't you dead yet? Dead yet?" On the other hand, Ma Su was even more direct. With just one step forward, the blade at his waist unsheathed instantly, and with one slash, he beheaded one of the figures. From the moment the two figures burst in, the counter-attack with gunfire, and the subsequent lethal blows by the woman and Ma Su, it all unfolded within a few short seconds. They took down two targets capable of withstanding bullets in an instant. Master Ma Su is truly... One of the gunmen was about to say something but was immediately impaled by the hands of the headless figure, his body rupturing. His blood had not yet poured from his mouth as he looked down in disbelief at the bloody palms. Before he could resist, he was torn in half with a forceful spread of the arms. Blood and guts sprayed everywhere. The headless corpse was still capable of killing, scaring the other person who quickly retreated, only to be impaled by an unexpected alien tail that pierced his body and dragged him outside the tent, leaving behind only his distant screams. "Watch out!" Ma Su's voice had just warned them when his body was still moving towards the front. The figure whose eyes had been pierced by the woman suddenly twisted its head, turning into an invisible shadow that bit down on the woman who was clinging to its back. Pu-chi! The woman's head was swiftly swallowed by the shadowy maw. Her legs, still hooked at the figure's waist, did not loosen as her headless body leaned backwards, blood gushing. And Ma Su, who had just taken action, suddenly felt a terrifying chill run through him. Completely out of the ordinary, even arguably defying the laws of physics, he stopped moving forward and burst back to dodge a blade's shadow that appeared like a stroke in an ink painting. Hey! Tao Yu used two zombies and Little Black to distract attention, creating conditions for his ambush, and yet he couldn't deliver a fatal blow on the first attempt. This guy had high perception. And his body was strange, capable of making such moves to avoid the attack. He didn't hesitate afterwards and leapt back again, dispersing like an ink drop hit by water. This guy's blade was fast, caution was paramount. Chapter 128, Annihilation. Ma Su looked at Tao Yu's dissipating figure once more and his entire countenance seemed extremely grave. Evading that attack just now had not come without a price. He kept retreating toward the statue and said in a deep voice. "Friend, your abilities aren't exactly above board either. There's no need for us to fight to the death. I only follow the heretic god for power, and there's no conflict between us." There was no response. Ma Su maintained a high level of vigilance, faintly feeling that the other was always looking for a breach around him. These ghostly times are not peaceful, it's understandable to seek power. There's no need to risk your life for the big shots of the floating city. People should live for themselves. Am I right? I only joined the heretic god church for self-protection too. I can quit. I still have my wits about me. What do you say to shaking hands and making peace? Ma Su kept up his beguiling speech, which seemed to have a strange effect that easily persuaded others. However, to Tao Yu in the shadows, this was completely meaningless. Moving continuously to the side, he found that Ma Su was always facing him directly. Thinking about Ma Su's previous strike that had decapitated Wino, Tao Yu knew he wouldn't withstand a similar blow. After several tentative attempts, the next moment, Tao Yu began to rapidly retreat, while the headless Wino and Cao Shaolin with corpses still hanging from his body both pounced toward Ma Su. Meanwhile, Tao Yu himself drew his AT-200 and started to fire at Ma Su from a distance. If he couldn't take him down in close combat, then he would just start shooting. Streams of shadows clung to the bullets, turning them as soon as they left the barrel into a thick coat of ink. The moment Tao Yu retreated, Ma Su ducked behind the statue, shouting fiercely. "You forced my hand. You're asking for death." Many bullets hit the statue but couldn't penetrate it at all. The shadow force, like ink, splashed onto the statue, seemingly seeping into its many cracks and spreading the fissures. Even combining the bullets with armor-piercing capabilities failed to break the statue. However, several bullets, focused with Tao Yu's mental force, moved in an arched trajectory the moment they left the barrel. As they approached the statue, they had gained enough of an angle to envelop Ma Su from behind. Clang! The statue was cut down by Ma Su himself, and at the same time, a succession of bullets penetrated Ma Su's head. Before Ma Su's body hit the ground, Tao Yu's pupils contracted at the sight of a strange, arc-shaped ripple spreading rapidly from the broken center of the statue. The all-encompassing mode of coverage left no room for Tao Yu to dodge, even in bullet time. He barely managed to slip into the shadows using bullet time, hoping the shifting form could buffer the blow. His bare form layered his inner strength, and the Qi and blood pill was activated, covering his whole body. His mental force was highly concentrated, and his Yuan Force was ready to restore at any moment. Then. That's it. Pierced by the ripple, Tao Yu blinked as if nothing had happened. It turned out to be a mental attack, quite startling. But in just an instant, it had severed the connection of two zombies close by, enough to show the strength of the mental impact. After going back and using his spirit and blood to reboot the zombies, Tao Yu also saw Ma Su's body lying on the ground, eyes wide open, unwilling to close in death. Inner city pioneer Ma Su doesn't seem to be very famous, always very low-key, but his strength is not inferior to Taf's, a gift from the heretic god church, perhaps. Tao Yu also felt a trace of solemnity in his heart. It's just that I have many methods at my disposal. If one doesn't work, I switch to another. If it were purely close combat, his high perception, high speed and high damage really sort of counters me. That Tachi is too long, and my fist intention from a distance probably wouldn't have been enough to incapacitate him. Picking up Wino's head and looking at the sleek cut, Tao Yu couldn't help but feel moved by the power of that strike, enough to split an armored car, let alone a zombie's resilience, certainly not something he could resist either. He placed the head back onto Wino's body and then let him dissolve into a shadow to recover. Tao Yu proceeded to control the eyeless Cao Shaolin to start scavenging the bodies. The closest to the statue was Ma Su. Not only had his head been hit by bullets, his wide-open eyes showed he had died in disbelief, and the direct hit from the intense mental assault was like a coup de grace. Nevertheless, Tao Yu continued to make Cao Shaolin crush his skull before starting to search for any items on his body. Then, Tao Yu discovered that the flesh and blood vessels on Ma Su's body were wriggling like black worms, still retaining a semblance of life. It was unclear whether it was a remnant of his previous prayers or if the proximity to the statue and the mental impact had reactivated them. After carefully checking the nearby dead matter and other bodies to ensure there were no major issues, Tao Yu ultimately decided to have Cao Shaolin pile up several bodies, pour gasoline on them, and light a fire. Looking at the raging fire before him, Tao Yu saw Little Black returning, and through heart-to-heart communication, he could feel that Little Black had still suffered some mental shock despite having run far away. The people who had fainted in this temporary camp were probably all somewhat injured, and the nearest few tents were already without the sound of breathing. After checking the recently shaken to death bodies inside the tents and finding no signs of any abnormalities, Tao Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it's just an ordinary statue of a god, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. The distance leads to significant attenuation, but a self-destruct of an evil god statue could make even the clean-up person hesitate. Tao Yu estimated that if it weren't for his mental immunity, even the pioneers stronger than himself would have a hard time getting away unscathed when dealing with this problem. No wonder Sun Qiu's admonitions were so solemn at the beginning. To build a temporary camp, and perhaps put on a show like this every night, I wonder what they're up to. Are they attempting to convert people into followers? Or are they able to absorb or collect something? Tao Yu thought of the woman he encountered in the first tent, who seemed to be in the midst of an indescribably pleasurable dream given her terrible state. Amping up desires? Eroding willpower? Or is it just simply to please? Earlier I heard something about a blood sacrifice, it seems Ma Su intervened to stop it. It looks like he wants to play the long game and stay undercover. Thinking of this, Tao Yu actually felt some pressure. Internal and external troubles indeed. But upon further thought, if he were a follower of the heretic god, he would probably start from the new development zone as well, given that it's where management is weakest and forces are still not strong enough. It's completely a potential breakthrough point. I just don't know how many there are. Even the inner city people joined the church of the heretic god. What are they after? Tao Yu sighed. He felt that the outsiders really provided fertile ground for the growth of the cult of the heretic god. Their situation was indeed complicated. But as for Ma Su, being from the inner city, perhaps their family originally rose to power by these means. Judging from their strength, joining the church of the heretic god is probably beneficial. Although Tao Yu possessed godhood and mental immunity, when it came to evil gods and demon gods of the abyss, he had no intention of testing his limits. Who knows how powerful those things can be? There's no need to take risks when a clear path is already laid out. Let the big shots worry about it. I'm just a small fry like Karami, no need to stir up trouble. Tisk, does this mean I have to go back again? I wonder if I can find a telegraph or radio. While Tao Yu was mulling this over, Cao Shaolin had already come over with the corpse looting gear. All was still well. It turns out Ma Su wasn't some sort of suicide bomber maniac. Perhaps other people would be more at risk from the statue's explosion, but for Tao Yu, it was rather good news. This knife is quite nice. The first thing Tao Yu got his hands on was Ma Su's Tachi-like long sword, an unquestionable Yuan Force item, and its attributes were quite impressive. Treasonous blade, sturdy sharp armor piercing self-repair, capable of absorbing 1,200 points of Yuan Force. Fourfold traits, and they complement each other nicely. Actually, Tao Yu's current Colossal Lizard's Fang was also very good, but the Colossal Lizard's Fang was a short weapon. Having a longer weapon to complement it was quite beneficial. The main reason he hadn't attempted another close combat attack after his first failed attempt was the gap in weapon length. The influence of fist intention from a distance was reduced quite a bit beyond the range of one's arm plus the length of a blade. After all, the maximum destructive impact of fist intention was after a successful hit, and the effect would decrease with distance. So, he temporarily switched to using a spear. After taking down a heretic god nest, the rewards won't be lacking, right? It can't be less than what I got for killing an alien, surely. After fiddling with the treasonous blade for a bit, Tao Yu unapologetically hung it at his waist, displaying it openly. Compared to some equipment that seems shady, this one is absolutely above board. What could be a more legitimate source than spoils of war from smashing a heretic god lair? But then Tao Yu's expression became rigid as he thought. Wouldn't that possibly draw retaliation from those zealots of the Church of the Heretic God? Thinking this, he silently tore off some strips of cloth and wrapped them around the sheath and handle of the treasonous blade, deciding it's better to keep a low profile. Chapter 129, Mopping Up. Found it. Since they set up a temporary base here, I thought there should be one. Tao Yu scavenged some remaining spoils of war and still found a hand-cranked radio box in the neighboring tent, which should be able to maintain communication with the base. I just knew it, although they may secretly hold that ceremony every day without us knowing what for, they wouldn't want to be at a loss of Yuan Force. Tao Yu briefly examined the hand-cranked radio box. The temporary camp was established by Ma Su, a heretic god follower, and while the main purpose was still uncertain, they definitely wanted to make a profit every day. As such, instant communication with the base was very important, as they couldn't always rely on foot. The frequency they are currently connected to should be their people. I don't know if they are core followers. After roughly figuring it out, Tao Yu began turning the knobs to tune in, adjusting to the base tower's receiving frequency, then cranked the handle while picking up the walkie-talkie and deliberately used force to affect his vocal cords to produce a deep voice. Calling the base, can you hear me? The base had two public frequencies besides the one for external communication, and there was also a search and rescue channel, which was usually silent, used for reporting incidents, and occasionally there would be information provided by caravans and pioneers. The main purpose was actually to prevent some emergency situations, such as discovering a zombie horde or an alien army, and pioneers outside would occasionally use this frequency for nearby teaming and communication. However, since it's a semi-public frequency, they wouldn't be discussing any confidential matters on it. This was one of the more convenient ways to directly contact the base, and Tao Yu didn't have many other options. It wasn't long after Tao Yu's inquiry that he received a feeble response. This is the base tower. Heretic God follower discovered, please report immediately. Tao Yu was straightforward, and there was no immediate response from the other side. After a moment, accompanied by static noise from the walkie-talkie, another much steadier voice came through. Who are you? Where are you now? How did you find out? Starting with a rapid series of questions, Tao Yu guessed that it might be one of the inner-city pioneers who had been recruited. At the end of Highway 3 in the rainforest camp, inner-city pioneer Masu is a heretic God follower. He has been taken down, but unsure if any fish slipped through the net. This was a semi-public frequency after all, who knows how many people were listening in the channel at that time. It was just that the severity of the incident Tao Yu reported meant nobody dared to interject, so Tao Yu didn't reveal his identity, and his voice also remained altered. After a moment, the tower came back with a conversation much more soothing in tone, without any further inquiry about who are you. Masu's camp, right? I know of it, I will report it to the two leaders immediately. I hope you can hold on for now, and if it's dangerous, feel free to leave. Not in danger for the moment, everyone here seems to be unconscious because of the ceremony. Tao Yu said this but still stealthily slipped outside the camp after reporting. After all, it was a semi-public frequency, who knew if any heretic God followers were listening. Although he believed that those who shunned the light would not likely take risks at such times, he still had to be wary of any die-hard lunatics poking around. It was just better to hide and watch for a while. What he could confirm now was that Sun Xiu, who had taught him the legitimate meditation technique, was definitely all right. It didn't take long for Tao Yu to see Sun Xiu flying quickly towards him on a motorboat, relying on his exceptional eyesight. As she arrived nearby and saw the gradually dispersing grey fog and the people sprawled in disarray, Sun Xiu did not come down immediately but circled around the base. It was then that Tao Yu began waving his hands frantically. Miss, over here, over here. Upon seeing Tao Yu, Sun Xiu's pretty face flashed a look of surprise, and she descended directly. Did you file the report? Did you do all this? It indeed smells of a heretic God follower. Sun Xiu wrinkled her cute nose, seemingly disgusted by the grey fog. It was me, yeah, I was planning to stay here for the night. I sneaked out for a bit, and when I came back, things were awry. Tao Yu casually said. This grey fog carried a kind of spiritual hypnotic effect, and Tao Yu had roughly gauged that someone normal who practiced the meditation technique and was vigilant could enter from outside without an issue, just don't stay too long. After all, it was just a minor ceremony, it couldn't be too powerful, or else they would have just chosen the base for it. Well done, I haven't taught you in vain. Sun Xiu's mouth curled into a smile, then glanced at the smudge on Tao Yu's face, wiping it off with her smooth finger. You're all ruffled, remember to put safety first next time. The familiar fragrance wafted into his nose, causing Tao Yu to shudder. Was she flirting with him? Damn it! In fact, over the recent encounters, the relationship between Tao Yu and Sun Xiu had become quite good, and there had even been some accidental touches, but this time, it all seemed intentional. I don't know what they were doing, but everyone passed out, and in the end, the statue was shattered, giving me a real headache. Tao Yu said half-truthfully. You shattered the statue? No wonder, it seems your progress with the meditation technique isn't bad. Did you shoot it to pieces? After a moment of silence, Sun Xiu glanced back at Tao Yu and then continued. You are indeed lucky, if you were too close, even with the meditation technique, the impact wouldn't be small, and death could not be ruled out. Chapter 130. Is it that serious? Let me know if anything happens in the future, don't just rush in without telling me. With a flick on Tao Yu's forehead, Sun Xiu started checking the burnt-down ritual site with her hands behind her back. Very cautious, and clever to burn it, but it's just an ordinary ritual effigy, so it shouldn't cause much pollution. I'll arrange for someone to log it, you don't have to worry about it, I'll keep an eye on it. Heh, what about the reward? Tao Yu rubbed his hands like a fly, his face full of anticipation. Poor people, no choice. If it weren't for the reward, I'd have bolted, no way I would have stayed. Take this for now, I'll think about it later. He casually tossed a card to Tao Yu, who felt his heart leap when he sensed the 50,000 Yuan Force inside. Damn, that's heart racing. That was about what my second month's transportation dividends guaranteed minimum was. It undoubtedly saved me a ton of time, and my talent's path to deification moved one step closer. What do you plan to do now? Come back with me first. Sun Xiu tilted her head and glanced at Tao Yu. She had just come over to deal with the situation, which had been handled very well, and the rest could be wrapped up by the fleet arriving overnight. No need to do everything myself. Go back with you? Tao Yu was first stunned, then he looked at the curves outlined by Sun Xiu's tight combat suit, glanced at the motorcycle, and his whole body shivered. Can't hold back, really can't hold back, this woman is toxic. Tao Yu suspected she sprayed some kind of banned substance on herself. But wait, that wasn't right. His spiritual immunity should be able to handle that, unless it was like a pain reminder or something. In his head, Tao Yu knew he shouldn't mess around, but his body honestly nodded in agreement. It would be wonderful if Miss could give me a ride, I was just about to go collect payments from Panda and the rest. Tao Yu quickly found an excuse. It wasn't time for the dividend yet, and he hadn't planned to keep drawing on it in advance. He originally planned to hunt aliens, accumulate enough, then come back for this income. The timing would have been perfect. But since he now had some extra cash and was going back anyway, he used it as an excuse. Panda was easy to talk to, he'd probably agree to in advance. Collecting payments? They owe you money. Sun Xiu called the motorcycle back and gave Tao Yu a sideways glance. No, we started a company together. It's a partnership, young Master Sun witnessed it. Oh. Sun Xiu said oh, and then looked at Tao Yu skeptically. What are you staring at? Get on. Tao Yu looked at the curve she struck on her motorcycle, feeling quite rebellious within. Damn, I'm not a rookie, what's going on? This body is too active. Cursing inwardly, Tao Yu closed his eyes and swung himself onto the back seat. The snug elastic touch sent a chill down his spine, and the faint scent from her flowing hair almost made him grasp the back, but instead, he ended up wrapping his arms around Sun Shiking's waist. After he wrapped his arms around her, Tao Yu came back to his senses and was surprised at his own boldness, but seeing that she didn't object and was calmly starting the ascent, he sighed in relief. Although he was quite familiar with Sun Xiu now, and there were occasional touches when discussing skills and testing, this kind of situation was a first. As the motorcycle sped along with her hair fluttering in front, Tao Yu was tempted to bury his face in it, but he subdued the urge with the mental strength brought by the meditation technique, and he managed to control his wandering hands. Sitting upright and serious, he immediately started practicing the meditation technique on the spot, emptying his mind. Wake up, we're here. It wasn't until the voice reached his ears that Tao Yu jerked awake and quickly rolled out of the car. Only then did he realize they had arrived at the siblings' residence. Sun Shiking, dressed in casual homewear, curiously glanced at the two of them. So you're the informant? Yes, Mr. Sun, I just hitched a ride. Tao Yu didn't know why he felt the need to explain, but back then Sun Shiking had seen some of his minor actions. Now, she was smiling at him like a sly fox, her expression somewhat playful. Ahem, I'll be off then, thank you, Miss Sunday. Tao Yu coughed and glanced at Sun Xiu, who seemed perfectly normal as if she didn't really care about giving him a ride back. Don't be so formal, you're quite capable and you've been generous in teaching skills, with no one else around, just call me Xiu. Sun Xiu appeared nonchalant. Me too. Sun Shiking smiled and waved from the side but still added a warning. Still, if you don't want to die young, be mindful in front of others. Tao Yu's heart, which had begun to thump wildly, chilled immediately upon hearing Sun Shiking's reminder, and he quickly reined in his somewhat inflated and airy thoughts. Got it, I'm off now. Alright, are you heading out to hunt aliens? Yes, the convoy's earnings have started to decline. Oh, be safe. Sun Xiu seemed to be pondering something and absently warned him. Be careful not to die. Thank you for your concern, Miss Sun. Tao Yu turned around with a big smile and waved as he sped up his pace, sighing to himself. This young lady is quite nice. I almost feel like she's taken a liking to me. But I'm clean cut. It's normal for her to want me by her side. It's just a pity if only she craved my body, too. Sister, how did it go? After watching Tao Yu leave, Sun Shiking moved closer to her older sister and whispered with a giggling smile. His physiological reactions are pretty normal, but he's also quite the scaredy cat. You scared him, so now he's done for, Sun Xiu said, looking down at her curvy figure and resting her chin on her hand, somewhat helpless. No way. Don't the books say that boys his age are all monkeys? He didn't cross any lines? How did he resist? You're such an embarrassment. Sun Shiking widened her eyes in disbelief. I really don't get it either. Could my succubus lineage be fake? He was even practicing meditation technique in the car. At this point, Sun Shio was also puzzled. Usually, she restrained her innate abilities, but that didn't mean her lineage was weak. Theoretically, it was a top-tier ability that could even diminish concepts like attack and harm. That's how you taught him to use the meditation technique. Sun Shiking was also a bit baffled and blinked her eyes. How should I know? Don't you have any references? What can I do? I'm an angel, without that kind of thing. I'm quite curious, though. Maybe you could let me watch when you two do it. Sun Shiking's eyes suddenly turned dark gold, exuding a pure aura as her face showed a trace of curiosity. Scram! Chapter 131, Trap. The sound of gunfire rang out continuously as bullets spewed from the assault rifles Tao Yu dual-wielded, splashing blood plasma from the aliens that reared their heads in front. In the dense jungle ahead, shadows occasionally flickered, as if the rustling of leaves surrounded them from all sides. Amidst the leaves and behind the treetops, those dangerous and cunning figures lurked, their numbers definitely exceeding 10. The aliens, facing the barrage from regular assault rifles, showed a considerable resistance, even though Tao Yu possessed intuitive shooting. Without the need for ballistic correction, he still scored highly accurate critical hits, but it took an average of 10 bullets to take down one alien. The continuous fire from the two assault rifles could not completely stop the aliens' approach. By Tao Yu's side, Cao Shaolin and Wino stood guard like mighty generals, while Little Black lay in wait on a tree branch. Whoosh! With an explosive leap from Cao Shaolin, he shot forward like a cannonball and collided with an alien that had rushed through the barrage. The immense force instantly burst the unsuspecting alien. Acid blood splattered. But in the next instant, another alien pounced on Cao Shaolin from behind, who, relying on his own dexterity, began to grapple with it, entwined in close quarters combat. Zombies were thick-skinned and immensely strong but moved rather rigidly in detail. Conversely, the aliens had weapons all over their bodies and moved nimbly, but they also had difficulty handling the zombies. It seemed like an equal match. With Wino's zombie entering the fray and getting tied up by another two aliens. The protection around Tao Yu greatly diminished, prompting the forest aliens to go all out and fully reveal themselves. What initially appeared to be just enough to create the illusion that Tao Yu could handle was actually a facade for many more behind the scenes. I've seen this scenario before. With a light chuckle, Tao Yu released the assault rifles that had run out of bullets and casually drew the AT-200, pulled the grenade pin, and squeezed the trigger. Boom! An explosion erupted from the front, almost simultaneously shredding two aliens. Then, with a shadowy figure, an ink-like darkness spread along Tao Yu's own shadow and coated the gun. Bullets imbued with the power of shadow force burst from the chamber one after another. The aliens, which could typically withstand an average of 10 shots from ordinary assault rifles, now faced the enhanced shooting of the AT-200 and were hunted down almost instantly with just 1 or 2 shots. Even though he had switched to a gun with a slower rate of fire, its dominance far exceeded the previous. The attacking aliens quickly dwindled in numbers as none could hide from Tao Yu's dynamic vision. It's all about fishing, just a matter of who has the higher skill. Tao Yu casually pressed the trigger, and as more aliens hid behind the sturdy trunks, he had no choice but to expend a great deal of mental force to correct the trajectory of his shots, just as he had done with Masu. But now that they had been lured out, they were much easier to kill. This gun is really handy, though the bullets are a bit pricey. Tao Yu continued to pick off the aliens. That was at a time when alien carcasses fetched a high price. If they ever became as cheap as cabbages, with only the value of the inherent Yuan Force being worth something, those with poor aim would certainly lose money. However, just as Tao Yu was mercilessly slaughtering this group of aliens who didn't know who had set the trap for whom, a long tail, far surpassing ordinary aliens in speed, suddenly lashed towards Tao Yu from behind. Little Black, quick to react, lunged at the tail but was sent flying by the tremendous force. However, as the long tail swept over where Tao Yu used to be, there was only a wisp of black mist dissipating like an ink painting. Tao Yu himself had vanished. Soon after, a colossal python-like alien that resembled a giant trilobite encased in exoskeletons and spanning over 20 meters in length, slowly emerged from the attacking position. Constantly surveying his surroundings, he kept opening his mouth to let out angry roars. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Little Black and the zombie that was still entangled by the alien. Roar! A roar erupted from the python alien's drool-dripping jaws, as the viscous, disgusting saliva splattered. The next moment, a flash of the blade passed, and the python alien's head was cleanly sliced off. Green acid blood sprayed everywhere, followed by the heavy thud of the serpent's body hitting the ground. Tao Yu, holding the treasonous blade, flicked the blade, looking at the slight corrosion marks on it which disappeared after self-repairing, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Melee weapons have their advantages. Using the colossal lizard's fang would have been tough to handle such a large creature, and the self-repair function is nice too. The material of the treasonous blade was intrinsically of good quality, corrosion-resistant, and also featured the sturdy characteristic, making the acid blood of the alien hardly noticeable. Coupled with self-repair, it became nearly immune to damage. Glancing over the ravaged battlefield, Tao Yu casually moved to dispatch the aliens still grappling with the two meat shield zombies. Looking at the two zombies, tattered and torn, their clothes and bulletproof vests shredded haphazardly but with only superficial wounds on their flesh, Tao Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. In terms of stats, his two zombies absolutely overpowered the regular aliens, but their rigid movements had them ensnared. Relying on their thick skin and massive strength, they make excellent tanks for delaying the enemy, especially when they metamorphose unexpectedly. But without metamorphosis, their lack of dexterity is indeed a headache. Previously, among the heretic god followers, there was a capable one who directly lost his head to a bite under metamorphosis. Without metamorphosis, they were quite ordinary. After all, Tao Yu himself had initially killed zombies by leveraging his dexterity and burst advantage. If they didn't have that weakness, he might have ended up on the ground himself. It seemed that this creature could hold its own against strong opponents, but against not so strong but agile enemies, it could only manage to hold them off. This must be a trap specially set up by the aliens. No idea how many pioneers got caught. Tao Yu released Wino and Cao Shaolin, letting them work with Little Black to search the bodies. Aliens are not automatically refreshed monsters, they are cunning creatures. In the 3 days that Tao Yu let loose, he only found a few scrawny cats. And it was likely that those few were just bait, and now stepping into the trap, they faced an ambush. A rough look showed about 30 or 40 regular aliens and one python alien, quite a formidable lineup. All around, the sizzling sound of the acid blood and its various pungent stenches filled the air. With rewards included, the price now should be over 10,000 Yuan Force, right? Selling them should just about cover the deification of bullet time, although I can't squeeze out all the Yuan Force. Need to save up a bit more. While Little Black and the others were collecting the corpses, Tao Yu also approached the python alien, pulling out its huge jaw which was concentrated with Yuan Force. At over 100 Yuan Force, it was 5 or 6 times more than a regular alien. However, Tao Yu did not absorb the jaw to acquire new skills. According to updated intelligence, this jaw could possibly grant the ambush alien skill. Its intrinsic value alone is over 2,000, and even a quick sale at a discounted price would be at least 1,500, with a kill reward of 500. Python aliens were not unique, there were even some casually killed by the siblings, so the intelligence was pretty comprehensive. Since it was a redundant skill, Tao Yu certainly wouldn't waste it. Nearly 2,000 Yuan Force in profit. Although there wasn't much harvest in the first 3 days, if every 3 days brings this much, then the earnings are really not bad. But it's a pity there's only so much I can carry, it's getting hard to fit anymore. The mouths of the aliens were manageable since they were relatively small, but the alien tails where Yuan Force was more concentrated took up too much space. Over there, Little Black, Wino, and Cao Shaolin were all fully laden, as carrying too much could impair their movements. I can tame a few more aliens temporarily to act as porters. If it's just for a short time, adding 4 or 5 won't affect daily life too much. I hope to strike lucky and find a queen to try it out. Tao Yu started to think about increasing the number of porters. Panda has been pretty good too, giving me advance payment before time. Thanks to the rewards from the wealthy lady, the time for the deification of his talent could be significantly shortened. Also, because she took him home for a trip, Tao Yu reckoned he almost had enough money saved, so he specifically sought out Panda to get the second month's dividend in advance. Originally, he had planned it would take at least a month to gather enough for the deification of bullet time. There was no doubt it had been significantly expedited. Chapter 132, Pioneer Squad. The rainforest was teeming with danger, especially after knowing that aliens roamed. The pioneers who had left the world barrier of zombie world and arrived here were all exceedingly careful. Most teamed up, and there was at least one member with a perception talent in each group. Those who dared to venture into the new development zone and hunt aliens within were certainly no mediocrities. At that moment, a team of more than 10 pioneers was cautiously making their way through the rainforest. Each member of the team had a specific role, watching vigilantly over their assigned areas of vision. The two in the middle constantly looked up, observing the rainforest canopy, while others swung the guns in their hands. This sustained expenditure of energy and physical strength meant they had to take shifts to rest. But this mutual support also allowed them to relax their tense spirits as much as possible when resting. Lin, your talent is really outstanding, especially in the new development zone, where its importance greatly increases when facing various pioneering tasks. Although we respect your efforts for your own society, that doesn't mean you can't join other teams," said a figure with a mechanical arm, his back extending two mechanical claws that held spinning machine guns above his head, swaying them left and right, smiling at Lin Chao. "Huang is right, which is why I'd like to invite Huang to join Chaoyang Society. Our president has entered inner city, and Huang should know him." Lin Chao didn't reject the idea but instead invited the inner city pioneer, Huang Jian, making Huang somewhat speechless. However, the talent of intuition was truly excellent and a cure-all salve, especially with a B-grade ranking, which was quite rare even in inner city. Even in the old development zone, where one could easily become a sought-after commodity, faced with areas of unknown risk, a mystical talent like intuition could be more useful than any visual, auditory, or olfactory perception skills. "You're quite the slick one, turning the tables and inviting us instead. But if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even set foot in alien territory, it's far too risky." Another figure, robust and decked in full armor, also laughed heartily. "Haha, that won't do, you're the bait. It's easier to draw out a swarm of aliens that way, hunting them one by one would take forever." Huang Jian teased his friend in jest. Although both were inner city pioneers, it was evident that they were quite amiable towards Lin Chao from the outer city. The team consisted of only the two inner city pioneers and Lin Chao with his B-graded intuition. The others had ordinary battle talents from the outer city, like Lin Chao's sister Lin Shui with her B-graded instinct, which was also quite strong. Zhang Wei had D and endurance, but his primary role was to wield an assault rifle, just carrying a larger backpack and wearing a bulletproof vest with plate inserts. The mixed-race Tom, who had previously teamed up with Zhang Wei, was also armed and in line. The others included Baiya and her 4-person squad from the temporary camp. Not a single weak link, the lineup was formidable, even if they encountered dozens of aliens, the advantage of covering fire could likely see them through. But just then, the armored figure at the front paused, and then raised a hand. "Seems like there's something up ahead. I don't sense any danger, but everyone be alert," Lin Chao reminded in a quiet voice. As they cautiously approached, the armored figure lifted his shield and used his warhammer to push aside the brush in front, revealing an expanse of alien corpses and pits eroded by alien blood. "Aliens! So many! They're all dead. Did some powerful team pass by here?" This scene was something they had never encountered before in the rainforest. The aliens had died, their acidic blood altering the landscape. "So many, we would have struggled to cope." Huang Jian's tone was serious, and the sound of his electronic eye focusing could be constantly heard as if searching for something. "Nuasan, go check out front to the right, see if there's the corpse of a python alien." "What? A python alien?" Nuasan was startled, then cautiously assumed a shielded posture with the warhammer in hand and edged closer. Only when he saw the severed head of the python alien did he breathe a sigh of relief. "It's there, but it's dead." "Impressive." Wino said he was ambushed by this thing such a massive size, truly a war machine. Nuasan kicked at the corpse of the python alien to gauge its weight. "I teamed up with brother Wino before, ah, what a pity." At that moment, Zhang Wei also tried to chime in appropriately, but no one paid him any heed. Who knows where that kid's gotten to these days, he better not have gotten mixed up in that wild wolf gang mess. That would be a bit embarrassing. Indeed, but he's desperate. The two inner-city pioneers checked their surroundings and casually struck up a conversation. Was it him who gave the locator for the Empress? At this time, Lin Shui was also a bit curious. As Lin Chao's sister, she herself possessed a B-grade combat talent, their patience was evidently much greater. Unlike the way they disregarded Zhang Wei, they spoke amiably instead. Yet, he was unlucky. The first time he came here, he got caught by an alien and probably something got parasitized inside him, but he left a locator before coming back. We can still roughly figure out the location from that. While saying this, he also took out a detector with a green grid screen that consistently flashed with a red dot, although Lin Shui couldn't understand the range indicated on the detector. For that guy's sake, we've all undergone some enhancements specifically to deal with aliens, and also prepared a lot of anti-corrosion coatings. Then that kid suddenly vanished, which was a bit unlucky. Huang Jian also felt somewhat powerless to complain, and also, the cannon fodder that the Wild Wolf gang had originally brought along was gone. Without the pressure of local gangs and without an official cannon fodder list, it was difficult for the two of them to force anything. So, partly to compensate for some of their losses, they chose to come here to hunt aliens. Without necessarily having to venture into the alien nests, a team this strong could coordinate with each other to hunt near the nests, which was totally doable. If the eradication of enough aliens was accomplished, a direct assault on their lair wasn't out of the question. Now that so many aliens have died, considering the distance, it's very likely that it was Wino's place. Should we give it a try? Nuasan was somewhat tempted. A python alien had died, along with many ordinary ones. If there was a chance to capture the alien queen, that would earn them points with the two big shots. Safety first, let's scope out the situation first, clear out more in the vicinity. If we encounter that team and can collaborate, it'll be safer. Although more people meant fewer benefits to go around, for pioneers, most preferred stability. Otherwise, a wreck is a true loss. Being prudent is the key to a longer life. In the back of the group, the burly woman Aji whispered to Baya beside her. Even the inner city pioneers know it's better to team up. Those two alien guys from before were really tough. It might be just like what we had prepared for, a round trip within a day. Baya also sighed. In fact, she wasn't very keen on adventuring overnight in the rainforest, but who would have guessed they'd be so unlucky as to run into a cult causing trouble. It was also fortunate that where they were staying was far away, affected less. Otherwise, they probably would have suffered significant after effects. The tents that were close by were all wiped out. Nonetheless, they had to go through registration and scrutiny. Luckily, at that time, two inner-city pioneers came looking for capable hands to enter the forest, so after registering, they signed up on the spot and used the two inner-city pioneers to help them get out. However, Baya's gaze flickered towards Lin Chao. B-grade intuition, that was an explosive potential. It was a shame that the journey had been too tense to foster any connection, and his personality seemed a little odd. And at this moment, Zhang Wei began to speak again. Actually, I know of a place nearby that might have some good stuff. One of my companions ate a red flower there when we first came in that significantly enhanced his physical fitness, not sure if there's still some. Zhang Wei remembered what Tao Yu had said during his time at the dojo and took the opportunity to bring it up, hoping to please them. An item that can enhance physical fitness? Are you sure? Nuasan, dressed head to toe in armor wielding a shield and spiked hammer, appeared quite interested. He said so himself, but it should be true. We're all outer city pioneers. After completing our first mission, he got really strong. Hey, that's kind of interesting. Nuasan chuckled heartily, and Huang Jian, his eyes flickering, seemed to be pondering something. The blood orchid was a valuable item. While the location of the blood orchid remained secretive, Tao Yu had already made sure to spread the word. But those who hadn't reached a certain status or position wouldn't even know what a blood orchid was, nor would they have relevant missions. At least the typical inner-city pioneer families obviously couldn't get this information. Well, we might as well check it out since it's on the way. Inner-city pioneers also need to earn a living. Otherwise, they wouldn't be forming teams and taking risks to hunt aliens. However, at that moment, a ding-a-ling sound rang out, and then Nuasan looked down to see that he had touched a thread with a bell attached. The bell was hanging from a tree branch, previously unnoticed. An alarm? Are there people camping nearby? Chapter 133, Letting Go. Tao Yu was setting up the tent, with a campfire already kindled in front of him, preparing to spend the night there. In the event that more aliens decided to deliver themselves, it would save quite a bit of effort. Next to the campfire, several racks supported by branches were set up, covered with the slender tails of aliens that resembled air-dried cured meat. The main purpose was to dry out the sticky sensation, so carrying them later wouldn't be so disgusting. Besides that, a few plump capybaras had also been skewered. These supersized rodents, once skinned and gutted, unfolded like small tables, and 4 capybaras almost completely covered the fire pit. Little Black crouched beside the fire, occasionally rolling them over, and had even learned to sprinkle salt on top. After all, these capybaras had been caught by it. In addition to this, a number of fat tree grubs were wrapped in leaves, roasting on the side of the fire pit. Ding-ling! The crisp sound of a bell came from afar, immediately drawing Little Black's attention. Tao Yu, who was in the midst of setting up the tent, was somewhat surprised, and casually said to Little Black, "You stay here, keep watch, and roast the meat." Then he let Cao Shaolin lead the way, following behind toward the direction of the noise. With his exceptional dynamic vision, Tao Yu had already noticed the shaking of the bushes, quite a number of them. But the glimpses through some gaps seemed to suggest that they were humans who had entered the rainforest, most likely pioneers. Even if they were pioneers, Tao Yu didn't let down his guard. In such a place, humans were not necessarily a safe species, especially since he had quite a few spoils of war with him. Having often overcome stronger enemies through stealthy ambushes, Tao Yu had no intention of becoming the one who was taken out. Luckily, with his spirit perception amplified several times over, combined with bullet time and stealth, Tao Yu had a rather unique advantage when it came to dealing with ambushes. This must be what they mean by the boldness of an artist, hey? If it had been my first time here, I would have either hidden or stood my ground with a gun waiting. Tao Yu also felt the confidence that came with strength, a kind of fundamental self-assurance. "Who's there?" Tao Yu didn't brazenly approach. Upon almost pinpointing the other party's location, he stood next to the trunk of a huge tree and asked in a stern voice. As Tao Yu spoke, Lin Chao, who was in the team, suddenly felt a surge of extreme danger clouding his mind, leaving him gasping for breath for a moment. "Wait!" The moment Lin Chao spoke up, the 2 inner-city pioneers, who had been somewhat relaxed, had a change of expression. Nuasan, who was about to push aside the branches in front, also stopped and ducked behind a nearby tree trunk. The others also tensely raised their guns, as if ready to attack at any moment. "Stop, stop! Don't point your guns, put them down." Lin Chao felt the sense of crisis escalating, as if someone was holding a blade right before his eyes. "Put them down, stay alert." Huang Jian found cover for himself and ordered, following Lin Chao's advice. Afterward, he responded to Tao Yu in a deep voice. "Friend, we mean no harm, we're pioneers who came in to hunt aliens." "Lin Chao." Tao Yu recognized Lin Chao's voice from before, recalling the pioneer he had met once. The pioneer with a child's heart had made a good impression on him. "Tao Yu." Lin Chao was initially startled by the sudden sense of crisis, but now he also recognized that it was Tao Yu's voice. The knife-edge sensation at his eyeballs also lessened considerably. It turned into having a knife held against his throat. "Tao Yu." Jiang Wei also recognized who it was from this reaction. "Do you know each other?" Huang Jian asked. "Yes, it's the companion I told you about before, the one with great dynamic vision." Jiang Wei didn't conceal it. This made both Huang Jian and Nuasan relax a bit. "So it's him. I know him." Wino wanted to invite him to join the rescue team before, great dynamic vision with strong perception, though not as good as Lin Chao, but he's still quite the talent, Nuasan said. Upon discovering a familiar face in the wilderness, the sense of caution in each of them eased somewhat. "Brother, we were also about to rest. Can we join your team?" Nuasan regained his confidence, suddenly feeling good again. He came out brazenly from behind the tree, lifting the bushes in his full body armor, and appeared in front of Tao Yu. Meanwhile, he also saw Tao Yu and Cao Shaolin, the 2 of them standing next to him. Quickly assessing the 2 and their gear, Nuasan made his judgment. Their strength must not be weak, but at this distance, I should be able to handle it. If a real conflict erupts, I just need to rush with a shield to knock one person flying, then swing the hammer at another. I won't say it'll be resolved in an instant, but I can control the situation. Carrying guns and such long blades in this kind of rainforest is really inconvenient. With blades that long, you'd need a talent like Masses to make it work, a bit of a show-off, this kid. And that guy with the black cloth over his eyes, a poker face, wonder who he's showing that to." Nuasan pondered in his heart, but all his expressions were hidden under the helmet, revealing nothing. "Are you the friends from the inner city that Wino Big Brother once hired?" Hearing the previous conversation, Tao Yu thought of some information Wino had mentioned to him before. The man is dead, and now still protecting him from the shadows. Tao Yu still maintained respect for Wino in his words, then continued. Do you have a way to find Wino Big Brother's nest? What? Interested in the Queen? We can collaborate with our two teams, but the specific division needs to be negotiated. Huang Jian also spoke up gravely, as the group slowly made their way over and gradually saw Tao Yu and Cao Shaolin. From their perspective, since these two were so close by, they were very likely members of the team that had eradicated those alien beasts up ahead. Being able to handle so many aliens means their team must be quite competent. Bai Yu's squad also seemed somewhat surprised at this moment. Were these not the two handsome guys raising alien beasts? So they did have a team, no wonder they turned down the invitation. But for some reason, the handsome guy with the eye cover suddenly went from a single eye patch to black cloth covering both eyes. Was it some special talent? Tao Yu sized up everyone and judged them, feeling a bit disdainful. Adding them might save some trouble, but if they couldn't solve a problem he couldn't, they didn't seem of much use. However, they should have a means of locating the aliens' nests, something Wino had mentioned before, which could save a lot of time. It'd be much more convenient than aimlessly searching through the rainforest. Come over, we can talk. Tao Yu turned and walked casually ahead of Cao Shaolin, positioning Cao Shaolin's figure behind him. Lin Chao and his team were also following behind, walking toward the faint light of the fire ahead. Lin Shui cautiously asked Lin Chao. Bro, what happened to you just now? I didn't feel anything. I don't know, I just felt like if we didn't put down our guns, we would die. Lin Chao was still a bit nervous, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He didn't know why he had such a delusion, but it was there. Intuition was always a bit mystical, inexplicable. Huang Jian also exchanged a silent nod with Nuosan, who turned to look back at him, preparing to have a good talk with the leaders of their team soon. I've raised an alien beast, don't attack it, Tao Yu mentioned first, lest their conditioned reflex upon seeing an alien in the rainforest would be to attack. Oh? Brother, you've raised an alien beast. Are you preparing for a breeding task? Nuosan, who had been somewhat disdainful of Tao Yu in his heart, now lit up with enthusiasm. A dynamic vision, plus being able to raise an alien, able to shoot from the back with the alien taking the front should the alien die, it could even burst with acid blood. His strength and status had instantly soared. By the way, Tao Yu didn't elaborate much. He merely parted the branches blocking the way and, upon seeing the crude campsite and campfire ahead, everyone present was taken aback. The scene was much smaller than imagined, and aside from an alien being roasted by the fire, there were no other people. Then, the alien's tail hanging in front of the fire, being roasted like a sausage, also dazzled their eyes for a moment. Damn! So many are just lying there casually. The trophies from the earlier killings? But where is everyone else? A small personal tent, a bonfire, hanging sausages, plus the alien warming by the fire and the fragrant meat grilling. This scene looked bizarre from any angle. At this moment, Tao Yu took a seat by the fire in the prime spot. Cao Shaolin stood quietly to the side, and Little Black eagerly handed over a hot capybara foot. While taking a bite of the capybara foot, Tao Yu casually said, all this roasted meat is mine, if you want to buy some, it won't be cheap. Eat what you brought for yourselves. Then, Tao Yu settled on a rock and casually scanned Huang Jian and Nuosan before him. I have 2 negotiation suggestions. First, sell me the coordinates. I'll give you 5 alien tails in exchange. Second, we team up. The queen is mine, and I take 70% of the other spoils. Choose. In an instant, the jovial expressions on Huang Jian and Nuosan's faces stiffened, and then everyone else also began to slowly realize something. Wait, the so-called team is just the 2 of you. The team that wiped out that group of aliens just consisted of you 2. In just a moment, everyone had the urgent words of Lin Chao echoing in their minds. Put it down. This. If we don't put down our weapons, could we die? Chapter 134, Targeting the Empress. Fair winds, and if fate allows, we shall meet again. Tao Yu smiled and waved to the team as they carried the alien tail away into the night. They turned out to be quite decent, helping me clear out my stock. Looking at the empty wooden shelf before him, Tao Yu took another bite of roasted capybara. Selling all his earnings for 10,000 was a steal for them, but in exchange, he got a locator that revealed the position of the nearby alien queen's nest. His demeanor had made it clear that he was not interested in teaming up with them. Huang Jian and Nuosan, the inner-city pioneers, were clever as ghosts. No matter how Tao Yu and his companion had managed it, the fact that they dealt with so many aliens spoke for itself. That was a representation of strength, and they definitely didn't want any conflict to arise. Now that both sides stood to gain, it was a win-win situation, really. Once they had the goods, they didn't want to test Tao Yu's character. It was clear that the combined strength of Tao Yu and his companion was at least not weaker than the sum of their 10-plus person team. If they stayed together long-term, the more powerful individual or party could ensnare them in a surprise attack, leading to an instant collapse. Being self-aware, Huang Jian and Yuan naturally remained alert while taking what they got and leaving once the going was good. Tao Yu was of course happy with this arrangement as well. As for them knowing that he was not to be underestimated, that didn't bother him at all. Wasn't this convenience obtained by showing off his remarkable strength? Such a level of display was completely within Tao Yu's acceptable range. If we truly teamed up to explore the nest, it could have been troublesome. Exploring the nest could have led to any number of problems, possibly exposing much more than just the general knowledge they had now. The Empress? Hey? I didn't expect to find her location on my first strikeout. Tao Yu thought of the previous queen he had successfully dealt with. Back then, he was too weak to physically overpower the queen, let alone apply any taming technique. Now, what was lost must be regained. Brother Lin, you must inform us ahead of time if there's any danger. Huang Jian, moving quickly through the woods, reminded Lin Chao. I will, but I don't think Brother Tao would. I was worrying about other kinds of danger. Huang Jian smiled awkwardly, well aware that Lin Chao was a rather principled fellow, which was reassuring to have in a teammate. How is an outsider so strong? Yuan pondered this question without finding an answer. Even with a great dynamic vision skill, how was it possible? His own talents might be slightly lacking, but how could others compete with his advantages from accumulations and implants? I did a quick scan of the alien bodies earlier, most of them had gunshot wounds. His shooting skills are exceptionally good. Combined with armor-piercing bullets, and the cooperation of their other abilities, as well as the cannon fodder of more aliens, it's not impossible. Huang Jian hypothesized as well. There's only one alien left now, but that doesn't mean there was only one during the fight. The chosen one in the base must have been his discovery, probably earning a significant reward. That's when Zhang Wei shared another piece of information. At that moment, his expression became distant, as if he were in a dream. The two inner-city pioneers he had been fawning over had actually been outdone in the presence of Tao Yu? What had he done? He had been the first to meet him in the abyss. He had had such a good opportunity. Now, Zhang Wei was somewhat dazed, recalling the first time he met the other, the time he was almost swallowed by snakes before being rescued. They had actually cooperated well on the way, and he'd even been willing to teach him the basic breathing technique. It had all gone wrong when he first met inner-city pioneers because of that dead jerk's attitude, leading to his misjudgment. What exactly had he missed out on? Zhang Wei's face turned pale as he sniffed and unconsciously touched his nose, trembling as he tried to pull something out of his chest, but ended up forcibly stuffing it back in. After all, the inner-city pioneers were no good. Scoundrels! But now it was too late, he had no choice but to see this path to the end. He hoped to exchange this information for favor with the bigwigs of the inner city. In terms of depth, the inner city pioneers definitely had a stronger foundation. Luck like finding the chosen one couldn't always be relied upon, ultimately, it was all about the foundation. And thinking of this made him taste bitterness. His group had also encountered Jack and his team before, but alas, they had had no idea of the chosen one nor that such boundless riches were right before their eyes. It was only after the fact that he realized the other must have made his start with said fortune. The chosen one? No wonder, that explains it all. Perhaps the two nobles also bestowed skills upon him. Wino must have offered him some benefits too. Remember how he wanted us to wait longer? He was probably allowing him time to assimilate. Slowly piecing together the puzzle with different fragments of information, they arrived at a reasonable explanation. But even so, it didn't diminish the strength of those two. Identity, background, and patronage certainly hold significant sway, but in the abyss, might is always the most important. Avoiding their sharpness was the right thing to do. They're just a bit too arrogant, showing no friendliness towards us. Yuan muttered, recalling the initial encounter with Tao Yu and Cao Shaolin, and the preconceived notions he'd had about dominating the situation. He couldn't help but feel a bit abashed. Chapter 135. And this time, the strong-armed choice he was coerced into making also left him somewhat displeased. In a world where strength spoke loudest, especially in the newly established development zone where even familial leverage was scarce. If you were no match for others, you just had to hold back. Luck itself is also a manifestation of strength. Are we heading back just like that? Let's go back and deal with the goods on us first, then check out the place that young brother Zhang Wei mentioned, and finally go take a look at the results in the alien nest. Who knows, we might stumble upon a pleasant surprise. Huang Jian made plans with reason. From the tone of it, Zhang Wei's continuous efforts were finally starting to pay off, catching their attention. For someone with an endurance rating of D+, achieving this effect was actually quite remarkable. This finally brought a faint smile to the somewhat desolate face of Zhang Wei, showing that there were indeed rewards. That's true, although you are a bit less gifted, Brother Zhang, your talent for endurance might actually withstand the alien's rejection. It's just that it will certainly be more costly for you. Nuosan also nodded in agreement, appreciating the point. By that time, we siblings may not be able to join. However, at this moment, Lin Chao indicated his intention to leave, which made Zhang Wei anxious. After all, he had just established a connection with some inner-city figures. Brother Lin, you've misunderstood. We're not planning an ambush, we're just going to see if there's an opportunity to gain something, nothing more. Knowing Lin Chao's personality, Huang Jian sincerely tried to persuade him to stay. His words reflected his true intentions. After all, pioneers wouldn't explode with Yuan Force, ambushing them would be a loss, but they wouldn't mind picking up the remains of a mutual defeat. Yes, Brother Chao, if Brother Tao encounters trouble, we might be able to lend a hand and ask for some benefits in return. Zhang Wei also offered a word of persuasion. And I've promised the two brothers to take them to find some entertainment. If you want, you can stay behind, or you can just give them the location. Lin Chao showed no sign of wavering and didn't pressure Zhang Wei to do anything. This made Zhang Wei, who had just established a relationship, show a bitter expression, but in the end, he decided to clarify the information about the valley and pass the message on to them. After suffering a loss once, Zhang Wei didn't want to miss out again. Inner-city pioneers were mostly cold-hearted and bad sorts, far less reliable than Brother Chao. By giving them this information, it should stabilize the situation, at least they wouldn't bear a grudge against him. The Baya squad that followed closely behind also had diverse thoughts. Although they did not know Zhang Wei and the others from before, like they had met briefly at the campsite. Back then, the other two had seemed very aloof, and they also knew that the others hadn't tamed many aliens. It was just that one barbecued beast. The burly Aji, who had previously denounced the importance of appearances by the fireside, now desperately wanted to shrink his head into his neck. Being able to tame an alien was already a sign of remarkable ability in the eyes of outsiders. At that time, he could barely console himself that his own strength was what mattered most. But now, truly compared, he felt like the fool. Thinking back to his mindset at that time, it was truly embarrassing. The relatively handsome He Ying also had a bitter look at this moment, whispering softly to his friends beside him. I really couldn't imagine they were such important figures before. Outsiders suppressing inner city is beyond belief. Yet, inner city dignitaries are incredibly precious. The sturdy female warrior Aji, watching the two inner city figures retreat in a pathetic state, occasionally looking back, also felt a complete overturning of her worldview. Inner city people are supposed to be high above, a notion deeply ingrained in their bones. Teaming up with the bigwigs of the inner city, even just to run errands, is an honor, a recognition of one's strength. They wouldn't even spare a glance for an ordinary outsider. But now what? Toppling the celestial pole? At that moment, Baya was hurrying along silently, her eyes, however, sparked with fervor. No wonder she didn't look down on herself before, such beings truly wouldn't care about her appearance. However, this was also her closest chance to real power, to being recognized as a true talent. If there's really a chance, she wouldn't mind even if it's at her own expense, offering herself for free. It's fine even if they don't acknowledge her after pulling up their pants. Such talent, to leave behind a seed is a huge profit, it's completely worth betting on the chance. The next morning, emerging early from his tent, Tao Yu also smelled Little Black's breakfast being cooked. He's still kind-hearted after all. Tao Yu stretched lazily and then began his morning exercises. There was no conflict, he also didn't like to kill without reason. Although, in theory, those two inner-city pioneers and the dead wino could be remotely linked, he didn't need to find such an excuse just to convince himself. If they're all gone, unless it's absolutely necessary, there's no point in doing things he dislikes. Maybe with some luck, next time I could encounter them again, help transport some goods. And now that little Miss Rich could use some extra hands, good deeds should bring good rewards, right? Tao Yu felt refreshed after finishing his punches and then started to show off the capybara meat. The cost of a second deification of the swallowing fluid technique isn't actually high. Everyone can undergo deification now, but I'll still wait until I've saved enough talent points. Tao Yu felt the heat being digested, turning into energy to replenish what he had spent on his training. As his qi blood moved and merged into his danshan. The priority for the swallowing fluid technique should have been higher, but now the digestion speed was sufficient. The real problem was the lack of high-energy food, which was why it was postponed. First, I'll catch a few of those common laborers, then go and see what kind of creature Wino could cultivate. Thump! With what seemed like a light palm strike from Tao Yu, an alien was sent flying and smashed against a tree, causing the sturdy trunk to tremble. The force of the strike didn't leave any visible wounds on the alien's surface, but from its cherry-sized mouth, it spat out greenish acidic blood, completely discoloring its clear, viscous saliva. Soon after, the alien lay trembling on the ground, succumbing to Tao Yu's authority, who then approached and performed a routine of punishment and reward. By then, including Little Black, Tao Yu already had 5 aliens by his side. Along with Cao Shaolin and Wino, he had essentially formed a small team. Common aliens just take up space, they can serve as cannon fodder. Tao Yu considered for a moment, then hesitated as he looked at Little Black. The creature had been with him the longest, setting aside affection, its loyalty was unquestionably the highest, and it might even be able to accompany him between 2 worlds after a while. Furthermore, it could drive, make fire, catch fish, and even cook meat. It could pass as support staff, at a stretch. You, follow its commands, go now, to your lair. Tao Yu had a recollection from last time that these temporarily subdued aliens wouldn't necessarily revolt upon seeing the queen. But due to the influence of the queen's pheromones, they would be hesitant. Fortunately, as long as they weren't ordered to attack the queen, using them as cannon fodder was of no matter. Chapter 136, Harvest. In a dark cave, there wasn't a trace of light, and underfoot was a sticky substance like crusted snot that made squelching noises with each step. The air was filled with a sour and strange odor. However, for Tao Yu, this was hardly an issue, as the pitch-black cave did not affect his vision. It was only upon seeing 2 aliens on the ground with their acidic blood splattered all over from being blasted that Tao Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. Next time, I should get some paint to mark the aliens, to easily identify them. With a locator, Tao Yu finding the alien nest was only to be expected. With the help of temporary recruits, the narrow confines didn't give the aliens any chance to rush at them. It wasn't until the interior of the alien nest sensed something wrong and increased their reconnaissance that the cannon fodder aliens began to suffer casualties. But the most tragic was the one in front of him, which was entangled in a fight with another alien right before Tao Yu, its tail flailing wildly. Because it was a hasty conscription, the connection was nowhere near as tight as with Little Black, leaving Tao Yu momentarily stunned. A tiger-shaped strike layered with force hit its mark, and between 2 choices, it directly hit his own side. Even the hostile alien it was fighting seemed equally stunned before being casually struck by another of Tao Yu's punches. Turned into 2 clumps of pixels. It's just the mutual understanding that's gone, otherwise I wouldn't have known I hit the wrong one. Tao Yu looked at the temporary recruit on the ground, remained silent for 3 seconds, then stepped over the sizzling acidic blood in the corrosion zone and continued forward. Alien corpses oozing acidic blood littered the path. Although Tao Yu was careful to step on their shells, his tactical boots still revealed his big toe. I hope later. Before Tao Yu could finish his thought, a sudden sense of impending danger alerted him through his spirit perception. What was that? The next moment, Tao Yu's dynamic vision caught a streak of silver light flitting through the darkness. Bullet time! Without hesitation, he activated it, and the scene before him slowed to a frame-by-frame sequence. A high-speed rotating boomerang, following the turn of the corridor with incredible throwing skill, automatically curved towards him. In bullet time, the trajectory of the boomerang was clear, along with the distorted airflow hugging its surface. An alien cannon fodder just grazed by the boomerang was sliced through the middle like butter. After that, without losing momentum, it bore down directly on Tao Yu. A tilt of the head, the fierce wind of its passing sliced by, taking with it a few strands of hair. A cut also formed on Tao Yu's earlobe. This must be Wino's leftover boomerang, that big fellow. Touching the cut on his ear, Feeling the slight pain, Tao Yu's breathing began to change. The sound of his heart pumping seemed almost audible, each beat carrying a thick, plasma-rich impact. The qi and blood pill at his dantian swirled, warm streams spreading to his limbs and bones, stimulating the birth of strength throughout his body. Strength was different from inner strength, more aggressive and domineering, but it was also very immediate in its existence. Just like the enormous burst of energy when ADP rapidly hydrolyzes during an anaerobic exertion in a normal person. Before the second deification of the myriad flow stance skill, Tao Yu used to stimulate and employ strength simultaneously. Even after the first deification of the myriad streams breathing method allowed for the layering of strength, it was essentially still the same, except that the instantaneous burst of strength could stack even more powerfully and become stronger. But now with the qi and blood formed into a pill, although not to say that strength could be kept for extended periods, the ability to stimulate the energy in all body cells to transform at a critical moment was not out of reach. The consumption was great, and it must be used up in a short time, but it could also accomplish short-term storage. Since the formation of the qi and blood pill, I haven't used it to its full potential, but now it's time to see what you're made of. Pop a qi replenishing pill into his mouth, and Tao Yu, who was slowly walking forward, vanished the next moment like ink dispersing in water. Boom! A powerful burst of air swept through, and when Tao Yu reappeared, he was already behind a large alien, subsequently shaking off the acidic blood from his hand in disgust. The green acidic blood, along with the black mist dissipating from Tao Yu's hand, was easily scattered by the force. And with the owlskin gloves he always wore on his hands, not a single trace remained. I prepared so thoroughly, yet this is all you've got. Tao Yu muttered to himself, looking at the large alien corpse with a through-and-through hole in its head, which fell to the ground following his flick of the wrist. You've made me waste a qi replenishing pill, better not let me down. Crouching down, Tao Yu also took a closer look at the lifeless alien. Unlike the slender feel of ordinary aliens, this one gave Tao Yu the impression of sturdiness as soon as it appeared. It was somewhat reminiscent of a predator that had been parasitized. And indeed, the accuracy with which he had swung the boomerang before was quite impressive. It was precisely that boomerang that made Tao Yu opt for a very cautious fighting style, raging qi blood throughout his body to add layers of force, combined with stealth and shadow manipulation, draining nearly half of his stamina in the process. He even preemptively swallowed a qi replenishing pill just in case. As a result, one strike. This alien, born from Wino, was stronger than Wino had been originally, and yet it died so carelessly. Tao Yu's fingers flipped, producing a dagger, and then he cut open the alien's chest at the gathering point of Yuan Force, letting the ordinary dagger sizzle as it pried out an object resembling a heart. This was the product of the alien's Yuan Force. I wonder if it has any suitable skills. Tao Yu shook the heart clean with some anticipation, then held it in his hand to sense it. The Yuan Force was around 400, the amount of 20 regular aliens, even higher than the one from the Empress he had killed before. Does this mean it's stronger than the Empress? But Yuan Force isn't purely a measure of strength, perhaps its functionality is stronger. Tao Yu found it rather unexpected. The output from the Python alien wasn't as high as this one. Flipping his hand, he swatted away a face-hugger trying to sneak attack him, and then picked up the heart. He then called over Wino, Cao Shaolin, Little Black, and the last cannon fodder alien to guard him as he unhesitatingly absorbed the Yuan Force of the heart. A stream of chaotic information was suppressed by mental immunity. The impact of the data was quite disordered and complex, with high levels of contamination. Without learning the meditation technique or having related innate talents, an ordinary person probably couldn't withstand it. Tao Yu was surprised by the flow of information. He then sensed the rough details of the skill information. It seemed to be an ability that enhances the heart, almost complete but just short of a little, though the rest could be filled in directly with Yuan Force. Without hesitation, Tao Yu filled in the remaining gap with the few hundred Yuan Force he had just absorbed, completing the skill. Heart strengthening, a product of fusing a pioneer parasitized by an alien after an alien implantation. It can increase heart function without rejection. Hey, not bad. Tao Yu felt that this ability was a pleasant surprise. While not top-notch, it was quite practical. Alien implantation and mechanical enhancements were quite strong, and could even be considered shortcuts. The painstaking effort of improving through breathing techniques and cultivating various abilities could easily be surpassed by a single implantation surgery. Years of arduous training to reach the limits of the human body and then continuously breaking those limits could be easily eclipsed by the innate strength of a brown bear with a single slap. Uncle Hu was actually a good example. Past hard training was inferior to one-arm replacement. But Tao Yu had always politely declined such enhancements, opting to possibly consider them for his zombies, but not for himself. Yet now, these implants, once optimized by the alien, had turned into products of Yuan Force, eliminating the side effects. Goodness, if based on different alien implants, could there be enhancements for other organs? This. Tao Yu pondered, aware that the Sun's siblings had not yet captured such prey, and the only special alien information made public was that of the strongest python alien. This skill could potentially be useful to both siblings. Forget it, let's pretend I don't know. His eyes flickered briefly, and Tao Yu ultimately sighed, he could deal with any offending alien implants later. Looking at the 100 Yuan Force consumed for deification, Tao Yu knew that this ability's deification might not bring many surprises. As the Yuan Force flowed in, he felt his heartbeat becoming more pronounced and more intense, blood flow accelerating, and blood pressure rising. But a moment later, it slowed down again, even beating slower than before. However, the amount of blood pumped out with each beat increased, surpassing the efficiency of before. And when necessary, it could speed up again, pushing the heart rate beyond the original limits of the heart. Heart strengthening improved, omitted, increases the speed of qi blood generation, accelerates physical recovery, and increases certain physical limits. The increase wasn't very significant, but the two attributes were important, making it a minor treasure. What confused Tao Yu the most was that this level 1 skill had no training technique. Even if he wanted to invest Yuan Force, the efficiency was quite low. Trying to stimulate it with the basic breathing method, Tao Yu's eyes brightened slightly. It's like a solidified ability that can improve with daily training. While using Yuan Force to speed up is not cost-effective, everyday practice can help incidentally, and its potential is not small. Chapter 137, Clue. Roar. The towering alien queen lay humiliated on the ground, letting out a roar of unwilling submission. There were still many shrieking alien guards nearby, and many wriggling eggs on the ground, but none of this could stop Tao Yu in the slightest. You do have some insight, smoother than I imagined. Seeing the other aliens that didn't dare to approach and the alien queen who had chosen submission, a trace of a smile hung on Tao Yu's face. It wasn't in vain that he had brought over the body of the mutated alien. The effect of killing one to warn the others was excellent. Although I was confident I could suppress it, subjugation isn't about lashing out and killing with one strike. Even relying on fist intention to wear it down would probably take some time, and I'd need to use quite a few chi replenishing pills. Best to save where I can. The alien queen clearly was smarter, and its will to survive far exceeded that of an ordinary alien. Tao Yu could feel the resentment of the alien queen, whose loyalty didn't even reach passing grade, at most 50 a category that would revolt and offer a kiss anytime given the chance. But no matter, for Tao Yu, as long as the alien queen could briefly give up her resistance, that was enough. After you've tasted this, you won't believe how difficult it is to get rid of it. Already adept at the dual heavens of reward and punishment, Tao Yu quickly brought the queen to the passing line, and her behavior became much more docile. But being able to communicate heart to heart with his mount, Tao Yu raised an eyebrow. After all, it is a queen. The improvement is far less than an ordinary alien. I'll have to grind a few more times. He reached out and pressed on the alien queen again, and in the next moment, the queen started flailing, while Tao Yu popped another 2 chi replenishing pills into his mouth. The second deification for taming must also be scheduled, but if it stays by my side all the time, it can be stabilized. When Little Black underwent this same treatment, it immediately began to withstand the queen's pheromones and fight back. But now, the alien queen was at most slightly better than the previous cannon fodder aliens and was barely obedient. Go, kill the other aliens. After stroking the sleek exoskeleton of the alien queen, Tao Yu coldly pointed to the other guardian aliens nearby and issued the order. The alien queen roared dissatisfiedly, but feeling the intense pain from deep within its soul, it ultimately succumbed and pounced on the aliens nearby. With a body size far surpassing ordinary aliens and even bigger than the mutated alien that had parasitized Wino, the dominant alien queen indeed settled one alien with each swipe. The acid blood of the aliens couldn't affect the exoskeleton of the queen in the slightest. Under the natural suppression of the queen's pheromones, those aliens were like lambs to the slaughter, one swipe, one kill. Eventually, under the relentless killing and furious roars of the alien queen, the guardian aliens abandoned her and scattered in all directions. Tao Yu did not intend to stop them, he could feel that it was the queen's orders that commanded the aliens to run, a clear-cut case of letting them loose. Ha, clever move. Since you let them escape, you can deal with these eggs yourself. Tao Yu's voice was somewhat cold, causing the alien queen to stiffen. But before it could react, Tao Yu's hand was on its sleek exoskeleton again, causing it to howl in pain. Seeing this, Little Black shuddered with fear. That punishment from deep within the soul was Little Black's nightmare, ensuring it would never again dare to defy its master. Now, witnessing the plight of this new member, it was reminded of those terrifying memories etched into its bones. Eventually, the alien queen's thick saliva turned to bubbles, and once again it chose to submit, staggering and twitching as it stomped all its own eggs to pieces. Good, if you had fulfilled your first task from the beginning, then I wouldn't necessarily have needed to get rid of these eggs. Remember that. Comforting the alien queen with a pat, Tao Yu used rewards to disperse her sadness and resentment, and distinctly felt the heart-to-heart connection become a bit clearer. It was still far from Little Black now, but already much higher than the cannon fodder aliens. Kill it. With a casual point towards the only remaining cannon fodder alien other than Little Black, the alien queen, without any hesitation, pierced its head with a flick of her tail. Then it turned its bloodthirsty gaze towards Little Black. From now on, you'll be the hay. When I haven't given orders, temporarily follow Little Black's commands. Tao Yu completed naming the alien queen. And quite against the norms of alien society, he arranged for a division of labor. This unexpected joy caused Little Black, which had been shivering fearfully, to suddenly feel a surge of happiness. The alien queen still hissed in dissatisfaction a couple of times, but ultimately also bowed its head humbly to Little Black. Preliminary training, successful. It can still lay eggs after leaving the ovipositor, but the consumption is much greater, and the speed slower. Riding on the alien queen's back and leaving the nest, Tao Yu also preliminarily completed communicating with the queen and understood a bit more about the situation. The queen could detach itself from the ovipositor and continue to grow by consuming energy, but after it regrows, it shouldn't move lightly to maintain the high efficiency of laying eggs. Without the ovipositor, it could still lay eggs, but the burden and pressure on the alien queen would be quite large, akin to overdrawing its life. Let's complete the second deification of talents first. Moreover, stealth, myriad streams breathing technique, meditation technique should be prioritized. Taming, riding, and swallowing fluid technique come afterward. He couldn't be sure that the second deification would ensure the alien queen could stay away from him for long. If not, wouldn't that mean he'd become tied to it, essentially becoming its keeper, which would be somewhat of a loss. Follow me for now. Everything that needed to be accumulated is ready, it's a good time to experiment more. Riding on the broad back of the alien queen, the sensation was much better than the bony Little Black, it was indeed a viable mount. I'll find a cushion to put on it later, the effect should be even better. Tao Yu rode the alien queen away from the nest. Having just left the dark nest and returned to the rainforest, Tao Yu immediately turned his head toward a certain direction and said in a flat tone. You've come at just the right time. Look, there's another batch of materials I can sell to you. Following him were Cao Shaolin, Wino, and Little Black, each draped with alien tails, resembling three tentacled creatures. Upon hearing Tao Yu's words, several members of Huang Jian's team emerged from behind the bushes with expressions of embarrassment and shock. Lin Chao and his sister Lin Shuet, those guys from the Chao Yang Society, were no longer with the team, leaving behind the other 7 members. Even though Huang Jian and Yuasan had the guts to haggle with Tao Yu last time. This time, seeing the alien queen under Tao Yu's butt and the 3 figures behind him festooned with alien tails like tentacled monsters, they were somewhat afraid. Still selling to us? Are you planning to trick some Yuan Force out of us and then slaughter us? Unbelievable. How long has it been? Having sold the materials overnight, they had hurried back, hoping to find a good deal. They had even fantasized about the best scenario being a situation where both parties ended up losing. But what's this situation now? The alien queen was ridden outright, her strength not reduced but increased. As the 3 laborers dumped the alien tails in front of them, everyone also realized that Tao Yu's group had unexpectedly gained a new member. Tall and muscular, his demeanor was identical to the previous one, but compared to the handsome face of the first one, this new face was hideously disfigured as if it had been ravaged by acid. One look at him was enough to give people nightmares. Huang Jian and Yuasan were just friends of Wino, and seeing this face they didn't recognize at all, they truly didn't make any associations. Such a burly figure was common, those imbued with different forms, aside from taking the agile and dexterous route, mostly ended up looking like this. Last time, I sold it at a low price because I had specific intelligence. It won't be so cheap this time. Tao Yu gave them no chance to ponder as he sat astride the Empress, looking down at them with a grin that revealed his gleaming teeth. If you're staying here, it's not because you want to ambush me, right? It's to buy my goods. The pressure he applied made everyone shake their heads rapidly. Bai Ye's team felt powerless to complain internally. Unbelievable, no wonder Lin Chao and his sister made excuses and ran away, they must have sensed something was off. Bai Ye was surreptitiously scrutinizing Tao Yu with fiery eyes, as if she wanted to devour him. This intense emotion caused Tao Yu's spirit perception to stir, prompting him to take an extra look at the woman. He had some recollection, she had invited him when he entered the camp, and then during hypnotism, she seemed to have had a very bad dream. We'll buy, at the original price. Huang Jian wore a pained expression, but ultimately decided to take a gamble. Hearing this, Tao Yu, who had been presenting a stern face, started to relax a little. That's more like it. Don't worry, we're in business. I won't be so cruel, I'll let you make 20 Yuan Force on each deal, everyone gets what they need. No, the original price. We agree to the original price. Consider it an apology for our offense. Nuosan shook his head insistently at the side, firm on buying at the original price. Well, I'm really sorry about that then. As Tao Yu spoke, he pulled out a blank Yuan Force card with a friendly smile on his face. Let's use mine this time. It's okay to transfer slowly, take your time, no rush. Let's count the amount first. After getting the cash this time, he could directly upgrade bullet time to deification, and he'd even have a surplus of 10 or 20,000 to maintain his daily training and emergency needs, simply perfect. Lucky star. Just as they rushed to count and Huang Jian and Nuosan worked together to transfer a total of 21,000 Yuan Force to Tao Yu, who was quite satisfied with the completion of the transaction, suddenly there was a roar from the sky. The sound caught Tao Yu by surprise. It wasn't the familiar sound of hoverbikes but a more intense sound of tearing through the air. An airplane. Tao Yu looked up to the sky, the majority of which was obscured by dense foliage, but he located the source of the sound through the gaps. He could vaguely see a fighter jet appearing to be out of control, spinning as it plummeted toward the forest. Then there was a pop, the ejection seat was launched, a parachute opened in mid-air, and the plane itself disappeared from sight, crashing into the woods. Soon after, an explosion could be heard, and even slight tremors of the ground were felt. Armed with live ammunition, where did it come from? Zombie world? But the direction's wrong. Tao Yu quickly pondered. The direction of the airplane was completely opposite, it seemed to have come from the other side. Is this one of the original world's fighter jets, or is it from a new world? Watching the parachute in the sky, Tao Yu also pondered, then turned his gaze back to the group of pioneers, who were just as surprised. Shall we all go take a look? Faced with the clue of an unknown new lead, Tao Yu decided to spread the risk. He mainly figured this group could take the pressure. Chapter 138, Inherent Time Control. Roar. The alien queen was running through the rainforest, occasionally letting out a fierce roar, her enormous claws leaving a trail of footprints in the ground as she ran, reminiscent of a tyrannosaur. Nothing along the way dared to disturb her. Although the alien queen's two smaller foreclaws were quite dainty, used only to assist with feeding, she also had two other, much sturdier arms that constantly pushed aside branches along the path to prevent them from scratching Tao Yu on her back. Wino and Cao Shaolin also clung to the alien queen's body, comfort was hardly a concern for these two creatures. Little Black, with its agile frame, kept running on the trees beside them, much like a monkey. With the alien queen clearing the path, the group led by Huang Jian followed tirelessly along this route. Even Bai Ye's inner city pioneer team, though strong among the pioneers of the inner city, found it strenuous to keep up while each carrying an alien tail, but they managed to hold steady. Running like this, I can't perceive anything, all of you need to be careful. Out of breath, Bai Ye said to her companions. With Lin Chao running off and taking his sister with him, the team was now relying on Bai Ye's perception to make do. But obviously, this perception ability, which added almost no combat bonus, was significantly less effective once she started to run strenuously. Bai Ye, gradually falling behind the group, felt a chill in her heart. It was too dangerous to run at such high speeds through the jungle without scouting ahead. Especially for herself. If an attack came, she would likely be the first to suffer, buying the others time to react, which was why they dared to run like this. She wasn't cannon fodder, but she was serving the function of cannon fodder. Fortunately, Bai, taking advantage of her slight physical appeal, reminded her teammates, and 2 of the male members of the 4-person squad slowed down to guard by her side. "It should be fine, we have the alien queen leading the way, we'll be there soon, you can slow down." No sooner had these words been spoken, they could see the parachute growing closer ahead. Crack, crackle. A series of snapping sounds from branches being crushed, and the parachutist, caught by tree branches, was left swinging in mid-air. The pilot also saw the approaching alien queen, as well as Little Black jumping over from the branches. Although his helmet obscured his expression, the fear of the pilot was palpable. No matter how much training a fighter pilot goes through, the experience of crashing, bailing out into the rainforest, and being immediately confronted by face-hugging aliens was utterly terrifying. His mouth was filled with panicked curses, and he seemed to be fumbling for a weapon he barely ever needed to use. Pilots were usually armed only with a pistol at most. The most useful thing for survival was actually a surrender document in multiple languages. But the problem now was, he didn't think these creatures would understand a surrender document. Tao Yu also heard the pilot's fluent use of Nanbang language and was somewhat surprised. Based on the equipment on his person and the fighter jet model he had seen indistinctly before, the pilot should be from Nanbang. Well, what was a Nanbang fighter jet doing in the Amazon rainforest? There must have been an incident. Either something major happened in this world, or it was the new world. Unable to understand Nanbang language, Tao Yu didn't care about the cost of translation benefits, and just shouted. "What's your situation?" Huang Jian and the others following behind also looked up at the pilot. Although they didn't understand him either, they could tell it was different from the English they had heard previously. Huang Jian, who had self-taught some everyday language with the help of technology, was also speechless and could only use Yuan Force to listen. "Do you speak Korean? Are you one of us? That's great, please, hurry and get me down, what's the deal with these monsters, do they bite?" Seeing Tao Yu riding on the back of the alien queen, the pilot grew a bit bolder, especially after hearing Tao Yu's words, thinking he had found a fellow countryman. Tao Yu signaled to Little Black to cut the parachute cords and then had Little Black hold the rope to bring the pilot down from the tree. "What exactly happened, how did you fly here?" Tao Yu didn't reveal too much and took advantage of the others' distress to ask again. The pilot, whose fears of the aliens were put on hold, was comforted by the fact that Little Black had saved him. Indeed, the pilot had strong psychological resilience. "I'm Captain Anshija from the 35th Squadron, and honestly, I don't know what happened." Suddenly, auroras appeared in the sky, and then the auroras seemed to slice the sky apart. After that, the sea and land around our country changed abruptly, turning into this forest. Anshija took off his helmet while speaking, revealing a plain face. As a pilot, it's impossible to have cosmetic surgery during service, so his appearance was quite natural. Hearing this, Tao Yu also had some thoughts in mind, but he turned to look at Huang Jian and Nuasan, who knew more. "I'm just a country bumpkin from the outer city, what do you guys from the inner city think?" Upon hearing Tao Yu's comment, Huang Jian felt like he was about to crash. A country bumpkin from the outer city, hey. But he dared not ignore Tao Yu's words and speculated. "It must have been the debris fall we just encountered, such occurrences are normal in the abyss. It's not the forest that fell on them, but rather their place that plunged into the abyss, happening to fall into the rainforest." Chapter 139. This is also why the base needs the chosen one, it seems the fragments nearby are still quite active. Huang Jian explained while some thoughts flickered in his eyes. A world with a large number of natives and, apparently, not a bad level of technology. This was good news for him. Tao Yu and the others babbled on in the common language, causing Anshija next to them to show a bewildered expression. "Aren't you my fellow countrymen? What kind of bird language are you speaking?" Then he also started to notice Huang Jian's mechanical arm, saw Nuasan's towering figure and his unusual full-body armor, along with Cao Shaolin with a zombie-like face hanging on the Empress and the unsightly Wino. The fully armed outsiders, the pioneers behind them, also looked somewhat abnormal. And the various alien tails hanging from everyone, which caused Anshija to feel some familiarity, then stealthily glanced at Little Black's tail next to him, completely unable to grasp the current situation. Have I crossed into another world? Anshija was somewhat astonished. As a modern person, and with Korean comics about traversing other worlds and fantasy comics being prevalent, Eunshij's reaction speed was top-notch. Suddenly a rainforest descended from the sky and filled the sea. What else couldn't be accepted? You're quick to accept it. Your world seems quite nice, already starting to pursue spiritual enjoyment, Nuasan said with a voice deep as a jug. How about we take the chance while it's not yet chaotic over there and have a good time? Nuasan looked up at Tao Yu, who was on the Empress's back, and asked tentatively. Let's go and have a look first, but whether we can have a good time is another matter, Tao Yu said. Encountering a new world, Tao Yu didn't mind exploring it first. In the early days, when pioneering the base, he had obtained a fragment of the heart of the world and gained his third talent. During the pioneering phase, there was a chance to gain unexpected surprises. Anyway, his goal was to make money, and Fist Intent was waiting for him. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Glancing at Huang Jian's team, with so many people around, the margin for error was still manageable. It was just a shame that Tao Yu had only watched some Korean comics and movies like Train to Busan that were internationally known. He wasn't sure if he would encounter a world he recognized. But while traveling, bullet time could be deified a bit, just in case. Riding on Dohei, some of the reactions during deification could be concealed. As talents and skills were different, they did not increase combat strength directly. Based on previous experiences, it should just cause a brief spell of dizziness due to a mismatch in vision. It would be suppressed by spiritual immunity. With his gaze focused on bullet time, Tao Yu slowly exhaled a breath. Then a massive amount of Yuan Force poured into it in an instant. His originally plentiful Yuan Force instantly plummeted to less than 20,000. And the metamorphosis of this talent was also slightly different from the second deification of a skill. A strange feeling rose directly from the depths of his soul, and as Tao Yu saw the world become clearer in his eyes, he also seemed to perceive another odd material. It was like water flowing everywhere, with lines crossing through all things in the world. And for me, a circular closed loop line appeared on its own, which was connected to those lines in daily life, maintaining synchronicity. But whenever I wanted, I could manipulate a large amount of mental energy to complete the self-loop. Original time. Also known as inherent time, the unique time in the space-time region I occupy. It's also the only time within this closed loop. Bullet time. Max. The original innate ability has been further enhanced in all aspects. Once the ability is actively initiated, I can clearly see where in the original time I am, and consume mental energy to intervene and make certain adjustments. Damn, this consumption is too intense. Tao Yu felt it slightly and was also somewhat astonished. It was fortunate that the second deification of bullet time was completed now. With skills like meditation technique, basic breathing method revised 2nd edition, myriad streams breathing method, and myriad streams stance skill revised 2nd edition to fill the gaps in fundamental skills, I could barely manage to have some control over it. If one were missing, I would likely only be able to temporarily make this talent a display piece, at most employing the enhanced abilities of bullet time. But now, although the consumption was equally high, I could at least mobilize it at critical moments. On top of using my bullet time, it was further enhanced. And when necessary, I could directly intervene in the original time zone I was in, based on bullet time. It allowed me to accelerate further, ignoring physical constraints like bodily load and inertia. Theoretically, if the intervention of original time is strong enough, achieving an effect similar to teleportation in the eyes of others is possible. In terms of consumption, using it twice should be no problem, 4 times would be strenuous, and I don't know if I could reach 10 times with a one-time complete burnout, but even if I did, it would probably only be for a fraction of a second. Based on the information from the skill, Tao Yu perceived and made some simple judgments in his mind. Without a doubt, this was a divine technique. This was a multiplier added out of thin air after reaching the limit with all my abilities. Even the most extreme tenfold for a fraction of a second meant compressing several seconds worth of actions into an instant burst. In matters of life and death, who needs to count by seconds? Thus, using it at critical moments was absolutely enough. Never had Tao Yu imagined that a visual talent could transform into a time talent. Even just scratching the surface was incredibly against the heavens. However, this ability did have another shortcoming, which was that because of the complete closed loop of original time, it stripped itself out. So even if my speed externally looked faster, in theory, the inertia, impact force, and lethality were still based on the conditions within my closed loop. When the closed loop finally broke and the attack arrived, there was no way to benefit from the added lethality that the speed provided. Just as, theoretically, a curvature engine could surpass the speed of light, yet it would not break the physical rules, nor give the spaceship the infinite inertia of light speed. And through Tao Yu's perception and understanding of the time loop, he broadly grasped that the steps involved stripping away the original time to form a closed loop, and after accelerating, reintegrating with the original space-time to complete the attack. If the original space-time was too strong or, to put it another way, the target's mass oppressed the original space-time, it would increase the difficulty of reintegration. In such cases, it would more likely be utilized for evasion. At the same time, as my own strength enhanced, the consumption under original time intervention would also increase. It should still allow the use time and multiplier to increase slowly, though not at the same rate as the increase in strength. The increase in speed just could not proportionately match the rate at which my strength improved. However, I don't think there's the kind of big shot who can pressurize space-time that I would encounter right now. As for consumption, it doesn't matter, I intended it as a trump card for critical moments anyway, which is more than sufficient. Even with more shortcomings, this is already a top-tier talent, and it represents a significant step forward on the assassin path. I don't need bullet time anymore. Tao Yu pondered for a moment, and then the name of the talent instantly changed. Inherent Time Control. Chapter 140, Vitality of the New World. After flying into the rainforest, the plane's instruments started malfunctioning in all sorts of ways, it was completely uncontrollable. I don't know what the situation is in other parts, I received the order and flew over immediately. Anshija followed the team with difficulty, occasionally glancing back at Tao Yu and the two others riding on the alien queen. It was too fantastical. Moreover, as a pilot, he realized that his own physical fitness was at the bottom tier in this group. He was about on par with a pretty girl next to him, perhaps even less capable. For Anshija, who had always taken pride in being a fighter pilot, this was a bit heartbreaking. The intricate differences in interworld rules make more sophisticated things more prone to problems, it's quite normal. Huang Jian replied calmly, which is why most of the vehicles in Starshine City chose the rough punk style. With his innate mechanical talents and enhancements, even though Starshine City had long since abandoned airplanes, making judgments was still straightforward for him. You should feel lucky that you're a pilot and have your own value, so we're also willing to save you. From your description, it sounds like your world was torn apart by the abyss with hardly any resistance, and its fragments fell here. Huang Jian's words made Anshija fall silent as well. Even though the ocean was suddenly replaced by a rainforest, even though there were sudden radical changes, hearing Huang Jian's simple description of the abyss still filled Anshija with a sense of despair. But fortunately, he was still alive. As long as one is alive, there's always a chance. Hadn't this group also managed to survive here? They could even recruit monsters as pets and mounts, and their physical fitness was strong, perhaps they would encounter some extraordinary fortune. Have there been any other incidents in your world recently? Apart from this one? Tao Yu also asked from behind. Though the hottest topic in Nanbang might be various romance dramas, even horror films would incorporate such elements, but Tao Yu wanted to rule out some possibilities. Other incidents. It seems there's been a contagious disease causing some problems recently. Anshija said uncertainly. His words gave Tao Yu a start. Had he encountered the train to Busan? He had watched it and could even recall the name. But what followed from Anshija still made Tao Yu feel a bit surprised and confused. The disease causes people to have nosebleeds, delusions, and even to faint, but the specific details haven't been disclosed. Just that the military has been notified, so it might not be so simple. Did the zombies in Train to Busan have nosebleeds and hallucinations before the infection? Tao Yu tried to remember. In his memory, those zombies seemed to spread and move quickly, erupting across Nanbang in a very short time. Have there been any occurrences of zombies or such? Zombies? How could that be? I don't know, probably not. At first, Anshija instinctively started to speak but then felt a bit anxious considering the abyss and the other party's words. Bro Tao, the fragments here have just fallen. It's impossible for zombie contagion to have happened beforehand, there must have been some problem in their own world already. Nuasan, covered in full armor, also added cheerfully. He thought Tao Yu was concerned that the virus from the zombie world had spread over. Hope that's the case. Tao Yu, riding on the alien, remained non-committal. If it were really Train to Busan, there wouldn't be much substance. If it turned out to be that, he'd treat it as exploration info to sell and then see if he could get something like helicopters to take back for sale. In the rainforest, Transporting goods by truck isn't very practical. A helicopter, though, shouldn't crash outright like that fixed-wing jet, right? Although helicopters have a higher accident rate than fixed-wing aircraft, after all, they have a different flight mode. Anshija had just entered the rainforest when his gauges went haywire. He struggled for a moment before he began to plummet, so the distance shouldn't be far. However, while the distance the airplane flew out might be not far, for them to traverse the rainforest on foot, it took nearly half a day. When they could finally see the city ahead, the day had almost turned to night, and the setting sun cast its glow onto the streets. The color of the sky and the rainforest are in sync. I wonder if there's a world barrier. If not, it could be another new nesting spot for aliens. Huang Jian looked at the group of buildings in the distance. The city's foundation was only less than half a meter higher than the forest side, a small difference, but the borders seemed irregular, extending on both sides with visible arcs. It might just be embedded right into the rainforest. Nuasan also voiced his guess. You guys are lucky, there is a world barrier. I even underestimated your world a bit at first. Pushing past Baiya and the others, Huang Jian reached the boundary line and touched the air wall with his hand. This action left Anshija a bit baffled. How did I fly out then? Most world barriers don't block non-Yuan Force items and organisms. The barrier in the south, Rainforest 02, should be stronger, even blocking the atmosphere. As Huang Jian spoke, he also passed through the barrier with the help of the world's will, standing on the highway ahead. Perhaps out of fear caused by the sudden appearance of the rainforest, the area within sight seemed desolate, devoid of any people, with only a few vehicles left abandoned in panic. The alien queen and Little Black, with the help of Tao Yu, also crossed the barrier and stepped onto the highway. But just as they crossed the barrier, Tao Yu frowned slightly, sensing a kind of difference between the two worlds. It's normal to feel a sense of difference in fragments of worlds. Many fragments might even limit one's strength with the repression of the world's will. There might even be different rules. But so far, from the rainforest to the grassland, then to zombie world, Tao Yu felt the differences were quite small, much smaller than a reaction to high altitude easy to adapt to. This time, however, the discomfort was somewhat stronger. With my current strength, encountering world limitations is still far off, so it shouldn't be that. Then, Tao Yu had just had this thought when Nuasan, who also passed through the barrier, grunted and then said in a deep voice. There's something wrong with this world, the rejection reaction in my body has gotten worse. Damn it! While speaking, Nuasan threw the alien tail he had been carrying onto the ground and lifted his helmet, revealing his face covered in fish scales. He then pulled out a bottle of liquid and poured it haphazardly into his mouth. After drinking the liquid, he slowly exhaled. This caused Huang Jian at his side to frown. What's going on? You have to take anti-rejection drugs. It must be the difference in the world's rules. I feel my body is so active, I've gotten stronger in this world. Nuasan's tone was heavy as he clenched his fist, and from his expression and voice, he clearly didn't consider getting stronger to be good news at all. He was an alien implant recipient who needed to maintain a balance between the alien organs and his own body. He normally relied on medicine and Yuan Force for maintenance, until he could adjust and adapt. Once he could bear it, he would implant new alien parts. But now, before he had fully assimilated, those implanted parts had become stronger and more active, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Tao Yu, who was nearby and heard Nuasan's words, understood what that sense of contrast was. Yes, his heart had become stronger here, which was why he felt a slight discomfort earlier. The difference was that Wino had alien implants, whereas Tao Yu's heart had undergone heart strengthening of his own body. The former had to worry about rejection reactions, while Tao Yu just needed to make a minor adjustment, having only felt that sense of disharmony. Becoming more active. This world is off. Tao Yu had a premonition that this world might be even more troublesome than Train to Busan. Chapter 141, Monster. Through Nuasan's reaction, Tao Yu formed a new judgment in his heart. Both Huang Jian and Nuasan, as inner-city pioneers, were frowning at this moment. This world is not as simple as it seems on the surface, everyone needs to be careful, it's probably not any traditional mundane world. The pioneers of Bai Ya's team, as well as the remaining other outer city pioneer, were all nodding like pecking chickens at this time. The sudden appearance of an inner-city big shot definitely wasn't a simple matter. Strange, we still can't get in contact after entering, what's going on? Anshija held his helmet somewhat dumbfounded, continuously tapping on the earpiece. Could it be broken? Although most ordinary signals can't cross worlds, they shouldn't be affected in this world. Huang Jian also turned his attention back to the pilot. A complete world, with its own army and authority, should be able to negotiate cooperation if things go well. If they could successfully build a bridge, they would surely receive a rich reward. The new gathering place is in need of people right now. Both sides reached a tacit agreement, mutually assisting and sharing resources within the abyss fragments, which was absolutely beneficial and not harmful in any way. The old gathering place had such indigenous allies helping each other in offense and defense. Compared to the massive expense of support from other cities via teleportation, they were much more reliable. The abyss was too vast and boundless, except for the chance of good luck. It was really difficult for two gathering places to be very close to each other. I don't know, let's borrow a cell phone first. Anshija wanted to contact the base as soon as possible, as he might currently be the person with the most comprehensive information. It was essential to pass it back. All right. Tao Yu agreed to his suggestion. It was easier to determine the current situation by contacting someone of status locally first. However, Anshija couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth when he looked at the alien queen beneath Tao Yu. I think it might be difficult to borrow a phone while riding that thing. Then you go, be careful, I feel that something is off. Tao Yu surveyed the empty streets around him, and inside some of the houses, he could see people surreptitiously watching them, seemingly very frightened. Being frightened by the alien queen was normal. But they had only just arrived, what were they hiding from before? Roar! Just then, the alien queen let out a low growl, and Tao Yu also looked in a certain direction. He saw a pitch-black figure, moving with an extremely twisted posture, running on all fours on the street like a spider, and rapidly rushing towards them. Following were the second and third monsters. And they were all different kinds. One was a huge man with bulging muscles that were distorted and out of shape, and another was dressed normally but ran like an alien. What the heck? Be careful! Watch out! Huang Jian, upon detecting the appearance of prey, did not shoot immediately but turned to Nuasan and said. How is it? Any impact? After taking the medicine, it's okay, I'll go and test their metal first. The speed at which these three monsters were coming at them seemed to be within Nuasan's ability to cope. With a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, he moved towards the front. Judging by their speed and size, they are not as tough as aliens. Nuasan smiled confidently. The closest pitch-black figure arrived first, with its limbs distorted in deformation. It made a leap and with high speed lunged at Nuasan from afar. Nuasan's face revealed a vicious smile as he retaliated with his shield, slamming into the oncoming figure. Clang! A muffled collision sounded from the shield. The great force sent the black figure flying back, tumbling and bouncing on the ground. But Tao Yu frowned at this moment. Although Nuasan had an absolute advantage, the shadow that had been struck got back on its feet as if nothing had happened. It seemed unaffected, continuing to move at its original frequency and speed towards Nuasan. This caused Nuasan, who had been sneering, to pause in confusion. He first used one hand to hold the shield and repel the target once more, then silently put his helmet back on and said in a muffled voice. Everyone, be careful. This thing's resistance to impact is far beyond our expectations. Even I wouldn't be fine if I took a hit like that. The rest are coming fast, you fall back first, and we'll try with guns. Because of Nuasan's initial setback, everyone who had been relatively relaxed became alert all at once. At the start, most people thought these three monsters were not as tough as the aliens, they just did not know what had happened here. But the shadow had been knocked away by Nuasan's shield attacks twice and was still perfectly fine. Its defensive power and vitality appeared to be even stronger than that of the aliens. Rat-a-tat! Following Huang Jian's command, Bai Yi and the other outer city pioneers did not hesitate to open fire continuously. Everyone demonstrated superb shooting skills, with a very high hit rate. Whether it was the shadow that had been knocked away twice or the crawling figure and the muscle monster that were quickly closing in, bursts of blood sprayed from their bodies. All sorts of disgusting fluids splattered everywhere. But apart from making them retreat somewhat, they still maintained strong vitality. Stop firing, conserve bullets. Huang Jian immediately spoke out, and then the two mechanical arms that extended from his back swiftly switched to another type of ammunition. Boom! With the shot fired, the muscle monster with the largest size burst into flames, and like a solidified incendiary round, the fire clung to its body and began to burn. Compared to the initial bullet firing, this full body burn immediately caused the muscle monster to scream miserably and then run around wildly, slamming into vehicles by the roadside. After howling for a while, it collapsed on the ground. While the muscle monster was still struggling, and Huang Jian realized the attack was effective, he had already made sure to finish off the remaining two monsters. The effects were quite significant. This is a solidified incendiary round, its effect against fire is decent, but I don't have much in reserve, said Huang Jian, frowning, then he glanced at the nearby vehicles. They look very similar to the vehicles from Zombie World. It could be a sub-world of the same large world, so we should be able to find gasoline and create more incendiary bottles. Tao Yu had been riding on the back of the alien queen the whole time, watching. Hearing Huang Jian's plans, he also felt a bit sentimental. They had quickly found the monster's weaknesses. The inner city pioneers indeed have great innate advantages in every aspect. Although Tao Yu knew his own strength was not weak, at least it was absolutely superior compared to other inner city pioneer newcomers. But he still saw a gap in the accumulation of experience and knowledge. If it were him, he likely wouldn't have been able to find out so quickly. Tao brother, what are your thoughts now? Shall we go back first or continue to explore deeper? Asked Nuasan, who had also retreated by now. He was actually prepared to go back. If this were a normal world, he might have thought about making connections. The rewards for successful networking would definitely be substantial. However, it was clear that this was an abnormal and dangerous world, so it was safer to go back and report the mission first. Besides, they had to deal with the tales of these aliens. These were bought at full price, even inner-city pioneers wouldn't want to bear such a loss. Let's first see what they dropped, then we need to look for other ways to kill them. Without waiting for Tao Yu to speak, Little Black had already swiftly moved through the flames, picking out the more unique items imbued with Yuan Force and eagerly ran back to hand them to Tao Yu. Shall I try absorbing them? Asked Tao Yu, holding up the 3 different types of Yuan Force items, addressing Huang Jian who had killed the monsters. Tao brother is generous. Be wary of contamination, said Huang Jian, not minding in the slightest. The absorption skill could have mental contamination, and in the not-safe environment they were in now, Tao Yu was willing to take that risk to understand the situation. There indeed was no reason to refuse. Chapter 142, The Monster is Fine. Strange, all 3 things point to the same skill. Tao Yu first pretended to absorb it and then slowly gather his strength before he spoke with a grave expression about the information he had mastered. Although the 3 monsters each had their own characteristics, even to the point where their styles greatly differed. Yet all 3 monsters pointed to the same ability. The least Yuan Force is in the 30s, and the most is 50, but the skill is undoubtedly the same. The level of information contamination is at least 4 times higher than that of aliens and the number needed for the skill to form is even greater. Even with meditation technique I'm not confident I can safely absorb the whole skill in one go. For ordinary people, it would probably take at least a month to absorb it slowly. Although Tao Yu did not have the perspective of ordinary people, he could still estimate roughly through the clutter level of the information. Even for himself, he would need at least 40 or 50 to piece together the complete skill. For ordinary people, it would probably be at least 100, with 3 a day followed by a slow process, it would take at least a month to fully understand. Such severe contamination. Meditation technique. Upon hearing Tao Yu's news, both Huang Jian and Nuasan were shaken to the core. Because of the restrictions on its dissemination and the possible involvement with cults, meditation technique was also a rare item even to the people of inner city. No wonder Brother Tao is so confident, it turns out you have the meditation technique. Huang Jian said with some envy, his tone also showing more respect. Indeed, this had caught the eye of 2 important figures in the floating city. No wonder your strength has increased so quickly. On the other hand, Nuasan was more concerned with the skill. I wonder if it's possible to determine what type it is now? And whether it's worth it or not. With such heavy contamination, if the skill is mediocre, then the entire set of skills probably won't fetch a good price, greatly diminishing its value. But these monsters have in common a strong vitality. Heavy contamination, high consumption, the skill must be good. It should be a kind of body mutation skill, I'm not even sure if there will be any negative effects, it feels a bit shady. Tao Yu frowned and voiced his feelings, but since he only absorbed 3, he was just roughly saying so. What the hell is going on? Captain Anshija, who had always been on the edge observing, also felt a surge of pressure at this time. Is this what you call an abyss invasion? Didn't you say there was some sort of world barrier? How did the monsters get in? Anshija seemed very nervous. He had loved ones he took seriously too. Having a rainforest nearby was actually okay, but if real monsters came in, that would be a huge problem. Although Nanbang's military power is not weak, it doesn't have much capacity for self-sufficiency. Both war potential and strategic depth are limited. Unfortunately, this might not be an invasion from the abyss, but rather something born from your world itself, maybe, as you mentioned earlier, a contagious disease. At this moment, Tao Yu also put forth his own conjecture. Although he hadn't seen the complete picture, he seemed to vaguely remember something similar, possibly from a Korean drama synopsis he had seen while browsing short videos. Relying on the mental enhancement from the meditation technique, he slowly began to recall humans turning into monsters. But it seemed it was just becoming monsters, nothing esoteric and hard to speculate. Tao Yu pondered for a moment and then turned to Huangjian and Yuasan to say, "I've decided to explore a bit. What about you?" Tao Yu glanced at them and also at the alien tails that had been thrown on the ground. Although they had more people, carrying all these things around would definitely be inconvenient for a deep exploration. It seems quite troublesome, we should probably go back first, and deal with this merchandise." Although Huangjian hesitated as he spoke, in his heart, he had no hesitation. Since it's not a stable world and it looks completely chaotic, there's no reason to risk staying. Given the state of these monsters, he didn't believe they could stabilize the situation with just a few of them. Since they couldn't complete the connection task, it was time to give up. Better to return quickly and hand in the task, getting the benefits first is the right solution. How much can a normal initial deep exploration yield? It wasn't possible to venture out while towing so many tails. After all, these monsters looked even more troublesome than the aliens. "Then you go back and submit the exploration task, I want half of the reward," Tao Yu said bluntly. To this point, Huangjian and Yuasan were prompt in their response. "No problem." Meanwhile, they also turned their gaze towards the two zombies who had remained silent throughout, looking as emotionless as ornaments. There's something off about these two. But they did not have the time to ponder over this, nor did they need to. After all, splitting the task reward in half was perfectly acceptable to them. "This is my partner ID number." Tao Yu lifted his wrist and swiped it against the others, sharing the information that had been embedded in his company chip by Panda while handling company chip affairs and identity proof of sorts. When the task was completed, he could go back and claim his reward directly, essentially having them submit the task remotely on his behalf. Considering they handled the alien hive goods for him, probed the intelligence on the active situation, and then turned away to safeguard the cargo rather than competing with him for it. They were quite decent folks. Given the current circumstances, earning over 5,000 from the task submission shouldn't be a problem for him. "Then we'll head back first, to avoid others beating us to it. Once the task is complete and the cargo is dealt with, we might come over to take a look. Hopefully, there'll be another opportunity to cooperate. We'll talk about that when the time comes." After a brief exchange, Huangjian and Yuasan took the outer city pioneers, picked up the alien tails, and left without delay, showing no signs of dragging their feet. Anshija, after listening to them rattling off in an incomprehensible language, was surprised to see that most of them had left, leaving him with the guy who tamed monsters, and those two silent, zombie-faced, and odd-looking ones. Wait a minute. What's the situation now? They've gone back to submit the task. You'll follow me now. Do you speak English? Tao Yu casually asked. Of course, it's a must for us. Anshija didn't know why Tao Yu wanted to speak English, but he complied anyway. It seems that the military had detected this infectious disease in advance, but for some reason, they chose not to disclose it. The result is obviously heading towards a catastrophe. Tao Yu looked up towards the window of a residence, and with a putt, a splatter of blood stained the curtain, while the sky was also growing dim. Bang! Blood splattered as a head was blown off, and the body of the monster with only crimson tendons languidly fell to the ground. Yet, even with its head completely obliterated, the monster's body still convulsed violently, as if it weren't cleanly dead. Tao Yu shook his fist and frowned at the creature on the ground. Seeing that the Yuan Force had not yet begun to gather, Tao Yu sighed and slowly drew his tachi. Several flashes of cold light streaked by. The remaining body was instantly blasted into chunks, and blood plasma spilled all over the ground. But even so, Tao Yu could see that these pieces were still twitching. It took about a quarter of an hour before the Yuan Force began to converge, focusing on a piece of the flesh. Is burning them the only way? If each one requires this much effort from me, then I won't be able to kill many, somewhat restraining me. Tao Yu frowned, as he was extremely capable of delivering killing blows to enemies with discernible weaknesses. But dealing with these kinds of creatures, which had almost no fatal weak spots, was a bit awkward for him. Now, even though his physical strength and stamina had improved significantly with the enhancement of the breathing technique and the stance skill, he still couldn't keep this up indefinitely. This was a scene of a brutal killing that Tao Yu had noticed in a house, and he had climbed up to handle it himself. Given the vitality of these monsters, Tao Yu had initially considered using a knife to chop off the head, though he suspected that might not be effective. So, he had used his full power to deliver a punch. Who would have thought the aftermath would be so complicated? He absorbed the Yuan Force from the chunk of flesh and signaled Little Black to bring Anshija up to the room from the window. Night had fallen, and it was time to find a place to rest for the night. This place would do for now. But turning around to see the alien queen looking up at him with eager eyes, and considering its massive body size, Tao Yu pondered where to settle the creature. Although the alien queen was not weak and regular monsters could not trouble it too much one-on-one, it would probably be overwhelmed in a mob attack. Climb up to the rooftop and rest there. In the end, Tao Yu decided to let Dahe free range on the roof, considering how chaotic things were already. Free-ranging an alien queen didn't seem like a big deal. As Dahe extended its claws, embedding them into the exterior wall of the house and then climbed step by step towards the rooftop with its massive form, Tao Yu could hear continuous screams of panic from the floors below. There sure are plenty of survivors, hey? Why were they all silent before? Tao Yu scratched his head, looking at Anshija, who was being led up by Little Black, his complexion pale. It prompted Anshija to let out a wry chuckle. If it were me, I wouldn't make a sound either, it's too frightening. Chapter 143, Target. The phone has no signal, and the internet is already down, but there's still electricity, and water hasn't been cut off yet. I don't know how long we can hold out. Anshija rummaged through the room and found the previous owner's cell phone. Although he couldn't unlock it, he saw the no signal icon. The computer had been left on, the internet connection had been severed, but the browser still displayed the pages the homeowner had opened with warnings and tips about the emergent situation. Indeed, the source is that infectious disease. Why has this happened? Anshija seemed somewhat helpless. Falling into the abyss was already bad enough. But at least the majority of Nanbang managed to plummet down. If they could maintain the original systems and order, they would be better able to resist and coordinate. But when it rains, it pours. This sudden outbreak of infection is truly adding insult to injury. Gazing at the messages, Anshija also felt somewhat at a loss. Do you know how to fly a helicopter? Tao Yu locked the door to the room with the monster corpses, instructed Little Black to find food, and emerged with the bodies of Cao Shaolin and Wino, the two zombies. I know how to, but I'm not proficient. Helicopter controls are actually more cumbersome, and it's difficult for beginners to learn. Anshija nodded and explained briefly. Jet pilot physical requirements are definitely higher, but in terms of operation, helicopters are quite complex and not universally applicable. However, Anshija could fly one. That's good. It means you have value. Tao Yu thought of Judy, whom he had once saved on a whim because she knew how to drive a truck. In a sense, a good deed had returned a favor by earning him a considerable amount of money. If they could get a helicopter here, it would be really convenient. Currently, he estimated that the rainforest was within helicopter range from their location. Although the safety factor of helicopters is lower than that of fighter jets and the failure rate is higher. But it probably wouldn't just crash from crossing the barrier like a jet would. Flying lower, close to the trees, at least ensured a basic level of safety. It was worth a try. As long as they could transport goods to the roadside outside of the rainforest, they could use trucks to haul the cargo back. An intact nation at present, entire sets of military equipment could likely be obtained. And although Nangjao Li's industrialization was not well developed with many weak areas, their heavy industries seemed to have some strong points. In the new settlement where everything needed to be built from scratch, machinery like lathes would certainly be valuable. The potential gains were even greater than the profits from emptying Las Vegas. Tao Yu set preliminary goals for himself upon entering this world and had outlined a few contingency plans based on different situations. First, he wanted to acquire that strange skill and see what it was about, then find a way to contact the military. If the military system was still intact, he would bridge connections, if not, he would be grateful for nature's gift. This world is still too small. I wonder if it can give rise to a heart of the world or chosen one. Tao Yu had benefited before and was somewhat hopeful this time, but sighed deep down soon after. What a pity, I'm not familiar with this world's storyline. I only know that a protagonist can turn into a monster and seems to be able to turn back into a human. While thinking this, Tao Yu also sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, letting Cao Shaolin and Wino stand beside him like guards as he began to practice the meditation technique. In this world, food should still be sufficient so the reserves he'd brought along could be swiftly consumed, speeding things up. Ao. Little Black, covered in wounds, kept crying in front of Tao Yu. You could see a hole punctured through its exoskeleton on the abdomen, still stained with some acid blood that had lost its corrosiveness. Seeing the wound, Tao Yu knew it must have been the work of some monster, not a gunshot wound. Little Black can easily overwhelm zombies, but it struggles a bit with the monsters here, thankfully it's agile. Tao Yu stroked Little Black's head to comfort it, then inspected the bag it had carried back, filled with plenty of canned lunch meat and beef. It can find food too. Anshija watched enviously from the side. How nice, having such an obedient pet in these times would save so much trouble. Yeah, rest up for now. We'll start moving tomorrow, first to check out your camp. Okay, I was actually wanting to take a look too. Anshija spoke up but then hesitated before adding. Could I make a detour home on the way? I'm a bit worried about my family, and it's on the way to the military camp. If you're going to work for me in the future, then that's possible. Tao Yu didn't mind lending a hand to a well-trained, ready pilot. After all, they needed to collect monster materials. And upon hearing Tao Yu's words, Anshija only hesitated for a moment before nodding gravely. I'm willing to work for you. As a pilot, he had his own pride. But the world had turned into such a ghastly place, from plane crashes to understanding the abyss, and witnessing those monsters, multiple shocks had already made it clear to him that the times had changed. He thought that seeking refuge with a strong entity that had established itself in the abyss early on was not a bad choice. At the very least, this individual could tame those monsters, whether it was the big one or the one that would forage for food, all of which sufficed to inform his judgment. The attitudes of the people he had encountered towards this individual were quite respectful, and that zombie-faced one and the ugly monster had been silent and obedient throughout, so this was not something unacceptable. At this time, it was still a priority to ensure one's own safety. Caw caw caw. Early the next morning, opening the curtains revealed a sky full of crows, flying through the city and darkening the skies. Looking out, there was the deep rainforest, and the streets below still lacked any human activity, the ones moving were those strange monsters. To avoid trouble, let's take the rooftops. You lead the way, let's check your home first. Okay, my home isn't far, I'll guide us. Anshija's heart lifted, and he followed Tao Yu to the rooftop. The iron door on the rooftop was locked, but Little Black scratched it with its claw, easily opening it, and there lay the alien queen on the rooftop. Upon seeing Tao Yu arrive, Dahei also got up and came over with a solicitous nuzzle of its large head. Tao Yu also patted it in response. Which direction? The building density here was not low, and although they were mostly 10 to 20 floor buildings, they were generally quite old, a product of Nanbang's rapid development phase. Many rooftops were adorned with clotheslines and the distance between buildings was very small, with rows connected to each other. That way. Anshija made a quick assessment then pointed out the direction. Get on, hold tight. Tao Yu hoisted Anshija onto Dahei's back, instructing him to grip the spines. Cao Shaolin and Wino, the two zombies, this time were left to make their own jumps, following along with Little Black. Their eerie mode of locomotion, hopping and leaping, sent chills down Anshija's spine every time he glanced back. How do they not look like any decent being? With Dahei's size, even a gap of over 10 meters could be cleared with a sprinting leap. The considerable impact often caused vibrations on the rooftops, sometimes even depressions. Occasionally, claws tore through concrete, revealing the rebar underneath. Many clotheslines were flung about, not knowing where they might land. And for Little Black and the two zombies, such distances posed little challenge. Little Black's dexterity as an alien was obvious, capable of climbing walls and reaching the rooftops without needing to land directly on them. Despite their stiffness, the two zombies, which had been cultivated for so long, had sufficient explosive power and strength, though their movements were rigid with each leap. Initially, Anshija was nervous on Dahei's back, but as a pilot, his training allowed him to quickly settle down and even afforded him the opportunity to observe his surroundings. Now the entire city seemed lifeless, no living people on the streets. Only various types of monsters roamed. Moreover, they were a diverse mixture, with no two of the same kind, and all with very abstract appearances. There are too many types, but they are probably an effect of that high pollution skill, shouldn't be a big problem. Tao Yu felt somewhat hopeful, these monsters had strong vitality. Even if it might be related to the heightened vitality of this world, it wouldn't become completely ineffective once away from this world. After all, he could deify his skills. If deification could maintain close to the same effect of the skill after leaving this world, it would be quite good, and future security could be greatly increased. Unfortunately, these creatures were indeed tricky to deal with, killing them was also energy draining, and even Tao Yu, as he was now, did not take the risk to venture into the streets to hunt these monsters for materials, wary of being besieged. After all, they were everywhere, bound to overflow sooner or later. Wonder what will happen if I use an alien to incubate them? Tao Yu pondered, knowing that although the alien couldn't enter, he could let Dahei try. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Too hard to control. If his strength couldn't suppress it, it would be the end of everything, there was no need to take such a risk. Chapter 144, Plot Location. Atop a roof, the alien queen firmly grasped a blood-soaked monster with her two large hands, pulling it to her mouth, while her two smaller, auxiliary hands secured the catch. The extruding mouthparts gave the monster an icy chill through its heart. Although the monster kept struggling, it did not hinder the alien queen's feeding. Eat later, tear it up first, wait until I've taken the stuff. Tao Yu patted Dahei's head, signaling it to use its claws to shred the monster into pieces, its blood spraying all over the place. Dahei's size, strength, and defense were far superior to Little Black's. Little Black could still be breached by the attacks of ordinary monsters, but Dahei, unless faced with particularly troublesome creatures, currently exerts a considerable suppressive force against normal monsters. Dahei has saved me quite a bit of trouble, indeed, bringing it was the right choice, compensating for my lack of endurance, Tao Yu thought as he turned to look at Cao Shaolin and Wino. When actively using shadow manipulation, they were quite strong. But without it, their main strengths lay in tough skin and sheer force, dexterity was their shortcoming, after all. These traits could hold their own, 50-50, against stronger adversaries, and similarly, against weaker ones, it was often a 50-50 outcome. They mainly serve as bodyguards, Tao Yu decided. As Tao Yu pondered, the monsters that came across the rooftop began converging their Yuan Force. Little Black diligently retrieved the items and handed them to Tao Yu, who rode on Dahei's back, causing Dahei to let out a dissatisfied roar. Let's go, how much further is it? Tao Yu asked, looking at Anshija, whose complexion was somewhat pale. Not much further, you can see it now, look, that apartment building with the green home sign. Anshija, a pilot accustomed to the environment more than the average person, despite feeling nauseous from the gore, pointed toward a building ahead. Tao Yu followed his gaze, noting the sign was a bit weathered, and the apartment had an old-fashioned style, complete with clothes poles on the roof, definitely a relic of another era. Right, let's head over. Hey, it looks like someone's in trouble. With his keen eyesight, Tao Yu noticed someone on the side of the apartment using a rope to climb out the window, seemingly attempting to scale down in that manner, likely because a monster had appeared inside. What the person didn't see, in their blind spot, was a large eye quietly observing them, with a tentacle-like neck beneath it reaching into the unseen area below. The scene was somewhat familiar to Tao Yu. Have I seen this in a short video? He wondered, unsure since this area harbored many kinds of creatures. Tao Yu remembered distinctly a goblin with excellent hearing and a scar-faced brute who could pummel reddish monsters. Since it was Anshija's home apartment, without further hesitation, Tao Yu pulled out his AT-200. With an effective range of 800 meters, the rifle was more than sufficient. Raising the gun to aim, with basic shooting and intuitive shooting skills, and his own related talents, even from this distance, with a 3-shot burst from Tao Yu, the giant eye monster's eye instantly burst. Its neck fell towards the ground below. The man about to climb down only then realized in horror that there was a monster beside him, and the outside seemed even more dangerous than inside the apartment, so he scrambled back into the room. Tao Yu also saw 2 children in the room reaching out the window to assist him. Let's head over, there are monsters in your apartment, who's in your family? Tao Yu then asked. Just my foster father and the caregiver, Anshija replied, his voice laden with worry, not expecting the situation to develop so quickly that even the inside of the apartment was unsafe. Hearing Anshija's words, Tao Yu had the alien queen speed up. His gunfire seemed to have also drawn the attention of two nearby monsters that started running over from the adjacent rooftop. But they appeared to be two smaller karamis. With a roar, the alien queen dispatched both monsters, ripping them apart with both hands and mouth. Bag the meat first, Tao Yu said, not bothering to wait for the Yuan Force to gather, directing Little Black to pick up the pieces and follow. And so, the group, a mix of 2 humans, 2 aliens and 2 zombies, arrived at the side of the green home apartment building. Dahe leaped onto the roof with a heavy thump, shaking it slightly. At that moment, a handsome young man with a mop just came out onto the roof, staring at the horrifically featured alien queen dripping with blood in her hands. He then saw Little Black, with a bloody backpack, and stood there dumbfounded, dropping his mop with a clatter to the ground. Even though he had seen monsters before, the sight before him remained shockingly impactful. Then, spotting 2 lively figures besides, and 2 people riding atop the beasts, Che Xiangzihu simply rolled his eyes back and fainted. The young folks these days sure are healthy, just hit the ground and they're out like a light, Tao Yu commented with a raised eyebrow, looking over at the handsome face, feeling it somewhat familiar. He might not remember the name, but it was probably one of those celebrity faces. Perhaps this was where the short video he had seen took place. With this fragment of the world being so small, the chances of a heart of the world are slim, but if there's still a chosen one around, it might still be worth some money, Tao Yu pondered inwardly. He's in a coma, is this a sign of infection? Anshija grew somewhat alarmed at this moment. Maybe, doesn't matter, seeing how he turns into a monster could be interesting. Tao Yu's words left Anshija a bit dumbfounded. This person had been so cold all along, why the sudden change of heart? Shouldn't we eradicate the danger before it can grow? Back then, when you forced me to work for you, you didn't have this attitude. For a moment, the ordinary-looking Anshija felt a little hurt. Is this a world that judges by appearances? But the boy who passed out is a guy. However, without a word from Tao Yu, Anshija wouldn't dare overstep and do anything. You're right. By the time they reached the roof of the house, Anshija had grown impatient to check on his foster father's condition. Dahe, you stay here. Feel free to fight back if you're attacked, but no slacking off. Tao Yu gave Dahe a comforting pat before heading downstairs to pick up Che Xiangzihu, handing her over to Cao Shaolin in a princess carry. Let's go, we should check on your father first. Initially, Tao Yu just wanted to ease Anshija's mind, a pilot indeed counted as a talent. But upon discovering that this might involve the child of destiny, Tao Yu naturally became more interested. So far, the biggest score she had made was still selling Jack. What followed was tough manual labor and investment, slowly earned over time, nothing compared to the quick money from selling a chosen one. The protagonist seemed to be infected too, I wonder if it's this kid. As Tao Yu mused, she headed downstairs with Anshija. But whilst in the stairwell, Tao Yu slightly frowned and glanced toward the corridor. Don't move. Put him down. A man sitting in a wheelchair, holding a homemade firearm, aimed it fiercely at them. Tao Yu hadn't even spoken when Anshija already positioned himself in front of the muzzle, spreading his arms. Don't be foolish, hurry up and put him down, you've got it all wrong, we didn't hurt him, he fainted on his own, we are the good guys. Anshija also felt nervous for the disabled uncle. And before the uncle could say anything, Little Black, lying on the ceiling, swept its tail and knocked the homemade firearm aside. It was then that the wheelchair-bound uncle finally turned pale as he saw Little Black hiding in the shadows. This thing is a good guy? But at that moment, Tao Yu suddenly turned her head to the entrance of the stairs and said in a low voice to Anshija, be careful. The next moment, Tao Yu exploded on the spot, stirring up a blast of air, and in an instant, she reached the bottom of the stairs. Meanwhile, several fleshy tentacles shot out violently, thudding into the concrete and piercing the walls. Yet, Tao Yu, in a display of incredible dexterity, twisted her body in mid-air, letting the several attacks graze right past her. She spun at high speed in mid-air, dodging the blows, and leveraged the railing to kick out. Tao Yu's frame did not appear exaggerated, and the kick seemed to come naturally. But the moment the sole of her foot touched the monster's body, a terrifying force surged into the beast. Bang! The creature exploded from the middle, purely fragmented by the infused force. Gore splattered all over the walls. The man in the wheelchair stared in disbelief. You're the real monster, aren't you? Sorry, I didn't recognize it just now, I misunderstood. My apologies. Though the disabled uncle lost both legs and was confined to a wheelchair, he still sincerely placed his hands on the armrest and bowed to Tao Yu. No worries, consider it as if I've already broken your legs, Tao Yu replied dismissively, tongue-in-cheek. She then pulled a fleshy tentacle embedded in the wall out. Due to the tight space, eager to avoid complications, Tao Yu used a qi and blood pill to instantly boost her strength for a decisive battle. Without gathering force for an extended period, she still achieved an instant kill effect, as Yuan Force began to converge within this tentacle. Chapter 145, Which one is it after all? More than 90 Yuan Force, it's not an ordinary little monster anymore. Tao Yu sensed it for a moment, and it seemed to be the most expensive monster they had encountered in this fragment so far, equal to about 3 of the regular monsters. The skill was still that single one. All monsters originate from this kind of change, I hope it gives a bit of power. Meanwhile, Anshija beside him swallowed and kept looking at Tao Yu with a strange gaze. Tao Yu's ability to suppress the alien queen didn't surprise him with its strength. He was just surprised why the other became so easy to talk to all of a sudden. Even when threatened by the lame uncle with a gun, he just cursed once. Was he really a good person? Anshija couldn't help but think of the bloody scenes where the other slaughtered those monsters along the way. It was the stuff of nightmares. Why are you looking at me like that? I've always been benevolent, maybe you have some misunderstanding about me. Sorry. Anshija quickly apologized, sharp as ever. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, having the other be this way actually felt safer, he truly hoped the other was benevolent. Are there many monsters like this in the apartment? Tao Yu looked down at his completely burst tactical boots, simply took off the damaged shoes, and stepped barefoot onto the ground. With the current physical condition, and the bear-like ability with its side effects, common small stones and glass should not be a worry for injuring his feet. It just felt a bit strange to go barefoot. So far, not too many, but not too few either, these creatures are very sensitive to sound. The uncle in the wheelchair seemed to be making up for something, as he wheeled towards the room and said, I have shoes for you, very sturdy ones. Tao Yu followed him while retorting with a sharp tongue. Plenty of poor quality ones, I bet. They're mine from the past, I've served too, they're military boots. The uncle in the wheelchair rebutted. Did you see his clothes? He's a pilot. Tao Yu seemed unconcerned. Were you sent by the authorities for a rescue? Was that big-eyed monster killed by you? The uncle in the wheelchair asked opportunely. That monster was killed by this gentleman. The situation is a bit complicated now, I'll explain to all of you later. Anshija explained at this moment. Seeing this, the uncle in the wheelchair didn't ask any further questions. He opened the door, searched through a cabinet covered in dust, and picked out a pair of military boots for Tao Yu. In the meantime, Che Xiangziu, who had been rigidly held in a princess carry by Cao Shaolin, also woke up confusedly. Looking at Cao Shaolin holding her, she was a bit lost for a moment but quickly came to her senses. Upon spotting Little Black in the shadows, she gasped in fright. Quiet down, that's this young man's pet. It doesn't bite, but your noise could attract. The uncle in the wheelchair warned, but before he could finish, they saw a tremor at the staircase entrance. The father they had previously saved, with 2 children in tow, ran out like mad, heading their way. Boom! The wall behind them cracked, and a muscle-bound monster chased after them. Protein! The monster was even repeating a word over and over, drooling as it eyed the children ahead. Tao Yu cast a glance and felt the ugliness of the monster. He had encountered quite a few inner-city pioneers with alien bodies implanted inside them. Panda himself stood over 2 meters 3, not much shorter than this thing. But this fellow's twisted muscles were too abstract to the point of being revolting. Then, the father leading the 2 children, upon nearly reaching them, also despaired upon seeing Little Black in the darkness. The alien's fierce appearance was not much inferior to the muscle monster chasing them. But in the next moment, with a leap from Wino, his whole body rocketed forward like a cannonball, colliding heavily with the muscle monster. Boom! The rampant strength of the zombie forcefully knocked the tank-like muscle monster to the ground. His palm even plunged deep into the creature's body. Facing such big fellows, zombies are more convenient to deal with than aliens. Tao Yu quickly assessed the situation. Letting Little Black tackle this big guy, if it accidentally caught its tail, it would probably have to swing its meteor hammer again. A few hard hits would likely spell the end. But now that Tao Yu let Wino charge, the two exchanged blows, one punch from you, one stab from me, back and forth. The muscle monster was very strong, a single punch could send Wino flying into the wall. But Wino, now a zombie, took such a hit as if nothing had happened, and in return, stabbed into the muscle monster, spattering blood plasma. Comparatively, Wino, who was almost uninjured, seemed to have gotten the better of the exchange. On the other side, Anshija and Che Xiangziu had also gone over to escort that family, and likewise told them that Little Black doesn't bite. The one who shot to save you guys earlier was him, you should really thank him. The wheelchair uncle also reminded the father at this time. Thank you. I'm extremely grateful, otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do. The father seemed to be on the verge of an emotional breakdown at this moment. But seeing his child reignited his will to persevere. At that moment, Che Xiangziu turned a bit red-faced and bowed to Tao Yu. Sorry, I had the wrong impression of you at first. More polite than this cripple, not bad. I apologized too, can't you stop picking on me? The wheelchair uncle complained a bit as he seemed easy to talk to, but why did it feel like this person was a bit small-minded? You were unconscious earlier, were there signs of infection? Can you tell me what happened? Tao Yu ignored the exchange of punches between Wino and the muscle monster, testing the strength of the zombie while turning around to inquire Che Xiangziu. If he really showed signs of infection, then he must be the protagonist. The walking 100,000 Yuan Force. Even if not the first worth, at least 50,000 as a base. Hearing what Tao Yu said, the previously complaining wheelchair uncle, as well as the father and his two sons, were all stunned. But fortunately, after a moment of being stunned, apart from the father putting his children behind him, there weren't any excessive reactions. Someone jumped out from nowhere and fought the monster like that, and they had a monster that didn't bite beside them, perhaps monsters weren't so scary after all. I don't know, but shouldn't we go help him first? It looks quite painful. Che Xiangziu shrank his neck, unsure how to describe the sensation he had felt earlier. No need, it's a good test, have killed many of these things, don't worry. The ceiling was shaking off dust because of the vibrations from the fight, but Tao Yu's words seemed very nonchalant. Hearing this, Che Xiangziu obediently described his situation. I don't know, but before I passed out, it felt like someone was constantly telling me to destroy the world. It felt like I was going to split personalities, besieged by negative emotions. So you suppressed it. A gleam appeared in Tao Yu's eyes, it had to be him. The protagonist is the special individual capable of suppressing the transformation into a monster, no mistake. And just then, as Wino was sent flying once again, a white figure suddenly burst out from the stairwell, leaping onto the back of the muscle monster, fiercely gouging its eyes. Ah, it's the ant from before. The daughter among the father and sons raised her voice at this moment. If it hadn't been for that ant's desperate intervention, they would have never made it here. Tao Yu fell into thought as he observed the figure attacking the muscle monster. Although much weaker than the muscle monster in strength, well below the monsters, she was beyond the scope of normal humans and was likely monsterized. Quick, take the kids and go. The figure was clinging deathly onto the muscle monster, still blurting out indistinct words. This left Tao Yu somewhat baffled. Another person who retained their sanity after monsterization? The female lead? Glancing back at Che Xiangziu, who dared not move, and then at the woman being violently torn off and tossed aside like a rag doll by the muscle monster, Tao Yu felt that she seemed more like the protagonist. Never mind, I want them both. Tao Yu began walking toward the muscle monster, his footsteps hastening. At the same time, his thumb flicked out the knife handle, and he grabbed it. It looks very solid, might not be able to burst it. Crane form. A flash of the blade, perfectly integrating the crane form power technique, and instantly cutting lines appeared all over the burly muscle monster's body. Then, it disintegrated into chunks of flesh on the ground. Just as Tao Yu was sheathing his knife, another man with glasses holding a long knife and a beautiful woman with a baseball bat came out from the stairwell, staring dumbfounded at the writhing chunks of flesh on the floor. Tao Yu, seeing the bespectacled priest with the long knife and the pretty girl beside him, fell into pondering again. Korean dramas always have a romantic element, right? I get the feeling that this guy might also be the protagonist. Chapter 146, All Present. Teacher Xiaozhang, holding a katana, looked at the chunks of flesh on the ground still writhing and couldn't help but make the sign of the cross in front of his chest. Although teacher Xiao Zhang wore glasses and still had the appearance of a refined Chinese literature teacher, he was also a devout believer. However, due to a game of chance in his childhood, he had quite impressive sword skills. Because of this, he could discern the information revealed by the earlier effortless moves of the handsome guy. "Can you do that?" The music girl, Zhishu, who held a baseball bat and liked to play the bass, asked teacher Xiao Zhang, who was also somewhat dazed, next to her. "How could that be possible? That's not something humans can do, and besides, even using that knife at home to cut meat couldn't be that fast." Teacher Xiao Zhang, seeing Tao Yu turn his head with a thoughtful look, quickly sheathed his long sword and started talking. "We mean no harm, we just wanted to come help. The apartment is full of monsters, but the first floor is temporarily safe. We're preparing to rally everyone to gather on the first floor, where there are already a few survivors." Tao Yu, seeing this bespectacled guy speaking so politely, also turned back to the man in the wheelchair and said, "You see, everyone knows to sheath their weapons when meeting others, yet you're holding a gun pointing at others. Learn a little. Please stop talking, I truly realize my mistake, big brother." "No, my lord." The man in the wheelchair put his hands together and kept bowing to Tao Yu, his face filled with desperation. "Listen to you, making me sound petty and vindictive. No, no, you are magnanimous and benevolent." At this time, the muscles of the chopped-up monster corpse on the ground were wriggling less and less, as the Yuan Force began to converge and was picked up by Tao Yu, then absorbed. Almost as good as for normal monsters. Was this guy really that strong? Tao Yu glanced down again and pondered. After all, he felt it still wasn't as threatening as the one that could shoot tentacles. "Seeing that the first floor is safe, let's head down then. Everyone, follow me, Captain, to your foster father's place first." "Okay." Anshija nodded. "That one's mine, it doesn't bite. There's a bigger one on the roof, don't provoke it if you don't have to." At this moment, teacher Xiao Zhang and the music girl, Zhishu, also saw the little black that had been hiding in the dark. Fortunately, they had already been baptized, and their capacity for acceptance had significantly strengthened. If you really think about it, the guy who dismembered that large monster so handsomely is definitely not human either. Just like the ant lying on the ground. At this time, including Tao Yu, everyone's attention also fell on the woman lying on the ground who was thrown off by the muscle monster. Drenched in blood and severely beaten, she somehow moved her hands a couple of times and then got back up. "Are the kids okay?" The question asked by the ant who just got up stirred emotions in everyone's hearts. It seems that not all monsters are bloodthirsty, some might regain their sanity given a chance. Teacher Xiao Zhang hesitantly said. After witnessing Tao Yu cutting down monsters, the astonishing defense of zombie wino, the well-behaved monsters being kept, and this ant who first inquired about the children's safety after waking up, the pair, who had only experienced such ordeals for one night, felt their internal balance shift significantly. They began to feel that there may be different types of beings among these monsters. "Go this way, my foster father has also served in the military, so he should be well hidden in case of an emergency." Anshija was somewhat concerned this was contingent on him and the caregiver not turning into monsters. Since the elevator had lost power, everyone was helping each other out, with Che Xiangzihu pushing the wheelchair of the man in the wheelchair, while that father took his two children along. Teacher Xiao Zhang and the music girl, Zhishu, seeing there were children, specially came over to them. While climbing the stairs, they even helped carry the man in the wheelchair. Although they had just formed a small team, they surprisingly worked together well. Tao Yu swept a glance at these people helping each other and nodded inwardly. Their character settings seemed quite good, and the likelihood of being a white-eyed wolf was probably low. Apart from the chosen one, the others could also be brought back to keep Jack company. Whether it's one or a group, it doesn't matter anymore. As Tao Yu slowly descended the stairs and casually killed two more monsters on the way. Anshija's worries didn't come to pass, and soon after he knocked on the door and called out, a sweet-looking nurse opened it. So many beauties, even in such a world, they are still natural, thought Tao Yu, somewhat exasperated that there were so many handsome men and beautiful women that he still couldn't confirm who the chosen one was specifically. At first, he thought it might be Che Xiangzihu, but then the monstrous auntie recovered as well, suggesting this wasn't an isolated case. Besides, Che Xiangzihu had only fainted once, so it wasn't confirmed if he had turned into a monster. Seems like I'll have to find an opportunity to let them fight monsters to see. Although the chosen one would be more efficient to use, it's hard to feel anything from just one or two monsters. Tao Yu fell into thought. But it seems like Jack mentioned that the aliens he kills don't drop Yuan Force items. Maybe I'll have to test them one by one. You're not playing the deserter, are you? At this time, Old Manon began his friendly greeting to Anshija. It was evident that he was overjoyed to see his foster son return safely, but he still complained a few words. Even in such circumstances, maintaining such a demeanor was quite characterful. Let's go downstairs and gather first. Anshija glanced back at Tao Yu. His original plan was to settle his foster father before heading to the base, but for some reason, it seemed that the boss intended to stay for the time being. Why? For the beauties? Anshija swept a glance at the music-loving girl Ji Xiu and their own nurse Ali, indeed both were beauties. It seemed there was something more. Hey? He first met Che Xiangziu, who was a pretty boy, but that shouldn't be it. All of a sudden, a shiver ran through Anshija as something occurred to him. Are you thinking of something impolite? Tao Yu looked at Anshija quizzically. His spirit perception had just told him this guy suddenly had a strong emotional fluctuation towards him. How could that be? No way, let's go downstairs. Anshija waved his hands in denial repeatedly. Because Little Black did indeed look fetching, after checking Wino's defense, Tao Yu also called Little Black to go upstairs with Dahei. Just as everyone reached the second floor, the power supply to the previously shut down neighborhood seemed to be restored, leaving the group carrying a wheelchair somewhat resigned. It seems it wasn't a complete blackout, maybe just our building was out. Teacher Zhang adjusted his glasses and shared his judgment. And then, a clear female voice came through the broadcast. Dear apartment residents, there are monsters everywhere outside and inside the apartment. For now, we can confirm that the first floor is temporarily safe. We hope that everyone will bring supplies to the first floor as much as possible, to overcome this disaster together, and wait for rescue. The apartment's monitoring and broadcasting systems were all on the first floor. As the broadcast began, the group successfully descended the stairs. At this time, the various entrances on the first floor were clearly blocked off, and the main entrance even had an electric gate shut with several metal boxes propped up against it. About a dozen people were waiting there. Among them were the supermarket owner couple from the first floor and a lady holding a dog, all with the faces of typical minor characters. But Tao Yu's gaze still locked onto two other beauties and another bespectacled handsome guy. That settles it, they're also main character candidates. Everyone must be here by now. Chapter 147, Setting Rules. Tao Yu and his large group's arrival also caught the attention of the people on the first floor. There were too many people, it was difficult not to notice. The man with glasses who had temporarily become the leader of this group of survivors on the first floor adjusted his glasses. He was a medical student who had taken a leave of absence for the sake of his sister and was extremely calm. Seeing the bloodstains on a few people, he knew they had encountered monsters along the way, but he didn't know how they had successfully escaped. Standing next to him was a very agile woman exuding a heroic aura. Compared to the silent observations of the man with glasses, this woman was much more direct. Did you encounter monsters? Where? What's the situation now? Assassin, I'm in charge here for now, and I'll lead you all to safety later. I assume nobody has any objections, right? His gaze swept over the heroic woman and the man with glasses, as well as the girl in the school uniform who had just come out of the surveillance room. Tao Yu guessed there probably wouldn't be more chosen ones arriving, and if so, he could temporarily take control of the situation. You're in charge? Why? The girl in the school uniform who had just come out seemed to be in a rebellious phase as she rudely retorted. Even though she had the sweet and innocent look of a student, when she started to talk back, she gave off the vibe of a little delinquent. This caused Che Xiangziu, who had a good impression of her, to change his expression, and he quickly intervened to remedy the situation. This brother can defeat monsters, he's very strong. Defeat monsters. The first to react to this wasn't the three people on the first floor who seemed like backup protagonists, but another woman. She came up to Tao Yu in a panic, holding her phone and pleading. Please save my daughter. She was just outside the gate when I could still track her location, she must be hiding somewhere nearby. As she spoke, she began to reach for the electric gate. But Tao Yu didn't hesitate to fire a shot into the floor in front of her. Did I allow you to open the gate? Tao Yu glanced sideways at the trembling woman. That gunshot was more direct and effective than the words Tao Yu had spoken before, or even the confirmation Che Xiangxiu had earlier provided. Whether it was the concerned mother wanting to save her daughter or the others from the first floor, they were instantly startled and stopped raising any further objections or rebuttals. The girl in the school uniform who had talked back to Tao Yu also lowered her head like a quail, pretending to play with her phone. Big brother is a good person, he saved us before. At that moment, the older of the two children broke the silence, causing Tao Yu to smile and crouch down to tickle her little nose. You're such a clever little thing. Children represent the future, and even a ghostly place like Starshine City would have measures to adopt orphans in order to reduce their cannon fodder score. However, unfortunate as it might be, even if one escaped a world filled with monsters, one would still be living in a world plagued by the abyss. Tao Yu then approached the gate and pressed the button himself. The metal gate began to rise slowly with a creaking noise. Since it's your daughter, you go out and save her, he said. What? The woman's face had shown a trace of joy as the electric metal gate opened, but it turned deathly pale when she heard Tao Yu's words. How can you ask me to go out there? There are monsters everywhere outside. So what? Is it right to expect others to risk their lives for you? Tao Yu grinned, not actually disliking the idea of a savior complex. Originally, Jack had taken on the responsibility of leading the people of the shelter through a long journey. Although Tao Yu wouldn't have done the same, he respected the decision. A man of his word, Jack had fulfilled his promise, and once they reached the settlement, he decisively stopped being a nanny. Under the relatively safe environment of the base, he made the other survivors fend for themselves. This kind of character and conduct actually made one feel quite reliable. Most hot-blooded protagonists tended to fall into this category. The situation was similar at the moment. If this woman had the courage to run out and save someone, Tao Yu wouldn't mind giving a helping hand at the crucial moment. After all, he had to hunt some monsters anyway, it would just be a bit of extra effort. But to morally blackmail others into taking the risk? Then sorry. He really despised that kind of sanctimonious hypocrisy. Now the gate had fully opened, and the metal cabinets propped against it had also fallen down. Perhaps because the apartment gate had been opened, a young woman did indeed dart out from around the corner and run towards the gate. Looking at the old woman's expression, it must have been her daughter, but she didn't dare to step out the door and was just frantically waving in place. However, Tao Yu also saw it. In a cement pipeline at the construction site by the door, there squatted a monster with a long, disgusting tongue. If you don't go now, your daughter is going to die. Are you even men? Won't someone go and save her? The auntie suddenly broke down and started cursing. It left Tao Yu speechless for a moment. Could only say, is it because this version is ahead? The key point is that there really was a guy in camouflage who couldn't take the provocation and started running towards the outside, seemingly wanting to pull the young woman to safety. Splat! Before the guy could even make it out, a long tongue had already pierced through the young woman's body, sucking up her insides like a straw. The sudden attack made everyone in the hall scream, and some people kept shouting to close the door. The witness to all of this, the auntie, went crazy on the spot, and while her nose bled profusely, she turned to look at Tao Yu and started to lash out like a shrew. You demon! You're going to die too. If you have the guts, kill me then. You this! However, before she could finish her sentence, a long tongue pierced through her, the one standing closest to the door, and lifted her high off the ground. The auntie, in disbelief, looked down at the disgusting tongue that had penetrated her abdomen, then let it consume her flesh and blood. See, I told you so, Tao Yu said, spreading his hands at the auntie with an expressionless face, seemingly a bit helpless. I warned you, but you just wouldn't recognize goodwill. At that moment, the temporary manager with glasses from the first floor also hurriedly reached the switch and pressed it, lowering the iron gate once again. But the descent of this kind of residential district's electric gate was so slow for safety reasons, and the long-tongued monster, having drained the auntie, was ready to make its way inside. This made the guy with glasses grimace, and he quickly charged towards the monster with a metal box, as if trying to push it outside. The JK girl behind him screamed, attempting to hold back her brother but reacted a moment too late. She watched helplessly as he charged at the monster. Splat! Another tongue shot forth, piercing right through the metal box. Just as the long tongue was about to chill the glasses guy to the core, he suddenly felt a tug on his collar. He was rapidly pulled back and sent flying backwards. The projectile tongue almost grazed his face, revealing its ferocious maw. The blood that splashed on it also stained his glasses. Playing the hero without the ability will get you killed quickly. After tossing the glasses guy on the ground and dragging him back from death's door, Tao Yu voluntarily walked towards the long-tongued monster. The survivors on the first floor, who had never seen Tao Yu take action, were now both frightened and awestruck, their eyes wide with disbelief. Another one going to his death? Hurry up and close the door. In times like these, if you obey commands, I'll help you when I can. But if you act recklessly, you'll have to leave it to fate. Whoosh! The flash of the blade whizzed by, and the lunging tongue was cut into several pieces in an instant. Then Tao Yu moved to the side of the long-tongued monster with ghost-like speed, and before the creature could react, he chopped it into chunks. All the action was completed in 2 seconds, leaving a huge impact on the survivors who had never witnessed Tao Yu in action. The ones who had been scrambling around like headless flies, trying to delay until the gate closed, now all stood with their mouths agape. What kind of strength was this? What kind of speed? This guy wasn't human. He was even more terrifying than the monster. Did you understand? Tao Yu turned to glance at the crowd, his tone casual. Chapter 148, Coordinates. Tao Yu's display of power was more eloquent than any explanation and more efficient than any excuse. When Tao Yu returned to the first floor of the apartment complex, the survivors there looked at Tao Yu with many forcing a smile to appear on their faces. The owner of the supermarket on the first floor even came over with an ingratiating attitude and said, "Just now, it was their own fault they died. You had warned us, and we have to thank you for driving the monster away and saving us. We definitely couldn't have relied on him." He made sure not to forget to put down the glasses-wearing guy who had just struggled to his feet. Tisk, tisk, to speak coldly to someone who risked their life to save you all, please stay away from me. Tao Yu looked at the uncle with disdain, deciding he was definitely not an important character. His words caused the butt-kissing uncle to stiffen immediately, but he dared not lash out at Tao Yu and could only leave sullenly to return to his shop. Go tally the food. Allocate it to everyone on a daily fixed amount. I will find a suitable vehicle and prepare to leave this place. Tao Yu casually instructed Glasses Guy. Since it was pretty much decided they would all be going together, Tao Yu planned to directly lead people back to the base. Taking everyone back would ensure no one was missed. After all, bringing ordinary people back also came with Yuan Force rewards, so it wouldn't be a loss. Pick out the good ones, and they could be integrated into the transportation company. Without spending Yuan Force and just providing food, hiring the original inhabitants is actually more cost-effective. Thank you. Glasses Guy sincerely thanked Tao Yu first before heading to the supermarket to take inventory. The supermarket owner wanted to say something, but after seeing the knife and gun hanging at Tao Yu's waist, he could only squeeze out a smile and invite Glasses Guy in. The JK girl who had previously confronted Tao Yu now came over with a blushing face and bowed to him. I'm sorry, my voice was a bit loud at the beginning, thank you for saving my brother. You lack sincerity in your apology, you need to show some, never mind. Tao Yu was about to tease her but changed his mind after glancing at her youthful face and decided against saying anything inappropriate. He then turned to Anshija and said, I'm going to take a look around. You handle things here, shoot if there's trouble, I'll come back. Yes, boss. Anshija nodded repeatedly. However, just at that moment, the television on the first floor, which had always shown no signal, suddenly flashed with a new image. It might have been a recently restored communication signal, and the broadcast began with an explanation about the appearance of these monsters. This is not a disease spread by any means, but a curse lurking deep within people's hearts. It likely came with the rainforest that fell from the sky. If anyone notices symptoms like nosebleeds, fainting, or hallucinations in suspected patients, please isolate them immediately. Even Tao Yu was somewhat surprised to hear this. He initially thought it was a contagious disease, but now you're telling me it's something idealistic? Is this a unique product of the active world? Tao Yu pondered inwardly. Then, the broadcast was followed by a live speech from Nanbang's great leader, mainly motivational words, assuring everyone that they could overcome the crisis. Whether it's the sudden rainforest or these monsters, nothing can defeat us. But before the great leader could finish, he suddenly started gushing blood from his nose and then the live broadcast was abruptly cut. The great leader's sudden mishap undoubtedly frightened the survivors once again. Just when things began to look up with the restoration of the TV signal and even a live broadcast, everyone had hoped for military rescue to come later. But now, even the great leader couldn't protect himself, so what were they to do? Subsequently, almost everyone turned their gaze toward Tao Yu, as if they had found their pillar of support. Although Tao Yu had shown dominance here, his strength was fully capable of backing up that dominance. Now, to survive peacefully or even break out of this predicament, it seemed they could only depend on him. Admiring strength is human instinct. Who would have thought I'd get to watch such a drama? Tao Yu found the great leader's broadcast somewhat amusing, as what was meant to boost morale had instantly turned into a morale collapse. I'm leaving first, stay safe. Tao Yu patted Nshiji's shoulder. Are you planning to clear out the monsters? There's a spider creature in the power distribution room. I nearly got attacked when I went there to flip the switch. Lucky I dodged quickly. At this moment, the strikingly fit and dashing beautiful elder sister spoke up. She was a retired Special Forces soldier, now a firefighter, with action capabilities that were top-notch among these survivors. You lead the way, I'll clear the nearby area first. Tao Yu gestured for her to take the lead, and then proceeded with Cao Shaolin and Wino following close behind. First, they had to secure this area as a safe zone, collect all the skills, temporarily settle them down, and then find 2 suitable vehicles after that. Everything should be in place. The main focus was to stabilize the situation with the Chosen One. Moving supplies wasn't urgent. The difficult monsters in the apartment were few, and most were of an ordinary level. The key was that the apartment had plenty of rooms, with most of the monsters scattered, not putting much strain on Tao Yu's endurance. Handling them turned out to be rather uneventful, with Cao Shaolin and Wino providing support. The only slight nuisance was a very fast-moving monster, which forced Tao Yu to use his innate ability to split it in half as it brushed past him. Innate time control, though involving time abilities, didn't lose the original characteristics of bullet time, instead, it was even enhanced. As of now, Tao Yu hadn't encountered any situation that necessitated the intervention of the original time loop, and the extent of bullet time was more than sufficient. Out with it, why keep following me? Seeing as you're trying so hard, I might even agree to your advances if you are lusting after my good looks, he joked. Tao Yu teased the firefighter elder sister who kept adventuring with him in the apartment building. She hadn't made any requests, just silently helped and had been by his side since they dealt with that spider monster. If it were just for protection, following him and seeking out monsters would actually pose a greater danger. The first floor was clearly safer. Tao Yu was naturally easygoing, and the woman was easy on the eyes with a pleasant personality, so asking her didn't seem like a problem. It's about my fiancé. He was also in this apartment, but then he mysteriously disappeared. I suspect it might be related to the recent events. The firefighter sister confessed truthfully. This left Tao Yu speechless. She had a fiancé and was still flirting with him. What a playgirl. Did you find any clues? No, but I received a message from him with an address. I know the place, it's a military base nearby. Hey! Tao Yu had asked casually as he waited for the chunks of monster meat to coalesce into Yuan Force. But he didn't expect to stumble upon some unexpected information. A military base. Taking a look at the firefighter sister's phone, Tao Yu's face showed a hint of interest. It wasn't any positional data that was sent but a detailed map of the interior of a military base. It looked like it had been snapped with a phone camera, with a red pen circling a particular area on the map. Beyond that, there was no further information. Given Nshiji's foreknowledge of the events, the military was likely aware even earlier and might have already begun covert research. The firefighter's fiancé also seemed shrouded in mystery. What does he do? All I know is that he works at a medical institution. Is it far? The firefighter's sister had been cautiously watching Tao Yu's expressions, and at his question, a spark of hope shone in her eyes. Not far, it's nearby. I can take you there if you are willing to go. Interesting. Tao Yu's first fragment of the heart of the world was obtained in a military base, and now there was another military base with research involved. It was enough to pique his interest. He could do some initial scouting at the medical institution, and if there were no findings, he could consider checking out the military camp. In this world, there had to be some unique Yuan Force items, right? Even if it was just pure research data, that itself could be quite valuable. Starshine City wasn't lacking in abilities related to foreign body implantation. Complete research data on these monsters would surely be of value. And this map pinpointed an exact location. If he could head straight for the target within the military camp, it would save a lot of time. But first, I need to see the strength of this skill. Tao Yu turned his attention back to the chunk of meat that had completed gathering Yuan Force. This was almost the last piece. If he obtained an ability similar to the ones he already had, his survival capabilities in the current world would significantly increase. Chapter 149, Demonization. You've got a nosebleed. The firefighter's sister looked at Tao Yu with a surprised expression as the blood dripped from his nose. Maybe it's the heat. Who asked you to mess with me? Tao Yu said nonchalantly as he fanned himself, immersed in the changes of his skill. The remark left the firefighter's sister with an awkward look on her face, her hand reaching up to play with her hair. I actually didn't mean anything else, I just wanted to ask for your help. If there's been any misunderstanding, I apologize. Then sneaking a glance at Tao Yu's somewhat impatient expression, she tentatively and cautiously said. Well, I tested earlier and I'm pregnant, so I probably can't help you much. Ah. Tao Yu looked at her blankly. What are you trying to say? Are you flaunting your relationship? Throwing dog food at a time like this, task. But if you don't mind, I could help you with my hands. The firefighter's sister extended her slender palm, looking absolutely charming. Snort. Tao Yu, already nosebleeding from the changes induced by absorbing demonization, almost lost it again at her words. Thank you very much. Are all the big sisters in society this open? Get lost, let me be alone. Tao Yu waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I was being presumptuous, my name is Su Yujing. The firefighter's sister's face turned a bit red, but she seemed to relax a little upon hearing Tao Yu's words. She crouched down to the side, sitting obediently and modestly. Years of special forces training, coupled with constant exercise, meant that her movements showed almost no sign of pregnancy. After getting rid of the bothersome woman, Tao Yu was now able to immerse all his attention into this skill. Even before starting deification, merely implanting the ordinary demonization skill had caused Tao Yu's physical condition to spur a nosebleed. Demonization LV1 manifests desires from the heart into reality, causing physical feedback. If one can suppress these desires for 15 days, they'll gain control over the power of demonization. Failure to suppress results in the need to expend additional Yuan force to remove the power, otherwise, one risks losing their sanity. World Strengthening ++. Indeed, it's a purely mental power. This is a skill that varies from person to person, just like a beggar's version of the kaleidoscope Sharingan in the physical domain. The main reason Tao Yu's physique caused such a nosebleed is primarily due to the latter part, World Strengthening ++. According to the instinctual feeling that comes with it, in the current world shard, this skill received a massive boost, with at least a several dozen to 100-fold increase in healing capabilities. And after being demonized in this world, the absorption of free energy drastically increases, it's practically a perpetual motion machine. This is the biggest boost. The second deification of Tao Yu's basic breathing technique, apart from strengthening his lungs, qi blood, and physique, the most significant qualitative change was the absorption of free energy. In the past, the amount of energy absorbed was at most equivalent to what the pile skill gleaned from the Earth's force, only enough to maintain ordinary consumption and far from supporting his intense training, let alone rapid recovery and healing. Therefore, he had to keep eating, and even ordinary food hardly kept up with his high-intensity practice. But now, at least in this current world, Tao Yu felt he could sustain his cultivation without eating or drinking. The perfect world for cultivation, with enough Yuan force, one could come here to train and save a lot of trouble. Tao Yu was quite delighted in his heart. However, thinking about having enough Yuan force, he fell silent again. It seemed like no matter how much Yuan force he had, it would never be enough. If he really had enough, being here wouldn't make much of a difference. Afterwards, Tao Yu felt the personal feedback from his demonization ability. Relying on the honed concentration of meditation technique modified, he easily controlled all the changes in this power. First, removing the owlskin gloves and mission wristwatch, Tao Yu placed his palm in front of his eyes. As if by instinct, with a single thought, his entire palm was covered with a black keratinous layer, resembling a dragon's claw. Whenever he wished, this coating could envelop his entire body. Am I really that afraid of dying? This power, transformed from the deepest desires of the heart, like the muscle monster he killed earlier, a fitness enthusiast was always chanting about protein. And the feedback Tao Yu got from this power was likely reflecting his own fear of dying. Pulling out the colossal lizard's fang, Tao Yu made a cut on the black keratin-covered palm. Despite the armor-piercing property of the colossal lizard's fang and having used it to slice through steel and muscle zombies and even kill the first alien queen, he still needed a bit of effort to penetrate the keratin layer. Feeling the slight pain and seeing the blood flow, Tao Yu knew that this keratinized shell was indeed a part of his body. It should be able to withstand normal bullets now. Rifle bullets can still penetrate, but if there aren't many, they can be embedded. As for armor-piercing bullets, it's still not feasible, and it seems like it also absorbs shock damage pretty well. Tao Yu had a rough outline in his mind. He then immediately reabsorbed the keratin layer, silently witnessing the deification cost reaching as high as 3,000. The first deification was more than 3 times the cost of the dynamic vision talent. Because of the world's enhancement and the adaptation from the previous demonization, which already made him nosebleed, he estimated that this next deification would probably be even more intense. However, Tao Yu had no intention of leaving this world and returning. With mental immunity, he didn't care about the side effects that the skill might bring, it might just be more painful. After taking a few deep breaths, Tao Yu let out a long sigh. Are you sure you don't want my help? You look like you're in a lot of pain. If it's really too much, my mouth can also. That's enough. Tao Yu, who was just about to get ready, couldn't help but get a little frantic from hearing this, and given his vigorous vitality, such words indeed tantalized him. Glancing sideways at the other person crouching there, hugging their knees with an eager look, Tao Yu sighed. It's none of your business, and don't be surprised by anything you see later. He then directly chose to deify. 3,000 Yuan Force flowed into the demonization like water. Creak, creak. Tao Yu felt a tingling numbness throughout his body. Fortunately, the myriad streams breathing technique strengthened his marrow and blood, and the twice deified basic breathing method enhanced his internal organs, while the twice deified stance skill brought about a significant internal enhancement ability to Tao Yu. The tingling numbness didn't exceed his body's limits, it was just very uncomfortable. Wisps of black mist emerged from Tao Yu's pores and began to gradually cover his entire body, making Su Yujing widen her eyes beside him. Although Tao Yu's burst of strength in killing monsters along the way indicated he had transcended humanity, his behavior had always appeared normal. Even with suspicions in her mind, Su Yujing hadn't considered other possibilities. But now it was undeniable that Tao Yu had also become a monster. It was just a monster who could still control its sanity. As the dense black mist dissipated, there appeared a silhouette at Tao Yu's location, draped in black dragon hide. His clothing had already burst into pieces all around. Even the inner scale armor had burst open at the connections and fell off, the only thing hanging on by a thread from its elasticity was the strength belt. The fierce claws, the single horn on the top of his head that seemed to shimmer with a dark light, and the bone spurs on his knees, elbows, and shoulders. The area around his eyes was pitch black like ink, as if it had crystallized. The nostrils had mask-like breathing holes, exhaling white mist with each breath as if the air carried high temperatures. Besides, the black scales covering his entire body seemed to be entwined with a thick black mist, similar to faint flames, with 2 subtle, misty ribbons of black fog circling and entwining around his body. Now dim, now prominent. Tao Yu looked down at his hands and clenched them tightly, feeling the qi blood throughout his body being pumped into action. His strength had increased by at least 50%. Besides that, his reflexes, defense, and the speed of qi blood circulation had all increased substantially. Demonization maintains body shape changes through continuous consumption and significantly improves all-round physical quality. When damaged, it's possible to transfer 50% of physical attacks through shadowing. Requires additional consumption of shadow force. World Enhancement ++. Additional improvement in physical quality. Tao Yu was delighted. The previous normal demonization only had average effects in this regard. The degree of increase was decent enough for normal people, but it was not enough for Tao Yu. But now, after deification, it was as if he had an independent multiplier. Even though it's a skill, except for not being able to increase the efficiency of Yuan Force training, it's almost on par with a talent. Tao Yu was quite satisfied with this ability. Furthermore, in this world, due to the explosive increase in recovery ability, he could, to a certain degree, regard it as an increase in training efficiency. Not a talent, yet comparable to one. In fact, the regular demonization is already quite good, but for others, it still requires controlling it for 15 days, coupled with severe pollution, which might not sell for a high price. Tao Yu contemplated, with this ability and the current world's increased endurance, Tao Yu felt confident enough to directly assault a military base. Although it's only in this world, this time, I'm truly no assassin. Tao Yu flicked his tail. Boom! The cement wall behind him burst, leaving a deep mark. Demonization is already quite appropriate, no need to change it. Demonization LV1. Chapter 150, Non-Human. As the black fog emerged once again, the armor on Tao Yu's body was gradually absorbed into it. Except for the strength belt around his waist, his perfectly proportioned body was exposed, but he didn't pay much attention to it, still attuned to the changes in his skill. He had already sensitively noticed that even with the armor absorbed, it was completely different from the normal version of demonization. Before it seemed to be a direct fleshly mutation, but this time it feels like I'm in a shadow overlay state. Tao Yu pressed his skin, which felt normal, as if nothing had changed, yet he could vaguely sense that if he were to sustain a sufficient attack, he could trigger a part of the defense mechanism. Although not as effective as full demonization, it was about half as powerful. The main thing was that it didn't require any additional expenditure. It was a divine skill to leave this world at no cost. Perfect. Quite satisfied with his current state, Tao Yu grinned with pleasure. It's just unknown if I can control to cover the inner armor and the belt as well, as these don't seem to be part of the body, more like they're dragged out of the shadows, so it should be okay, right? Tao Yu looked down at his body, wondering if it would be considered abnormal to end up like this after every use. Are you going to eat people now? Standing beside him, Su Yujing asked cautiously upon seeing Tao Yu recover. At that moment, she was covering her face with her hands, only peeking through the gaps between her fingers. Eat you. Tao Yu lowered the strength belt to cover the key area, responding somewhat irritably. What a loss, being seen for free. Having raided the entire apartment, he hunted enough Yuan Force shards without any risk, completing his skills, and the practicality fully met and even exceeded expectations, leaving Tao Yu in a great mood. It wasn't hard to find clothes in the apartment, and with no real difficulty, Tao Yu even found some spares to stash in his bag. Humming a tune, he took the two zombies and Su Yujing into the elevator to go downstairs. Are you going back out later? Su Yujing seemed nervous, with a tense expression on her lovely face. Are you worried about that the whole time? I was planning on going anyway, bring me to the medical center later. There's no need for you to follow me to the military base, Tao Yu said casually. This slightly relaxed Su Yujing. As they chatted casually, ding dong. The elevator reached the first floor and the doors opened. Boss Tao is back. Hey there, Boss Tao, did you kill all the monsters? Are you thirsty? Want some water? We have sports drinks here. As soon as Tao Yu arrived, he was greeted with a very warm welcome, with many people appearing very attentive. Since he was taking them to the gathering place to sell, Tao Yu didn't hide his intentions and casually parted the crowd to spot some new faces. They must have gathered here while he was cleaning up the area. But now, the atmosphere on the first floor was a bit subtle. At that moment, the wheelchair-bound old man was welding, continuously reinforcing some doors and windows. Despite being disabled, his craftsmanship was excellent, and with such a skill, he could probably live quite comfortably in the gathering place. Apart from him, there was another new face that Tao Yu vaguely remembered, a man with a scarred face. Though probably not the main character, Tao Yu remembered seeing him in the short video clips. But the man, who seemed to have outstanding strength among ordinary people, was now tied up with ropes and thrown to the ground. Tao Yu wondered what had happened during his absence. What happened? Tao Yu pointed to the man with the scarred face on the ground and asked. Boss Tao, this man is a murderer. He even took one of our tenants hostage before. Look, that's the victim, the supermarket owner said, still eager to please despite being ridiculed by Tao Yu earlier, while pointing to another new face. That was a thin man, somewhat handsome, but with multiple scars marring his appearance. When he saw Tao Yu, a forced, pleasing smile appeared on his face. But at just a glance, Tao Yu felt an inexplicable and intense dislike. Although there was no sense of threat, spirit perception didn't give such a warning without reason. So, Tao Yu kicked the tied-up scarred man and demanded, "What's the deal? Speak up, why were you tied up?" Seeing Tao Yu ignoring him and instead questioning the scarred man, the thin man's smile stiffened on his face. He then wanted to start explaining. "I didn't ask you, shut up." Tao Yu swept a glance at him indifferently. It was precisely this attitude that made the scar-faced uncle, who had been silent and cool since being captured, look up at Tao Yu. From some of the discussions, he had already learned that this person was now in charge, and was even hunting monsters. Although Scarface had dealt with ordinary monsters, he knew this was no ordinary person. He's a perverted serial killer. I just investigated him, but haven't found any evidence yet. When he heard this, Tao Yu raised an eyebrow, as his spirit perception told him the other party wasn't lying. Although it wasn't impossible that he was being deceived, combined with the revulsion that the pervert generated in him, it was almost certain. Are you a detective? Tao Yu asked curiously. No, I'm an assassin. I was hired by the girl's father, but I haven't found any evidence yet. Upon hearing this, Tao Yu couldn't help but let out a weary comment, and raised his gun to blow the head off the pervert who had just opened his mouth to argue. The blood spattered on the ground, causing the pervert to fall dead in a pool of blood with his eyes wide open, eliciting a chorus of screams. Are you stupid? If you're not a detective, why look for evidence? And an assassin? Tao Yu's words left the scar-faced uncle completely baffled. Meanwhile, the survivors who had looks of horror, many managed to squeeze out forced smiles. Ah, that's right, what evidence do you need against a perverted murderer? Yeah, some guys do all sorts of evil and they can still get released. This is for the best, now it's all settled. He got off easy, dying so quickly. Not one person disapproved of Tao Yu's gunfire. The little supermarket owner quickly produced a utility knife and cut the ropes binding the scar-faced uncle. His newly regained freedom left the scar-faced uncle dazed. He considered himself quite the tough assassin, yet here came someone even tougher. And this person believed him just based on his word and killed the pervert, which gave Scarface a strange feeling inside. Then, with a hoarse voice, he said. You just believe me like that? My instinct tells me you're not lying, and he had a very bad smell about him. Tao Yu pointed to his temple, then glanced at the key hanging from the corpse's waist. If you can't let it go, investigate some more. Most monsters in the apartment have been dealt with. Thank you. The scar-faced uncle expressed his gratitude. Ever since a fire took his family and disfigured him, he never felt any warmth again. This kind of trust was a first for him. I'll be stepping out in a bit, just don't cause any trouble here. Tao Yu nonchalantly waved his hand. I'll help keep things stable here, the scar-faced uncle said earnestly and then picked up the keys beside the dead pervert. Boss, are you heading out? There are cars in the basement garage. Uncle Han's modification skills are strong, we can probably just reinforce a few vans. Rainforest isn't far. Anshija had reached the rainforest before and knew the rough distance. He thought that a few reinforced cars should be enough for the journey. Uncle Han was the limping man. I have something I want to check out, won't be long. Perfect time to modify the vehicles. Here, take these 2 assault rifles. Tao Yu mused for a moment, looking at Cao Shaolin. Shaolin will also stay with you. I'll have him follow your orders to protect you, but he's a bit slow in the head, only good for fighting. If there's trouble, find Dahei and Little Black on the roof, they're a bit smarter. Oh, okay. Anshija nodded repeatedly, and then Tao Yu momentarily focused his thoughts and issued orders to Cao Shaolin to obey Anshija's commands temporarily. Though Cao Shaolin wore an eye mask, looking almost blind, since he could join in monster hunting, he must be strong too, even if he doesn't look quite human. He doesn't need to eat, just leave him aside when not needed, as if he doesn't exist. Tao Yu's offhand remarks sent a chill through Anshija. Indeed, both the stoic handsome guy and the ugly freak weren't human. But then he relaxed, the world was like this now, it seemed more normal to not be human.